Chapter 2257 Reappearance of the Flying Mount. Silence fell over the port after the Thunder Eagle's arrival. Everyone stared at the massive bird, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, with wide eyes of Flying Mount. Modem Rain was stunned when he saw the Thunder Eagle stand obediently before Sherfong, unable to believe his eyes. Is he the player that appeared on Frosthell Island? Ships might be precious, but compared to a Flying Mount, they were utterly worthless. Not even medium sailboats were as valuable as Flying Mounts. The various superpowers had been in a frenzy, searching for any trace of another Flying Mount. Some superpowers even offered 10,000 gold for a clue that would lead to a Flying Mount. However, their search had been fruitless thus far, which was only a testament to how rare and valuable Flying Mounts were. The only player-owned Flying Mount anyone had heard of was the one that had appeared on Frosthell Island. There hadn't been another sighting. Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo, who stood beside Sherfong, were dumbfounded. As well, they had only heard of Flying Mounts before. They hadn't bothered to look further into the matter or try to acquire one for themselves. However, if not even the various superpowers were having any success, what were their chances? Rain, look, it's a Flying Mount. A Flying Mount. Blue Bamboo excitedly exclaimed as she grabbed Thoughtful Rain's arm. Happy Art maintained her composure. Yet even she envied Sherfong for his Thunder Eagle thus far. The only person Happy Art had talked to about Sherfang's Thunder Eagle was Melancholy. To prevent others from finding out, Melancholy had decided to keep the information between them. As a result, neither player had mentioned anything about the Thunder Eagle's origin or owner to anyone. Instead, they secretly assigned more teams to grind for Thunder God's secret land entry slots to prepare to raid the side temple. Let's go, Sherfong told Melody and the others as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He no longer cared whether or not people knew that he owned the Flying Mount. The current Zero Wing was no longer the guild it had been, and since he intended to develop Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island in the future, he could use the Flying Mount to garner some fame for the guild in the area. Melody and her companions quickly jumped up to join Sherfong on the Thunder Eagle's back as everyone around them watched. Once everyone was on board, the Thunder Eagle screeched and flapped its wings. In the blink of an eye, it rose several dozen meters above the ground. With another flap, the Flying Mount broke the sound barrier, disappearing on the horizon and leaving behind a bunch of stunned players. Naturally, news of the Thunder Eagle quickly reached the various superpowers, so it turns out this kid had such a trump card. It's no wonder why he was confident of securing teleportation stones to the Tower of Four Gods by himself. The masked man beside Elder Wu muttered, smiling as he watched the video of Sherfong leaving Tranquil Mine Island's port on the Thunder Eagle. The masked man's information was thoroughly hidden. Not even his name or level was visible, so what if he has a Flying Mount? Does he think that King-class sea monster is so easy to approach? Would we have lost so much to that sea monster if it were? A similarly masked woman next to him said disdainfully, although a Flying Mount would give one an advantage in terms of speed, ships were king in a naval battle enough. Elder Wu snapped in a low tone. This matter is of no concern. Our goal is to secure as many teleportation stones as possible, as well as that item. Elder Wu was surprised to learn that Sherfong possessed a Flying Mount, but it was of little significance to him. It was not worth his attention and time. Understood. Berated by Elder Wu, the masked man and woman lowered their heads and promptly left the tent to see to the final preparations for the raid against the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, on a bronze sailboat amidst Starlink's fleet. What? The Flying Mount that was spotted on Frosthell Island belongs to Black Flame? When Lu Xinglua heard his subordinates report, envy flashed in his eyes. A Flying Mount. As someone with the ability to travel between God's domain's two main continents, he knew just how valuable and useful a Flying Mount could be. Information about Flying Mounts might be scarce on the Eastern continent, but it had already become a topic on the Western continent. Some superpowers had even obtained clues leading to Flying Mounts based on what they had discovered. Not only were Flying Mounts powerful tools for leveling, but they were also a miraculous addition to a team's strength. Flying Mounts were particularly useful at sea. Ship travel was still incredibly inconvenient, and a single Flying Mount could carry multiple players at once. A Flying Mount could transport a team to various islands and provide a massive advantage when exploring new islands. Unfortunately, despite the discovery of quite a few clues, no one on the Western continent had acquired a Flying Mount, Yet the flying Mount Lu Xinglua had been searching for belonged to Shifeng. Why don't we shoot it down, guild leader? Although resurrecting a flying mount should be easier than reviving a personal guard, he won't be able to use it for some time, Bright Dawn ruthlessly suggested. His hatred for Shifeng was truly immeasurable. Flying mounts had a certain degree of combat power and were much stronger than land mounts. But there was no way they could compete with speedboats and sailboats at sea. They wouldn't be able to destroy Shifeng's flying mount completely. But he could use this chance to let off some steam. No need, Lu Xinglua said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued, Black Flame is a gullible fool if he thinks he can approach the king-class sea monster just because he has a flying mount. They were going to raid a level 91 mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Every one of its attacks had tier 4 power. They were prepared to use their ship's extraordinary defensive capabilities to tank the boss. Even before this king-class sea monster, a level 100 flying mount was a joke. The shockwaves from the boss's attacks alone would likely be enough to throw the Thunder Eagle. Meanwhile, Shifeng rode his Thunder Eagle through a stormy patch of the Sea of Death. If the Thunder Eagle hadn't been an extraordinary flying mount, it would have had quite a bit of trouble navigating through the powerful storm. Sure enough, ships still have an advantage when passing through special sea zones. When Shifeng glanced at the mysterious iron sailboats below, he noticed that they made more progress than the Thunder Eagle. Of course, not even dark gold speedboats would be a match for the flying mount's speed through normal sea zones. After nearly half an hour, Shifeng's group arrived in the heart of the stormy sea zone. When they saw the spectacle before them, Blue Bamboo and her companions gasped. A giant tornado stretched between the water and the sky, spinning in the very center of the stormy sea zone. Nestled within the eye of the tornado was a colossal sea serpent that was several thousand meters long. The sea serpent's body was pitch black, and a silvery white horn grew from its head. Storm Serpent King, Marine King Creature, King-Class Sea Monster, Mythic, Level 91, HP 2, 250, 000, 000/2, 250, 000, 000. The Storm Serpent King's 25 billion HP was more than enough to induce despair. Yet the boss was protected by a group of Lord and Great Lord-ranked one-horned sea serpents. At a glance, they were easily more than 300 of these monsters. The one-horned sea serpents would likely devour an ordinary fleet before it even reached the boss. For the moment, every ship in the area remained at least 1,000 yards away from these monsters. None dared to approach, yet as more powers gathered, the various superpowers began to assign tasks to their ships. The fleets then began to surround the Storm Serpent King as all 10,000-plus ships spread out. Even Swimming Dragon, who had seen many naval battles, was shocked when these ships began to attack. The results were catastrophic. The level 90 Great Lord-ranked sea serpents rapidly lost HP, unable to survive a bombardment from so many ships. However, as they fell, new sea serpents surfaced to replace them. Prepared for this, the various superpowers lured these sea monsters away with their weaker ships, leaving their main ships behind to attack the Storm Serpent King. Foolish humans, I will tear you to pieces to feed the fishes. The Storm Serpent King bellowed in rage as the numerous ships approached. A massive tidal wave rose around the boss and swept toward the offending ships. Defend yourselves. The main ships promptly activated their defensive abilities. Among the various superpowers' ships, the mysterious iron speedboats in the lead took the brunt of the Serpent King's attack. Boom, boom, boom. As the tidal wave slammed into the mysterious iron speedboats, their defensive barriers flickered with light. It was obvious that the barrier's durability had decreased by a sizable chunk. The lesser powers in the raid weren't as fortunate as the various superpowers. The tidal wave crushed their advanced speedboats, dragging ship and crew to their watery graves. Only their bronze speedboats had withstood the attack, yet they had lost nearly 100 durability from the blow. At this rate, the Storm Serpent King only needed 4 or 5 more attacks to skin the bronze speedboats with its first attack. The King-class sea monster had sunk nearly 100 advanced speedboats. The attack's ferocity instilled fear in the various adventurer team's members. Of course, the superpowers didn't stop their assault, despite witnessing the Storm Serpent King's power. Immediately, several dozen sailboats responded with attacks of their own. Sailboats' cannons were far more powerful than speedboats, and the various superpowers had invested a large number of resources into reinforcing these ships. As a result, every one of their attacks had peak Tier 3 destructive power, and each sailboat carried 5 or 6 cannons. Each sailboat dealt over -1 million damage to the Storm Serpent King. After a single round of attacks, the Storm Serpent King's HP fell by several tens of millions, inspiring hope in the various powers. They charged toward the boss without any regard for the sea monster's attacks. The Storm Serpent King shattered one speedboat after another, and in return its HP rapidly decreased. The scene even shocked Sherfong. Not even a creature as powerful as the Storm Serpent King could withstand a bombardment from 10,000+ ships. As the Storm Serpent King's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each attack grew shorter. As a result, more ships began to skin. The tragic scene was even more frightening than a large-scale war between two guilds. "We should make our move, too," Sherfong said once the Storm Serpent King's HP fell below the 10% threshold. He directed the Thunder Eagle to fly into the King-class sea monster's domain. "We're going in?" Sherfang's comment took Melody and her companions off guard. They had witnessed the Storm Serpent King's strength. Charging toward it now would be suicidal. When Lu Xinglua, who commanded Starlink's fleet, noticed the Thunder Eagle's approach, he sneered. The Storm Serpent King's attacks bombarded the entire area and were impossible to avoid, even from above. The sailboat's defensive magic arrays were the only reason that the various superpowers had survived the attacks thus far. How could a level 100 Great Lord-ranked flying mount possibly stand up against the Storm Serpent King's attacks? "Another attack is coming. Prepare to defend yourselves." The Storm Serpent King growled again, and the various superpowers' fleets deployed their defensive barriers once more. A powerful storm swept toward the players, and not even the Thunder Eagle, which had entered the Storm Serpent King's range, was spared as the approaching blast of wind was about to strike the flying mount. Sherfong retrieved a Summon Guard scroll and called forth Anna. Chapter 2258, Might of a Magical Class. As soon as Anna appeared on the Thunder Eagle's back, she pointed her staff at the approaching blast of wind. Violent mana immediately gathered around the level 96 summoner, forming a dual-colored, twofold magic array Tier 3 over Tier spell, Yin Yang Pillar. With Anna in the center, the 30-yard radius Yin Yang Pillar, a legacy defensive spell Anna had learned after reaching level 95, manifested. As the pillar completed, the blast of wind transformed into a lance that flew toward it. The wind lance was so horrifically powerful that space around it began to shatter, and its speed and range made it impossible to dodge. Even for the Thunder Eagle, Melody and her companions paled, terrified. As the wind lance approached, they had only watched from afar before now, and although they knew that the Storm Serpent King's attacks were incredibly powerful, they hadn't been able to get a clear sense of just how powerful the attacks were. Now that they faced one of these attacks personally, they felt nothing but despair as they felt the attack's devastating aura. It was this moment when Melody and the others finally understood how frightening the Storm Serpent King truly was. The strongest monster they had faced thus far was a joke compared to the Storm Serpent King. Before this sea monster, Tier 2 players were little more than ants. A massive explosion blasted through the sky as the wind lance plowed into the Yin Yang Pillar. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it even pushed away the water below, creating 10-meter-high waves around the impactful. Lu Xinglua sneered up at the Thunder Eagle. The mist the explosion had created obscured his vision, but he was certain that both Sherfong and the Thunder Eagle must be dead. "Do you think the Storm Serpent King's raid is a battle you can just stroll into?" The King-class Storm Serpent King was just as powerful as a world boss of the same level. In fact, the sea monster might actually command even more destructive power than a world boss. The Storm Serpent King was impossible to raid with normal methods. They could only defeat this boss by relying on powerful war weapons. Even the various superpower ships, which had been upgraded multiple times, rapidly lost durability as the Storm Serpent King's attacks slammed into them. Trying to contend with this boss with the power of a single individual was extremely foolish. "So what if you can fly? Did you really think that could save you?" Modem Rain, who watched from his bronze sailboat's deck, was quite satisfied to see the Thunder Eagle collide with the Storm Serpent King's attack. A flying mount could cross the sea quickly, but one still needed ships for naval combat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mist revealed the Thunder Eagle, still hovering above them as it dissipated. Sherfong and his comrades appeared completely unharmed atop the flying mount. "How is that possible?" Lu Xinglua stared, stun that had been a Tier 4 AoE attack, with just as much power as an intermediate mana pulse cannon. Such an attack would even shatter an intermediate defensive magic array, yet Shifeng's group had emerged unscathed. What? They blocked it? Quite a few powers, aside from Starlink and 13 Thrones, were paying attention to Shifeng's group. The Thunder Eagle was just too eye-catching. After all, while the players below were surprised to see that the Thunder Eagle had survived, Shifeng flew toward the Storm Serpent King. The King-class sea monster's attacks were immensely powerful, but Anna was no ordinary Tier 2 personal guard. Her Yin-Yang pillar was just as strong as an advanced defensive magic array. Tier 4 attacks wouldn't be enough to break it. Unfortunately, Shifeng's group couldn't rely on the Yin-Yang pillar to block every one of the Storm Serpent King's attacks. That last blow had already depleted almost 6% of Anna's mana reserves. At most, the personal guard could block another 15 or 16 attacks. Shifeng needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, he was not a ship, and he couldn't attack from hundreds of yards away. He had to get closer to the sea monster boss if he wanted to hit it. Due to the looting rules for sea monsters, he wanted to attack the Storm Serpent King personally. If he did not deal any damage, he wouldn't have any claim to the items the boss would drop. He would have to wait until someone else picked them up and kill that player to get what he wanted. However, trying to take an item from another player was easier said than done. The various powers would do everything in their power to protect the players that collected the loot. The moment the boss died would be the only opportunity he'd have to claim any of the loot. Everyone would be busy contesting for their share and wouldn't pay attention to him. This was why he had decided to attack once the Storm Serpent King had very little HP remaining. Don't even think of touching the boss that easily. Attack him, Lu Xinglua commanded. He recognized what Shifeng intended to do the moment he noticed the swordsman approach the Storm Serpent King. Several dozen ships within the boss's range immediately turned their attacks on the Thunder Eagle gnome cannons. Magic cannons. Several hundred cannonballs and beam attacks flew toward the Thunder Eagle, each with peak Tier 3 power. Moreover, every player in charge of these cannons was a refinement realm expert, and they all had an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. They were able to get an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. It's over. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened as he watched hundreds of beam attacks and cannonballs fly toward him. These attacks might not be as powerful or cover as much area as the Storm Serpent King's attacks, but there were many of them. Not even a fly could evade these attacks in time. Don't think I'm that easy to stop. Shifeng growled as he glanced at the incoming attacks. Do it, Anna. All players still had the opinion that magical classes were weaker than melee players in PvP. At best, a team treated its magical class members like mobile turrets. However, God's Domain's magical class personal guards were far more valuable than melee personal guards. The value of a magical class fine gold guard could even rival that of a melee dark gold guard. During Shifeng's previous life, most players with magical class fine gold guards had refused to trade, even when offered melee dark gold ranked personal guards at most. A powerful melee personal guard could annihilate a city by themselves, but a powerful magical class personal guard could obliterate an entire country. Hearing the command, Anna, who had completed her next spell's chant, waved her staff. Suddenly, a frightening amount of mana gathered around Anna. These mana fluctuations were even stronger than that of her previous spell. Several hundred magic arrays then manifested around Anna, their glowing light illuminating the stormy sky. Black and white chains shot forth from these arrays. Tier 3 over tier spell. Yin-Yang chains. Every one of these chains had peak Tier 3 power, and they were all under Anna's control. The chains blocked and countered every cannonball and energy beam in the air, and none of the attacks reached the Thunder Eagle. Impossible. The players below were dumbfounded by the scene. The sight astonished Melody and her companions on the Thunder Eagle as well. They had never thought that a personal guard could be so powerful that she could render Starlink's several dozen ships powerless. While everyone watched Anna block one round of Starlink's attacks after another, the Thunder Eagle came within 100 yards of the Storm Serpent King. With less than 5% of the boss's HP remaining, it had gone berserk, but since there were so many ships participating in this raid, several thousand remained. Despite the several thousand the King-class sea monster had already destroyed, once the flying mount was within range of the Storm Serpent King, Shifeng ordered Anna to attack the boss. Meanwhile, he pulled a Tier 4 magic scroll, which he had obtained from the Frost Monarch, From his bag, this Tier 4 magic scroll contained a single target spell, one that would be perfect against this boss's. The Storm Serpent King's HP fell to a critical low. Shurfeng unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. The mana around him grew turbulent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Tier 4 spell, Arctic Fall. Immediately, countless ice shards appeared and rained down from the sky. As the ice shards collided with the Storm Serpent King, they formed an icy shell around the boss. 1 second after the Storm Serpent King had been imprisoned, the shell shattered, and a damage of over -10 million appeared above the boss's head. Even surprising Shurfeng, this attack decimated the Storm Serpent King's remaining HP, and its titanic body slammed into the ocean, the impact forming a 30-meter-tall tidal wave that swept across the water's surface in a perfect ring. Chapter 2259, Snatching Loot. The moment the Storm Serpent King died, Shurfeng's experience bar skyrocketed since he hadn't been a part of a raid team. That last hit had allowed him to claim nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP. The boss definitely awarded a lot of EXP. I really got my money's worth for that Tier 4 magic scroll. Shurfeng was quite satisfied with his rising experience bar. Shurfeng had already reached level 90, and normally it would take him 4 or 5 days at least to fill his experience bar. However, the Storm Serpent King wasn't the usual boss. Sea monsters originally already granted more EXP than ordinary monsters, and combined with the fact that the Storm Serpent King was King class, it granted even more abundant EXP than a world boss of the same level. Each player would receive a sizable amount of EXP if they split it between 2 fleets. It was easy to imagine how much EXP Shurfeng had earned by monopolizing nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP in less than a second. Shurfeng had risen to level 91. After 2 more seconds, he reached level 92. His experience bar only began to slow after he had climbed to level 93 eventually. Shurfeng's experience bar stopped at 24% of level 93. Not even he had expected to receive so much EXP. Once the Storm Serpent King had died, the various major powers in the sea zone went mad, charging toward the boss's corpse without any hesitation. Quick, get the loot. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they rushed to claim the items. A mythic ranked king-class sea monster's loot was unimaginably tempting to current players. Not even the various superpowers' upper echelons could resist. Thousands of ships sped toward the sinking sea monster's corpse. The Storm Serpent King's corpse slowly began to disintegrate, and orbs of light began to appear around it. These orbs of light were none other than the boss's loot. However, unlike ordinary boss's loot, the Storm Serpent King didn't drop a single pile of items. Instead, the items scattered, floating through the air. By the time the loot reached the water's surface, a significant distance separated each orb. Players would have to swim for quite some time to get from one item to another. This setting prevented players from claiming all of the Storm Serpent King's loot for themselves. The Storm Serpent King had dropped a very large number of items. Easily more than 300 items had scattered within 200 yards of the boss's corpse, their beautiful lights decorating the area. Unfortunately, none of these players had the patience to admire the graceful scene. They all rushed toward the globes with everything they had. The various superpowers, on the other hand, began to work together to claim the items as if they had already negotiated a deal. They formed a barricade around the area, preventing outsiders from approaching the Sea of Lights. If you won't let us claim any of the treasure, you should forget about getting any, either. The various adventurer teams didn't need long to figure out the superpowers' goals. Instead of speeding toward the floating orbs, they put themselves in range of the superpowers' AoE attacks. Launching an assault, the adventurer teams had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even if they weren't a match for the superpowers' quality, they could make up for it by swarming their opponents. The various adventurer teams were fully capable of standing up to the various superpowers as equals for a time. Cannon fire filled the sea zone, especially near the Sea of Lights and the Storm Serpent King's corpse. Flying cannonballs blanketed the ocean, and anyone that tried to enter the area died instantly. Some of the superpowers, who thought their defenses were strong enough, had tried to send mysterious iron speedboats to claim the loot. Yet in the end, the ships and crew were blown to smithereens. What should we do? Guild leader? Blue Bamboo grew very anxious as she looked at this scene. Despite how close to the boss they were, ships had begun to fire at them before they had a chance to claim any of the loot. Moreover, far more ships attacked than when Starlink had assaulted them earlier. As a result, They had to distance themselves from the loot superpowers, and adventurer teams hammered the loot area with constant attacks, preventing anyone from getting close to the dropped items. Anyone that dared approach the loot would become everyone's enemy, and every ship in the area would attack. Not even the various superpowers dared to approach the area, stuck in a stalemate with the adventurer teams while they tried to think of a solution. Not even a bronze sailboat would last long against thousands of ships' weight here. "I'm going to give it a try," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The various adventurer teams and superpowers kept a close eye on the loot, and as more time passed, it would become harder to get one's hands on those items. At this rate, the adventurer teams and superpowers would be forced to sit down and negotiate terms, or the various superpowers would reveal a trump card to clear the area by force regardless of which outcome occurred. Shifeng wouldn't get anywhere near the Storm Serpent King's items. If he wanted to claim his share, he'd have to brave the cannon fire. Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Rings Gale domain and flew straight toward the loot area. Since he was significantly smaller than the Thunder Eagle, the ships would have a very hard time targeting him. In addition, Shifeng was far more agile than the Thunder Eagle, and with Tier 3 reaction speed, he had no trouble dodging the monotonous cannon fire black flames approaching the loot. "Kill him. Those items are ours." Many players quickly noticed Shifeng, and none of them showed any mercy as they bombarded him together. Cannonballs and energy beams flooded the loot area. The various powers attacked Shifeng with even more ferocity than their assault on the Storm Serpent King. Does Black Flame really think he can snatch the loot by relying on his own strength? When Modern Rain saw the various powers target Shifeng, the corners of his lips curled to form a delighted grin. While the idea was that everyone would have an opportunity to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot, the true outcome of this raid would be based on the later negotiations. The quantity and quality of items each power would receive would be determined by their strength. This was also why Elder Wu had dared to offer Shifeng a teleportation stone to the Tower of 4 Gods. Shifeng seemed to have some difficulty dodging the various powers' attacks, and as he got closer to the loot area, the more concentrated the attacks became. Some superpowers had even begun to use their basic mana pulse cannons against the swordsman. Not only did the basic mana pulse cannons' attacks possess a huge 20-yard radius AoE, but they also carried incredible power. Anna was only able to stop a few of the shots with her yin-yang pillar. How ruthless! The superpower's bombardment astonished Shifeng. Basic mana pulse cannons were war weapons. Installing them on a city's walls was troublesome enough, and trying to install them on a ship was even more of a challenge. Installing a single basic mana pulse cannon would cost around 70,000 gold, and once it had been installed, it couldn't be removed. If the ship sank, all of the invested money would go to waste as a mana pulse cannon's energy beam swiftly approached. Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain, gaining damage immunity for 10 seconds. Although the skill protected him from damage, he wasn't immune to the resulting impact. That one hit nearly plunged him into the ocean. Fortunately, basic mana pulse cannons had a very long cooldown. Even if multiple superpowers had them equipped, they couldn't fire unceasingly at Shifeng. A second later, Shifeng entered the loot area. Cannonballs continued to buzz through the area, but Shifeng's basic attributes were incredibly high. Even if a cannonball hit him, it barely affected his movement. However, since the various powers concentrated their cannon fire, Shifeng only caught a glimpse of a few items. He couldn't tell what any of the other items were. With little choice, Shifeng dashed for the items that were closest to him and those surrounded by dense mana. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. Shifeng picked up more items, and the various superpowers went mad, firing 1 mana pulse cannon at him after another. "Die. Kill him. Those treasures are mine." Lu Xinglua's eyes were almost fully red with rage as he watched Shifeng claim the loot. With how bright the light globes were, it was easy to watch them vanish from so far away. According to Lu Xinglua's count, Shifeng had already picked up 17 items, which was likely even more than Starlink would get after the negotiations ended. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Lu Xinglua bellowed, it didn't affect Shifeng's looting spree. With less than a second of Absolute Domain's duration, Shifeng sighed as he pulled a Tier 1 instantaneous teleportation scroll from his bag. He activated the scroll immediately, vanishing from the loot area. Chapter 2260 Big Harvest. The various powers' craze grew even more intense after Shifeng had left the loot area in less than 10 seconds. As many as 26 light globes had disappeared from the Sea of Lights. The Storm Serpent King had only dropped a little over 300 items, and even if each participating power only received one, there wouldn't be enough items for everyone. And now, Shifeng had gotten away with nearly 1/10 of the King-class sea monster's loot. The most infuriating part about all of it was how little Shifeng had contributed to the raid. The various powers, on the other hand, had lost a large number of speedboats. The imbalance of the situation only incited a deep hatred for Shifeng. Kill him at all costs. Some particularly furious superpowers stopped focusing on the loot area and fired their mana pulse cannons when they found where Shifeng had reappeared. The various adventurer teams saw their opportunity. With the loot in a single location, the various superpowers could guard the items easily, but now that Shifeng had taken some of these items and teleported elsewhere, the Storm Serpent King's loot had been split. This would make safeguarding the loot a much greater challenge for the various superpowers, which presented an opportunity they could take advantage of. The various adventurer teams immediately used their trump cards against Shifeng. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Spatial Lock. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Soul Chaser. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Stormy Weather. Any adventurer team that could survive on Dragonheart Island, especially the island's top 10, was far stronger than an ordinary adventurer team. Even the weakest of them had a foundation that could rival a pseudo-super first-rate guild. These top 10 adventurer teams might not possess large-scale war weapons like the basic mana pulse cannons, but acquiring Tier 4 magic scrolls wasn't impossible. Spatial Lock would prevent all players in an area from teleporting, while Soul Chaser would lock the target in place, allowing the user to keep track of their position for a certain time. As for Stormy Weather, it summoned a powerful magic barrier that trapped targets within. All three spells were Tier 4, and practically impossible for current players to escape. These people are insane. Swimming Dragon paled as he watched the magic barrier form around them. Do they really need to go this far? Tier 4 magic scrolls were incomparably precious. Although they were not as valuable as epic items, each Tier 4 magic scroll was worth half as much. Yet the adventurer teams below had used 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls in a row. Their small party had practically no hope of escape now. This kid really is amazing. He actually snatched 26 items on his first try. I doubt we'll even get that many after the negotiations, the masked man beside Elder Wu commented. He sighed ruefully, however, and continued, "It's a pity that this is a superpowers game. How could it be so easy to steal food from a tiger's mouth?" Even if the various adventurer teams hadn't attacked Shifeng, the superpowers would certainly take him down. Shifeng had simply taken too much of the loot. Worse, he had gotten close enough to pick and choose which items he took. Even if he hadn't taken the best of the loot, he definitely hadn't claimed the worst of it. It didn't take much effort to determine an item's quality based on the mana density around it. Shifeng had taken at least 10% of the loot's total value. How could the various superpowers afford to let Shifeng and his party leave with their lives? He is a fool that doesn't recognize his own limitations, the masked woman coldly commented. If he hadn't been so stubborn, he would have acquired a tower of 4 gods teleportation stone at least. Now he'll have nothing at all. The masked woman was still annoyed with Shifeng's prior behavior. 13 Thrones was a bona fide super guild, and had existed in the virtual gaming world for nearly a century. Moreover, it occupied a significant portion of God's domain's eastern continent. Countless powers sought an alliance with the guild, yet Shifeng refused to cherish the opportunity he had been offered. Hence, she was quite pleased to see him in such a precarious situation. Even mythic monsters would have trouble escaping the Tier 4 Stormy Weather's magic barrier. Surrounded by so many enraged powers in such a cramped space, Shifeng wouldn't even escape death if he had multiple vulnerability skills. Guild leader Black Flame, we're in trouble. With us trapped in this barrier, we'll become moving targets for the powers below us, Melody stated grimly as she looked at the magic barrier that had completed around them, targeted by several thousand ships. Not even Anna could protect them from every attack. Moreover, the various powers had marked their souls. Even if they dove into the ocean, there was nowhere they could hide. These powers certainly came prepared. Shifeng smiled at the magic barrier surrounding them. Are you still in the mood to smile at a time like this, Big Brother Black Flame? Blue Bamboo whined when she saw his grin. They had gone to great lengths to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot. Yet before they had a chance to inspect the items, they were going to die. It was a huge loss here. Take these. Shifeng said as he took out 2 tokens made of 7 luminaries crystals. He then handed Thoughtful Rain and Melody one each 7 luminaries crystal. Melody's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when she saw the token in her hand at this stage of the game. Everyone in God's domain knew how valuable 7 luminaries crystals were. They were necessary for upgrading players' mindspace systems, which was useful both in-game and in the real world. Even when a large guild like Ninth Heaven found some, they only obtained 2 or 3 units at most. Yet the Palm's Eyes token in Melody's hand was made entirely of 7 luminaries crystal. By her estimates, the token should be more than 40 units. It could easily fetch an astronomical sum on the market. One wouldn't even have a problem trading it for 2 or 3 epic items. However, Melody quickly discovered that this token was not as simple as it appeared. As she held the token, the ambient mana began to gather around her. As a half-elf, she was far more sensitive to mana than human players. Hence, she could tell that the mana around her had grown at least 20% denser during the brief moment she held the crystal token. This was definitely a priceless treasure. Stop daydreaming. This is the teleportation stone to enter the Tower of 4 Gods. Melody, take Dragon with you. Rain, you'll take Bamboo. Teleport away from here now. Shifeng barked when he noticed Melody's dazed expression. Although he had blindly picked up loot, he had obtained quite a few items by searching for higher mana density among these items. He had claimed 5 Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stones. These teleportation stones were incomparably valuable. Not even a mythic-ranked king-class sea monster would drop more than 30 teleportation stones on its first kill. Yet Shifeng had claimed 5 for himself. He had profited greatly from this trip. If 13 Thrones people learned this, they'd die from envy. With so many superpowers participating in the raid, even a top-ranked super guild like 13 Thrones would be lucky to claim 3 or 4 teleportation stones after the negotiations. The ordinary superpowers would likely be limited to a single stone. The Tower of 4 Gods had been created by an ancient civilization for the gods. As long as one had one of the tower's teleportation stones, they could enter the tower from anywhere in God's domain, even from a special place like the Thunder God's secret land. A measly Tier 4 magic scroll couldn't disable such a powerful teleportation stone. Hearing Shifeng's orders, realization dawned on Melody and Swimming Dragon, and they flashed the swordsman a grateful look. The Tower of 4 Gods entry slots were beyond precious. The various superpowers' madness to reclaim the teleportation stones made that clear. Receiving an entry slot was akin to encountering a golden opportunity to further one's development. Yet most experts would never have such a chance. No one would have been surprised if Shifeng had given a teleportation stone to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, since they were Zero Wing members, but he had handed Melody and Swimming Dragon, both outsiders, entry slots. Not even a superpowers guild leader would be so generous. Alright, hurry it up. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Shifeng urged his companions as the ships below prepared to open fire. Melody and Swimming Dragon nodded and stopped hesitating. Following which, Shifeng, Melody, and Thoughtful Rain began to activate their teleportation stones. A moment later, 3 large-scale magic arrays enveloped Shifeng's group. The arrays remained intact even as the various powers' cannon fire struck them. Similarly, Shifeng and his comrades were safe within the magic arrays. What's going on? A defensive magic array. When the players below realized that Shifeng's group hadn't taken any damage from their bombardment, they were stunned. They had fired several thousand cannonballs, in addition to a few energy beams from basic mana pulse cannons. Each of those energy beams contained Tier 4 power, and they were even capable of punching a hole through a city's defensive magic array. Yet they had done nothing to the array protecting Shifeng's party. While the various powers stared at Shifeng's group in confusion, a spatial tear opened before the flying players. Shifeng and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light as they shot through the tear, vanishing. They were gone? How is that possible? Didn't we seal the area with a Tier 4 magic scroll? Frustrated and confused, the various major powers wondered how Shifeng's group had managed to escape. The various superpowers' upper echelons, on the other hand, had turned ashen. There was only one way they could think of: that Shifeng had been able to ignore the cannon fire and Tier 4 spatial locks effects. He had used the Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stones. Chapter 2261, Land of Gods. After Shifeng's group had left the sea zone, silence fell over the area. Now that he's used the teleportation stone to escape, there's no point in chasing him, the masked man beside Elder Wu said. With a slight hint of admiration in his tone, he continued. He managed to secure 26 items by himself. He'll likely have benefited the most from raiding the Storm Serpent King. 13 Thrones wasn't even likely to secure 3 teleportation stones after the negotiations. Yet Shifeng had used 3 to escape. Since the swordsman had gotten away with 26 items in total, he had certainly acquired more than just 3 teleportation stones. In other words, Shifeng had walked away with more teleportation stones than 13 Thrones would see from this raid. The participating powers have severely suffered to slay the Storm Serpent King. Since Shifeng stole so much of the loot, he's made every one of them his enemy, the masked woman stated dryly. He might have escaped with the treasure, but he nor Zero Wing have any hope of developing on Dragonheart Island. Many superpowers had gathered on Dragonheart Island, and one couldn't discount the top 10 adventurer teams that led various independent powers. Not even 13 Thrones dared to provoke all of these powers at once. Yet Shifeng had done just that. His very survival on Dragonheart Island would be a miracle. Dragonheart Island was an important trade hub. No one who wanted to develop in the Sea of Death could avoid the island. If the various land-based powers wanted to further their development, they couldn't ignore their naval expansion. Resources were far more abundant in the Sea of Death than they were on land, and the sea had the highest concentration of neutral races. Furthermore, many resources required naval transportation. If a power ignored its naval development, it would have to depend on other powers for many aspects of its growth. This would severely restrict its development. This was why the various powers, particularly the first-rate and stronger powers, frantically invested in their naval development, and yet, he managed to secure quite a few teleportation stones for the Tower of Four Gods. His future might not be as bleak as you think, the masked man countered while shaking his head. He very much disagreed with the masked woman. The Tower of Four Gods had existed long before the Great Destruction. Not even the ancient gods could destroy the tower. After the Great Destruction, the Tower of Four Gods had been involved in the rise of many kingdoms and empires. That fact alone made it clear that the tower had plenty of opportunities to offer. All right, that's enough. Whether that kid has provoked the various powers or not is none of our business. For now, focus on the remaining treasures. Elder Wu snapped, glancing at the masked man and woman. Shifeng's success in seizing many of the dropped items had surprised him, but that was all. He felt nothing about the situation beyond that. Meanwhile, among Starlink's fleet, Guild leader, what should we do? We have no way to reach Black Flame now that he's teleported to the Tower of Four Gods. Bright Dawn asked, staring at where Shifeng had been with a twisted expression. Oh, we have no way? Lu Xinglua suddenly laughed. How can we have no other method to reach him? Since Black Flame dares to steal food from the tiger's mouth, I will send him to hell. Have someone spread the rumor that Black Flame has obtained a fragmented legendary item and a large number of entry slots to the Tower of Four Gods. I want to see how he intends to survive in God's domain as the rumor spreads. The Storm Serpent King was a mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Although Lu Xinglua did not know if the boss would actually drop fragmented legendary items, this had been the boss's first kill. As far as the public knew, it wasn't impossible for the Storm Serpent King to drop a fragmented legendary item. Every player in the Stormy Sea Zone had watched Shifeng snatch a bunch of items. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item was so rare that not even every superpower in God's domain had one. It was easy to imagine how tempting a fragmented legendary item would be. A fragmented legendary item wasn't like a flying mount, which bound to a player upon use. A flying mount wouldn't drop if its owner died. But fragmented legendary items were a different story. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, Bright Dawn said, a big grin appearing on his face. Not only had Shifeng provoked Dragonheart Island's various powers, but now, the public would assume he held a priceless treasure. He had no hope of avoiding death now. Shortly after Shifeng's group had disappeared, the various superpowers and adventurer teams resumed their intense struggle over the remaining loot. When Shifeng and the others opened their eyes, they were flabbergasted by the scene before them. They were surrounded by a galaxy of stars. It was simply beautiful. Waiting within the core of this galaxy was a tower of immeasurable height. Not only was the tower's aura unimaginably powerful, but it also felt strangely eternal. The god's divine might couldn't even rival 1/100% of the tower's aura. So, this is the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng was overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at the colossal set of golden doors before him. The doors were easily several thousand meters tall. He had seen gods in God's domain before, and they couldn't even compare to these golden doors, much less the Tower of Four Gods itself. If the five of them hadn't stood so far away from the doors, the pressure radiating off of the doors would have been enough to flatten them, even from this distance. Shifeng felt as if he were carrying several hundred kilograms on his back. The smallest movement was incredibly difficult, let alone walking forward. He had only ever heard about the Tower of Four Gods in the past, never actually visited it. However, after standing here now, he finally understood why even Tier 6 God-ranked experts had repeated visited this place. The eternal energy in this space was simply astounding. Eternal energy was far superior to elemental mana. Just by being in this space, Shifeng's mind was unprecedentedly clear. He could now understand and solve many of the problems he had faced before with ease. The Tower of Four Gods was definitely the perfect place for players to improve their combat standards and master their skills and spells. While Shifeng's group was intoxicated on the eternal energy, the phantom of a man appeared from the void. He was over a dozen meters tall and fully equipped in silver armor. The man also radiated a boundless divine might. Yet Shifeng couldn't discern any details about this NPC. Outsiders, welcome to the Tower of Four Gods. The man lowered his head to look at Shifeng and the others. Since you have arrived via teleportation stones, according to the agreement the ancient gods had made so long ago, you will be allowed into the tower. The Tower of Four Gods had 7 floors, and each has several trials awaiting you. As you clear these trials, you will be able to ascend within the tower. In return, you will gain more abundant rewards. Each of you will have 3 chances within the Tower of Four Gods. After 3 deaths, your trial will come to an end, and you will be barred from this place for 360 natural days. I hope you cherish this opportunity. If you don't have any questions, you may enter the tower now. After saying so, the man waved a hand. Shifeng and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light and vanished through the golden doors. Chapter 2262, Storm Serpent King's Loot. After entering the tower, Shifeng found himself in a vast, endless plain. Packs of wild wolves, each consisting of 3 to 5, wandered this endless plain. These wolves bore 2 heads, and each possessed a pair of glowing green eyes. Scorching flames enveloped their bodies, and the wolves' eerie auras felt as if they had climbed up from the pits of hell in search of fresh souls. Twin-headed Netherfire Wolf. Demonic creature. Lord. Level 93. HP 27. 000 000/27. 000 As soon as Shifeng inspected one of the 2-headed wolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: kill 1,500 twin-headed Netherfire wolves within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. So, this is a trial of the Tower of Four Gods. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after reading the notification. The first floor's trial was not as difficult as he had assumed, although he hadn't entered the Tower of Four Gods himself. He had heard quite a bit about it during his previous life. The Tower of Four Gods had a total of 7 floors, and each floor was a world of its own. Meanwhile, each world had a total of 3 trials. These trials were straightforward. Players were only required to kill monsters, nothing else. After all, might was right in God's domain, and everything other than strength was inconsequential. Without sufficient might, the various kingdoms and empires wouldn't have defeated the other powerful races and ruled over the God's domain continent for tens of thousands of years. The rewards for clearing the tower's trials were secondary to most expert players. The experience was far more important due to the Tower of Four Gods' eternal energy. This was the best place in God's domains for players to train. Not only could players exert their skills and spells to their full potential, but they could also execute combat techniques without worrying about running out of stamina and concentration. Players could rapidly develop their combat standards here. This was also why Tier 6 God-rank players had still tried to enter the Tower of Four Gods despite their standing. Even for Tier 6 God-rank players, exerting 100% of Tier 5 skills and spells effects was an extreme challenge, not to mention Tier 6 skills and spells. They had the same issue with their more powerful combat techniques unfortunately. Not even the mana in a main city could assist tier 5 and 6 classes. They'd have to rely on a location like the Tower of Four Gods to practice their high-tiered skills, spells, and powerful combat techniques. This feature drove any player that visited the tower to remain within it for as long as possible, rather than rushing through the trials. If they missed this opportunity, they'd have to wait 360 natural days before they could enter the tower again. After a glance at the wandering Netherfire wolves, Shurfeng sat on the grassy plain and inspected the loot he had obtained from the Storm Serpent King. Instead of rushing to kill the nearby monsters, killing level 93 lords wouldn't be difficult for Shurfeng. In fact, this first trial was quite simple. 3 days was more than enough time to kill 1,500 Netherfire wolves. Since he had been in such a hurry, he had only spared a glance for the items he had picked up. Now that he had some time, he had to inspect his gains properly. If he had gotten lucky, he might have acquired something that could increase his combat power and his chances of clearing the Tower of Four Gods trials. After several minutes of looking through his harvest, Shurfeng took a sharp, deep breath. Most of the 26 items he had picked up were level 90 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. None of the weapons or equipment pieces were epic rank, so they were of no use to Shurfeng. If he sold these items, however, the various major powers would fight over them like madmen. Current players were nowhere near level 90, and top-tier level 90 weapons and equipment would provide the various powers an edge over their rivals. Most of the other items were materials from the Storm Serpent King's body, such as Storm Serpent King's scales. All of these materials were epic rank and could increase sailboats' defenses and durability. Of the two most valuable items, one was the extremely rare epic material, Spatial Crystal, and the other was a design for the bronze-ranked Storm Speedboat. If the various powers knew that I picked this up, they'd do everything in their power to kill me, Shurfeng said, chuckling as he looked at the Storm Speedboat design. The Spatial Crystal could be used to repair the mysterious iron-ranked Hurricane Sailboat, but it wasn't nearly as valuable as the Storm Speedboat design. The Hurricane Sailboat might be the strongest ship available at this stage of the game, but it couldn't withstand attacks from several thousand ships if he had enough materials. However, he could produce an unlimited number of bronze speedboats with the Storm Speedboat design. Not even the various superpowers could form a fleet of bronze speedboats, led by a mysterious iron speedboat. Yet now, Zero Wing could. For some time now, Zero Wing had been stockpiling Ancient Origin and Diamond Wood, the two main materials to construct the Storm Speedboat. Zero Wing could definitely create the strongest player fleet in the game. This would also resolve the guild's lack of naval strength. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng even considered leaving the Tower of Four Gods to start production on the Storm Speedboats immediately. Fortunately, he suppressed the urge. Entering the Tower of Four Gods hadn't been easy, and if he left now, he'd suffer an incredible loss. The environment he was in would even be helpful to tier 5 and 6 players, not to mention a tier 2 player like himself. Finished with his loot, Shurfeng decided to stop wasting time. He stored the Spatial Crystal and Storm Speedboat design, and hastily walked toward the nearest pack of twin-headed Netherfire wolves. The 5 Netherfire wolves noticed Shurfeng as soon as he was within 100 yards of the pack. Their perception was far more sensitive than ordinary level 93 lords. The 5 Netherfire wolves were very smart. Like real wolves, they did not move alone. They slowly surrounded Shurfeng and planned their attack from multiple sides, searching for weaknesses. Why are they so intelligent? The Netherfire wolves' behavior surprised Shurfeng. Ordinary level 93 lords couldn't employ such a strategy. Monsters this intelligent generally had combat standards on par with the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Before Shurfeng could refocus, the 5 Netherfire wolves pounced from 5 different directions. The Netherfire wolves were even larger than a normal lion. If 5 of them attacked together, they could topple a large elephant. However, these Netherfire wolves were still only Lord-ranked monsters. They might be a threat to ordinary Tier 2 players, but their attack speed was too low to be effective against Shurfeng. Their attack patterns were also quite obvious. Shurfeng evaded the Netherfire wolves' attacks with slight movements. As the monsters brushed past him, he brandished Killing Ray and Twilight's blade. Shadow Blade. Like shooting stars, 10 sword lights sliced at the 5 Netherfire wolves. The impact threw all 5 Netherfire wolves as 2 damages of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. The counterattack heavily injured all 5 monsters, and with pained whimpers, they turned back to Shurfeng with fear in their eyes. System Shadow Blade completion rate 100%, resulting in 150% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +5 100%. Is this the Tower of Four Gods effect? Feng was stunned to see the system notification Shadow Blade was a Tier 2 skill. Normally, his completion rate with the skill was only at 90%. He only achieved a 91% or 92% completion rate on rare occasions. Tier 2 skills were far more complex than Tier 1 skills, and if he hadn't had a decade of experience playing God's Domain, he wouldn't even have executed Shadow Blade at 85% completion rate, and yet, despite his casual manner, the results had been so excellent. If he could reliably execute his skills with such a high completion rate, his combat power would increase tremendously. He'd even achieve an overwhelming victory against an opponent with equal attributes and combat standards. Flaming passion began to burn in his eyes. Feng immediately charged at the frightened twin-headed Netherfire wolves in an attempt to replicate the feeling of his previous attack. Chapter 2263, Sacred Training Ground. As soon as Feng stepped forward, the 5 twin-headed Netherfire wolves did something that even surprised Feng, as if they had pre-planned it. The Netherfire wolves turned and fled. They weren't behaving like normal monsters at all. Their intellect is this high. Feng frowned slightly as he watched the monsters flee. He had seen monsters run from players before, but he rarely saw monsters flee the moment they were injured. Despite having most of their HP remaining, this wouldn't have been such an issue if he had been hunting monsters in the fields, but he was on a time limit here. If every Netherfire wolf reacted like this trial would be far more difficult than Feng had assumed. These Netherfire wolves' movement speeds were high, and if they split up and fled to other wolf packs, he would need far more time to kill a single Netherfire wolf. A half-step refinement realm expert would very likely fail the trial, however. Before these Netherfire wolves could even put a few yards between them and Feng, he had already executed void steps and appeared beside one of them. The Netherfire wolf didn't even notice him. My technique execution has improved so drastically? As Feng looked down at the oblivious Netherfire wolf beside him, he was shocked. Unlike players, monsters didn't heavily rely on their vision to notice opponents. Trying to approach a monster with a technique like void steps without being detected was a major challenge, akin to using void steps against a void realm expert. Experts wouldn't have to rely on their vision to perceive the world around them once they reached the void realm, yet now, void steps forced his opponent to ignore more than just his visible presence. When he executed void steps while bathed in eternal energy, he became one with the environment. Now, even the Netherfire wolf's bestial senses couldn't find him before the Netherfire wolf could react. Feng slashed at it again with Killing Ray. The sacred sword suddenly vanished, and blood gushed from multiple lacerations on the Netherfire wolf's body. Damages exceeding -100,000 appeared above the Lord's head, one after another, and this all happened in an instant. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash was a bronze offensive combat technique Feng had obtained from the Empire's primordial divine ruins, but like his sword's transmigration, Lightning Flash was far more complex than an ordinary bronze combat technique. Despite having reached the Ascension realm, Feng found it difficult to master. Originally, Feng had wanted to reach Tier 3 before attempting to master Lightning Flash. However, now that he had the help of eternal energy, he barely managed to execute the technique properly. With just one attack, the Netherfire wolf had lost nearly 1/12 of its HP. Yet Feng had depleted more than half of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash, and his mental clarity plummeted. It's a pity that I'm still a little off the mark, but at least I know that it isn't entirely impossible to use Lightning Flash at Tier 2. Regardless of Feng's mental state, he was satisfied. Lightning Flash was different from Sword's Transmigration in that it was a fully offensive type combat technique. Although he could attack with Sword's Transmigration, the technique's movements involved defensive maneuvers. The bronze combat technique incorporated both offense and defense. With a fully offensive bronze combat technique, a void realm expert could thoroughly suppress a domain realm expert if there were a negligible difference between the combatant's basic attributes. However, his Lightning Flash wasn't complete. He could only employ a portion of the technique's true strength. Executing Lightning Slash perfectly meant using a series of 17 attacks and merging them all seamlessly. The technique allowed its user to harm opponents of a higher tier for a brief moment. Unfortunately, Feng could only combine 13 attacks right now, barely achieving Lightning Flash's minimum requirement. At this standard, Lightning Flash operated like an advanced combat technique, not a bronze combat technique. After landing the attack, Feng adjusted his posture and executed Lightning Flash once more. Within the Tower of Four Gods, His stamina and concentration recovery speeds were far faster than in the outside world. Even if he repeatedly employed bronze combat techniques here, his stamina and concentration would quickly replenish. Naturally, he couldn't waste his time in such a beneficial environment. The first level 93, twin-headed Netherfire Wolf fell at Shifeng's hands in less than 20 seconds. Not even a 6-man party of the same level could slay a Netherfire Wolf as quickly as Shifeng had while Shifeng continued to train. Swimming Dragon, Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo began to do the same after discovering the Tower of Four Gods benefits for 3 days. The 5 of them slew Netherfire Wolves without rest. At the rate Shifeng killed the monsters, he could have completed the first trial in less than a day. But he didn't hurry to do so. Instead, he reflected on his actions and practiced Lightning Flash and his Tier 2 skills. He also gained a significant amount of EXP from killing the Netherfire Wolves. His leveling speed was just as fast as his normal grinding speed elsewhere. Moreover, the Netherfire Wolves also dropped considerably good loot, earning Shifeng a lot of level 90 bronze weapons and equipment. His improvement speed over the 3 days was off the charts. By the time the trial was close to ending, Shifeng could reliably execute Lightning Flash, only consuming 1/3 of his concentration with each use. Unfortunately, he was still limited to 13 slashes. He was missing something. Shifeng only killed the last Netherfire Wolf as the 3-day time limit was nearly upus. The last twin-headed Netherfire Wolf died. The scenery around Shifeng changed again. Although he was still in an endless plain, the monsters had changed now. Ghost warriors roamed the plain, carrying weapons and shields. These ghost warriors moved in groups of 6, with some on defense, some focusing on melee offense, and others assigned to ranged attacks. They were like a well-rounded raid party for bosses: Ghost Warrior, Undead, Lord, level 93. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. System: kill 600 Ghost Warriors within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure, wasting no time. Shifeng charged at a Ghost Warrior party. The Ghost Warriors didn't attack the moment they noticed Shifeng. Instead, the 2 shield-wielding Ghost Warriors moved to intercept his charge, while the 2 spear-wielding warriors moved behind them. The 2 spear-wielders prepared to attack the instant Shifeng encountered the tanks. Meanwhile, the 2 Ghost Warriors carrying bows spread out to attack Shifeng from the sides. The Ghost Warriors' combat standards were clearly a cut above the Netherfire Wolves. Using the Trial Tower as a reference, they were at the 3rd floor middle stage standard. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert tried to take on this 6-man monster party, they'd likely struggle to escape, much less defeat their opponents. Fortunately, these Ghost Warriors were no threat to Shifeng. Like the previous trial, he continued to practice his lightning flash. Fighting humanoid monsters would help him improve far faster than fighting beasts. The Ghost Warriors also provided better loot and more EXP than the Netherfire Wolves. The Netherfire Wolves hadn't dropped a single piece of mysterious iron equipment, yet the Ghost Warriors did on occasion. As for the EXP, the Ghost Warriors provided 3 times more than the Netherfire Wolves, which had already granted more EXP than ordinary level 93 lords. As a result, Shifeng's experience bar filled rapidly. By the time Shifeng cleared the second trial, he had reached 94. The scene around Shifeng changed after he cleared the second trial, but when he saw his new opponents, he was astonished. The third trial took place in an ancient coliseum which was home to 10 fully armed giants. Every one of these giants was Tier 2. They weren't monsters. They were bona fide Tier 2 NPCs. Giant Gladiator. Giant, Tier 2, level 94. HP 5, 400, 000/5. 400, 000. The giant race was a talented one. Not only did giants command immeasurable strength, but their earth affinity was unparalleled as well. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, unlike players, NPC giants had inherited the giant race's attributes perfectly. They wielded far more combat power than ordinary Tier 2 NPCs. And now, Shifeng had to face 10 of them. System: kill 10 giant gladiators within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Chapter 2264, Breaking Through 100%. Although the time limit isn't that short, this trial is far more difficult than the last, Shifeng thought as he observed the 10 giant gladiators standing on the elevated platform in the center of the Colosseum. If a half-step refinement realm expert attempted this challenge, they'd likely need a full set of up-to-date dark gold equipment to have a chance of passing. Unlike monsters, NPCs had many skills and spells under their command. Their combat standards were also leagues above monsters. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs' strength within the same tier. This was due to the individual NPCs' weapons and equipment. An NPC in full dark gold equipment would undoubtedly have a huge basic attribute advantage over one in bronze equipment of the 10 NPC giants on the platform. The weakest wore bronze equipment, while the strongest was geared in fine gold-ranked items. With the giant race's innate talents, a human player's basic attributes might not be as high, even fully geared in dark gold equipment. Players could only clear this trial by relying on their techniques. External items and berserk skills were prohibited within the Tower of Four Gods. Players could only rely on their strength to clear the trials. The third trial's difficulty level made the first 2 trials look like warm-ups. While this was the beginning of the true test, however, Shifeng did not give the matter much thought and approached the elevated platform. After 6 days of training, he had hit a bottleneck. No matter what he tried, he could only perform, at most, 14 slashes with lightning flash. He had only reduced his concentration consumption to 1/4 of his total as well. He would need far more time to improve with the technique. Hence, instead of wasting an entire day training without seeing any improvement to his combat power, he decided to clear the first floor's trials and move on to the second floor. The moment Shifeng set foot on the platform, one of the NPC giants stepped forward and moved into the platform center. As the giant reached Shifeng, it swung its 2-handed axe at the swordsman. Dense Earth-type mana enveloped the axe. Not only did the Earth-type mana increase the axe's weight by a substantial degree, but it also intensified the gravitational force where Shifeng stood, reducing his mobility. A combat technique? Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as the giant's attack approached. Combat techniques were not unique to players. In fact, they had always existed in God's domains. The legacy stone tablets were evidence of this. However, NPCs had a much harder time learning combat techniques than players. Normally, NPCs would only encounter combat techniques after reaching Tier 3. Even so, a small minority were actually capable of executing these combat techniques. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised to see this Tier 2 giant use a combat technique against him? Even a basic combat technique could significantly elevate an NPC's combat power. Taking into account that the Tier 2 giant's combat standards were at the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage, this NPC could easily pummel a half-step refinement realm expert. Only to Shifeng, the giant's attack was quite crude. He blocked the giant's axe with a light swing of the Twilight Blade, countering with a slash from Killing Ray and taking advantage of the giant's blind spot Shadow Blade. 10 dazzling stars flew toward the Tier 2 giant. Just as they were about to hit their target, their paths intersected as pairs merged. The 5 resulting stars radiated an even more resplendent glow. System: Shadow Blade completion rate 101%, resulting in 170% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 10. When the 5 stars collided with the giant, the impact through the NPC, and 5 damages of over -200,000 appeared above his head, one after another. By the time the giant hit the ground, he was momentarily paralyzed. What a powerful effect. The result of Shifeng's counterattack astonished him. After 6 days of continuous training, he could reliably execute Shadow Blade with a 100% completion rate. He certainly hadn't expected to break past that now. As a result of crossing the 100% threshold, Shadow Blade had gained a new effect that paralyzed the target for 1 second. Of course, surpassing a 100% completion rate with a skill was intensely difficult, but after experiencing it, Shifeng had a rough understanding of Shadow Blade's essence. Now, even once he left the Tower of Four Gods, he was confident in achieving a 100% completion rate with the skill. Shifeng appeared by the giant and swung Killing Ray before the paralyzed NPC had time to recover. Lightning Flash. 14 sword lights simultaneously cut through the NPC giant, reducing the giant's HP to a critical low. Shifeng immediately followed up the Twilight Blade, executing Purgatory Pentaslash, removing the last of the giant's HP. The fight with the first giant lasted no more than 3 seconds. The other NPC giants watched from a corner of the arena with grim expressions. All right, Next, Shifeng demanded, flashing the giants a hungry look. Swimming dragon and the others would likely struggle to defeat these NPC giants, but Shifeng's basic attributes were even higher than a Tier 3 players of the same level, and his physique and reaction speed were only slightly inferior. If he had trouble with these Tier 2 giants despite his massive advantages, he might as well retire from God's domain now. However, Shifeng had to admit that these NPC giants granted a lot of EXP, even more than great lords of the same level. His experience bar had risen by a sizable chunk after killing the first giant. Unfortunately, the NPC hadn't dropped any loot. Shifeng defeated all 10 NPC giants in less than 5 minutes, as the last NPC died. The scenery changed yet again. This time, Shifeng had been transported into a temple the instant Shifeng arrived. He sensed that the eternal energy here was far less dense. There was simply no comparison to the first floor's eternal energy. Meanwhile, a large number of snake monsters wandered the temple. Not only were these monsters massive, almost as tall as a 2-story building, but they each had a total of 6 heads as well. 6-headed hell snake. Bloodline creature. Lord. Level 94. HP 42. 000. 000/42. 000/000. Bloodline creatures? Shifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the temple's 6-headed hellsnakes. He hadn't expected the second floor to be much more of a challenge than the first floor. Bloodline creatures were elite existences among creatures of the same tier. They also possessed bloodline abilities and extraordinary combat power. Not even the Tier 2 giant NPCs were guaranteed to win against these hellsnakes in a one-on-one fight, but after his brief shock, Shifeng's face lit up with joy. Bloodline creatures were extremely rare. Even Shifeng only knew of a few places that possessed bloodline creatures. He had considered grinding the Nagas in the Thunder Temple's side temple to collect bloodline power, but it seemed that he could save himself the trip. System. Congratulations. You have cleared the first floor's trials and reached the Tower of 4 Gods' second floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day or begin the second floor's trials immediately. I've been training without rest for quite some time. Even if my mind is clear, my physical body has been more or less affected. I should log off and rest for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided to accept the system's offer to rest. By the time Shifeng exited his virtual gaming cabin, sunlight streamed into his room. It was already afternoon. Shifeng stretched, suddenly feeling physically powerless. Moreover, he was intensely hungry, and every cell in his body practically screamed for nutrients. He was also quite lightheaded and sleepy. What's going on? Shifeng's physical state surprised him. If he hadn't willed himself awake, he likely would have lost consciousness. Chapter 2265 Tower of 4 Gods Effect. Shifeng rapidly lost stamina due to his severe lack of energy. Ignoring the cause of his deprivation, for now, Shifeng moved to the fridge in his room and retrieved one of the life potions within. He popped the cap and downed the bottle's contents without hesitation as the life potion flowed down his throat. Shifeng felt a warmth spread throughout his body, and his mind started to clear after the drink warmed him. His cells devoured the nutrients like ravenous wolves. When he had first consumed the life potion, his body had needed 3 to 5 days to process it. Yet now, his body rapidly absorbed its nutrients after about 10 minutes. Shifeng felt as if he had been resurrected. He had also completely digested the life potion. If any internal force expert saw this, their eyes would likely fall from their sockets. The life potion contained a frightening amount of nutrients, and even an internal force expert would need 3 days to process the powerful drink after training to their physical limits. Moreover, they would have to continue training like a madman during that time. Yet Shifeng had digested the life potion in 10 minutes and still felt as if he needed more. This life potion really is good stuff. Without it, I would have needed around 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to recover from my starvation. Shifeng inwardly exclaimed as he stared at the empty container in his hand. Although he had been conserving the life potions, he had used far more than he had initially expected. He was already down to his last bottle. Once he was out, his physical and mental progress would plummet. In fact, the life potions were a large part of the reason for his rapid improvement in the Tower of 4 Gods. As Shifeng recovered from his hunger and looked around him, he felt as if he had emerged in an entirely new world. To be precise, his perception had sharpened drastically. What's going on? The development stunned Shifeng. It wasn't just the world around him that felt different. He could also sense that his cells had become significantly stronger. Now, he felt that he could achieve a punching strength of 1,000 kilograms even with a casual hit. His reaction speed had also improved with these changes. His physical control had reached a new level. Shifeng had endured a constant headache over how to improve his reaction speed and physical control. He had never expected to make a breakthrough now. He could push his mental agility to its very limits in God's domain because he had an incredibly powerful body and sufficient reaction speed. But that wasn't the case in the real world. Because of this, he couldn't replicate many of his in-game actions in the real world now that his physical fitness and reaction speed had significantly improved. He would be able to exhibit greater strength. Moreover, Shifeng could tell that his physical condition hadn't reached its peak. After making a mental breakthrough, his endocrine system had grown stronger, steadily flooding his bloodstream with more hormones and slowly altering and improving his physical fitness. Have I risen to the Grandmaster standard during my training in the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng considered the large possibility that he had become a neutralizing Grandmaster throughout his training. He couldn't think of another explanation for the changes his body had experienced with his superhuman fitness and reaction speed. His overall strength was leaps and bounds greater than Apex internal force experts. He wouldn't need any fancy techniques to take care of Wang Zhongquan if the man appeared before him again. He could easily finish the man with a straight punch. For a moment, Shifeng was overwhelmed with the urge to run to the headquarters training room to test his physical state. He still had 2 teleportation stones, which meant he could send 4 more players into the Tower of Four Gods. If his guess was correct, and players could gain real-world strength by training in the tower, as well as crossing the 100% skill completion rate threshold, he needed to send some of his guild's experts, those with great potential, to train in the tower. Although Lei Bao led the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, and Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, Lu Xinghua wasn't to be trifled with. Wang Zhongquan's interruption during the training center's grand opening had merely been an attempt to test the waters. If Lu Xinghua decided to get serious and attack the training center in secret, he would have many methods to catch the training center off guard. An experienced master martial artist like Lei Bao might cope with these secret attacks, but Fire Dance and the others simply weren't strong enough. Moreover, they needed people to protect Zero Wing's main headquarters at all times. If Zero Wing could nurture another Grandmaster, the Zero Wing headquarters and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center safety would be assured. Neutralizing Grandmasters transcended ordinary human limits. Their highly developed minds utilized a 7th sense, which reached beyond their instinctual 6th sense. Their perception of danger and survivability reached inhuman levels. Even if Lu Xinghua tried to attack Zero Wing from the shadows, he'd be hard-pressed to achieve anything against a neutralizing Grandmaster. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng contacted Liang Jing, asking for a report on Zero Wing's development and gather the guild's upper echelons for a meeting. He intended to discuss the Tower of Four Gods with everyone before making a decision. He only had 4 remaining slots. After all, Zero Wing had been developing smoothing before he had entered the Tower of Four Gods, and according to Liang Jing's report, not only had Gentle Snow helped her experts level up rapidly after acquiring her flying mount, but she had also hunted down quite a few rare field bosses. As a result, she had collected plenty of resources and equipment for the guild. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others relied on Stone Forest City's advantages, surpassing the various superpowers' exploration progress in the bottomless abyss. However, while all was well after the Storm Serpent King's raid, Starlink had spread a rumor that Shifeng had stolen a fragmented legendary item. This caused a huge commotion in the Sea of Death. Every power in the area had begun to target Zero Wing's members, and as a result, Zero Wing had been unable to continue its naval development or contest for naval resources. Many experts were also searching for Shifeng, especially those from the many dark powers. These dark powers' desire for a fragmented legendary item was particularly frenzied, and they had sent more than a few spies into Zero Wing to track Shifeng down. Although we've secured the necessary materials for producing master potions and fine gold resistance equipment from the bottomless abyss, our naval supply line has practically been cut off. It has significantly slowed our material collection. Blackie said. Lu Xinghua really is ruthless. Shifeng smiled bitterly. He had not acquired a fragmented legendary item from the Storm Serpent King. Yet no one would believe him. The Storm Serpent King was the strongest boss anyone had killed in God's domain thus far. Not even the Frost Monarch was as powerful as the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, When players advanced into level 100 maps, master potions and high-level resistance equipment would be a necessity. Level 100 was a massive turning point in the game, and maps of that level would change drastically, not to mention the monsters. Without master potions and high-level resistance equipment, players would have no hope of survival in these maps. If players couldn't even survive in these areas, they'd have no chance of surviving in their Tier 3 promotion quest venues, which were far more dangerous. To take advantage of the various powers' ignorance on the matter, Zero Wing had secretly stockpiled the necessary materials to produce these items. However, with Zero Wing's naval supply line severed, its material collection had slowed by half. Why isn't Qingxue here? Shifeng asked after listening to everyone's reports, glancing at the empty Vice Guild leader's seat. Beside him with a strange look, Gentle Snow was responsible for Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. She had a significant amount of the guild's resources and manpower under her management. Blackie fell silent for a moment. Has something happened? Blackie's response, or lack thereof, gave Shifeng a bad feeling. Actually, the Feng family, Fenglin City's #1 family, has proposed marriage to Big Sis Qingxue. The Feng family had influence all over the city and in many of its industries, so Big Sis Qingxue's parents don't have much choice in the matter. Big Sis Qingxue is absent because she's trying to find a way to deal with the issue, Violet Cloud said. Even with the White Clan group's backing, the Bai family was only considered second-rate in Fenglin City. In comparison, the Feng family was the top first-rate family in the city. Destroying the Bai family would be child's play for the Feng family. The Feng family? Shifeng could not help his smile after hearing the news. I just so happen to have some business with the Feng family. Since that is the case, Liang Jing, prepare the car, please. Guild leader, you shouldn't do anything reckless. The Feng family is guarded by a neutralizing grandmaster. Lei Bao hurriedly cautioned. Most might not know of the Feng family, but as one who had spent a good portion of his life in the fighting world, Lei Bao was very familiar with the power the Feng family wielded. The Feng family had become the top first-rate family in Fenglin City due to that neutralizing grandmaster's support. A neutralizing grandmaster? What a coincidence. I also happen to be one, Shifeng announced as he glanced at Lei Bao. He then stood and left the meeting room. Chapter 2266, Consequences. Fenglin City's Redstone Restaurant. As the most prestigious restaurant in Fenglin City, the Redstone Restaurant was strictly members only. Regardless of how much money one had, non-members had no hope of dining in the restaurant. However, many of the city's high-profile individuals frequently visited the establishment to discuss business. The Redstone Restaurant was a particularly safe place, and one wouldn't have to worry about other professionals eavesdropping on a sensitive discussion. The establishment's capable waiters and waitresses made this point clear. Secondly, the restaurant's food was amazing. Even people who ate delicacies every day would never forget the taste of the food here, and since the Redstone Restaurant didn't offer takeout, anyone who wished to dine had to visit personally. Because of these two factors, practically every respectable individual in Fenglin City took every opportunity they had to dine in the restaurant seriously. Naturally, the Feng family were frequent customers. Two young men currently occupied one of the restaurant's 7th-floor VIP rooms. While they conversed, the young men took their time to enjoy the delicacies that covered the table between them. One of the men was rough and robust, while the other seemed scholarly. No outsider would assume that these two were brothers by blood. The scholarly young man was the Feng family's current head, Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian currently wore a set of white robes, and although he looked to be in his mid-20s, he was already in his 30s. He was the Feng family's eldest young master. The muscular man across from him was the family's second eldest son, Feng Mingyu Little II. How are the preparations going for the annual martial arts competition between the 5 great families? Feng Xiaotian asked, looking up at Feng Mingyu. Unlike most families, the Feng family was an ancient martial arts family. To them, the annual martial arts competition between the 5 great families was even more prestigious than the national fighting competition. Rest assured, Big Bro. This year's competition is ours for the taking, Feng Mingyu responded with a laugh. He then pointed at the dozen or so youths standing behind him and explained, I've trained every one of them personally. 2 have even grasped internal force. The dozen or so combatants behind Feng Mingyu looked very young. None of them were older than 20, and the youngest was only 17. However, not even national-level fighters were a match for these youths' fitness good. Feng Xiaotian nodded approvingly. God's Domain has been growing more popular recently, and many major corporations have already invested in the game. Grandpa wants us to join the game as well, so you'd better be prepared. We're going to play, too? The revelation surprised Feng Mingyu MHM. The game touches upon certain important secrets, so the Feng family intends to take part, Feng Xiaotian said. This is also why I suggested that we send a representative to propose a marriage with the Bia family. Not only is the Bai family's Bai Qingxue beautiful, but she is also quite capable. She successfully defended her elder brother's guild, albeit for a short time. With another decade to develop, the Bia family might be able to join our circle. It's a pity that the Blackwater Corporation interfered so soon, but I've recently heard that she's prospering in God's Domain and had earned quite a bit of profit for the White Clan group. She's just perfect for Little 3. Hopefully, this will help Little 3 finally control himself. Despite several scoldings from Grandpa, he refuses to change and continues to fool around, Feng Mingyu said, chuckling. Although their third brother was useless, he was still a member of the Feng family. Although the Bai family was second-rate in Fenglin City, the Feng family had displayed immense respect by allowing Bai Qingxue to marry into the family. Unfortunately, it seems that little girl has been playing tricks. If you have the time, pay the Bai family a visit and shake them up a bit. If she continues to be a problem, invite the Bai family's old man to speak with us. Tell him that our family's head wishes to meet with him. Feng Xiaotian said. Sure. I'll make sure it gets done, Feng Mingyu replied, nodding. Honestly, Feng Mingyu didn't think it was necessary for him to take action. The Feng family had already offered them a marriage, and if the Bai family didn't know how to appreciate that kindness, the Feng family could simply remove them from Fenglin City. The Bai family should understand this point and know which decision they should make. At this point, Shifeng arrived outside the Redstone restaurant. According to Liang Jing, Feng Xiaotian, the Feng family's current head and eldest son, was currently dining in the restaurant. Since Feng Xiaotian was responsible for this marriage proposal, Shifeng had to discuss the matter with him directly. Let's head inside, Shifeng said as he glanced at Xiaoyu, who had just arrived. Shifeng wasn't a member and couldn't simply enter the Redstone restaurant. Xiaoyu, however, had gained membership through his connection with Han Yifeng. Even so, Xiaoyu still had to pay 2 million credits per year to maintain his membership. Ordinary citizens could only afford the membership fees in their dreams. Are you really planning to speak with Feng Xiaotian, head instructor? Sure? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. The Feng family can't compare to the Starline Corporation, but it has very deep roots in Fenglin City. Its influence across the city is immensely powerful, especially in the city's fighting industry. We've only opened the Heaven's Rumble Training Center recently. If we provoke Feng Xiaotian, I'm afraid the consequences will be. Old Xiao, you're afraid that we'll provoke him, but I'm afraid that he doesn't understand the consequences for provoking us. Lei Bao, who stood beside Shifeng, said, chuckling. All right, that's enough. Let's head inside. Lei Bao's comment rendered Xiaoyu speechless. He was sure that the man was messing with him when Xiaoyu saw Shifeng's determination. However, he gritted his teeth and followed the two men into the restaurant. Once inside, a waiter quickly led Shifeng's party to a VIP room on the 7th floor. 4 men in black suits stood by the doors, guarding the room. These people were none other than Feng Xiaotian's bodyguards, and they all radiated imposing auras. Although they merely stood there, it was clear that the 7th floor was under their observation. They would notice and react to any suspicious movement in the hall instantly. Even Lei Bao was a little intimidated by the 4 bodyguards. All 4 bodyguards were internal force experts, and in a small city, they'd easily become the bosses of the local fighting industry. However, these individuals had lowered themselves to guarding the Feng family's members. It was clear how much power the Feng family had. Sir, this is a private room. Outsiders are not allowed inside, one of the bodyguards declared as Shifeng's group approached. Tell young Master Feng that Heaven's Rumble's Shifeng wishes to chat with him. Shifeng replied, unperturbed. Please wait a moment, the bodyguard said. He then communicated Shifeng's request to the bodyguard in the room through his earpiece. The bodyguard in the room relayed the message immediately. Shifeng? Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master? Feng Xiaotian chuckled. It seems he's here to stand up for Bai Qingxue. He overestimates himself. He's just a new training center's hall master, yet he dares to interrupt us? Fang Mingyu said, frowning. It seems I've been away from Fonglin City for so long that these people have forgotten about me. Forget it. We'll just send them away. Fang Xiaotian decided after giving the matter some thought. The bodyguard beside Fang Xiaotian informed the bodyguards outside the room of his employer's reply and told them to deal with the problem suddenly. However, the room's doors burst open, and a young man entered the room, followed by Lei Bao and Xiaoyu. Chapter 2267, Initial Confrontation. As Shifeng and his two companions entered the graceful, antique-styled room, Fang Xiaotain and Fang Mingyu stared at them in shock. Who allowed them inside? Fang Xiaotian demanded coldly as he glared at the open doors. He was furious. He had clearly instructed his bodyguards to chase Shifeng's group away, yet they had made it into the room. He hadn't heard a commotion outside the room, so he could only assume his bodyguards had allowed them to pass. However, Fang Xiaotian received no response as the seconds ticked by. The situation confused him. Had they all betrayed him? After considering the idea, he realized that would be impossible. The Fang family had paid a huge sum to train their bodyguards, so the men were absolutely loyal. Even if one of them had become a turncoat, there was no way that all 4 bodyguards had turned against him simultaneously. Save your energy, young Master Fang. Your bodyguards are already asleep. Shifeng explained when he noticed Fang Xiaoyan's confusion. That's impossible. Fang Xiaotian denied Shifeng's claim instinctively. He was very familiar with the 4 bodyguards' skills. They were only basic internal force experts, but if they worked together, they could even give a national fighting champion a run for his money. How could anyone knock all 4 of them unconscious without making a sound? Lei Bao could only shake his head and sigh from behind. Shifeng. The cooperation between 4 basic internal force experts would certainly be a magnificent scene to behold, but compared to a true neutralizing grandmaster, they were little more than infants. With exceptional reaction speed, perception, and physical prowess, if a neutralizing grandmaster wanted to go somewhere, how could a bunch of bodyguards stop him? Fang Xiaotian ordered one of the bodyguards behind him to check on the 4 outside. When he reached the door, he found the 4 bodyguards unconscious in a corner of the hall. Young master. Ah Tao. The others, they're really unconscious. The bodyguard stammered. Silence filled the room, and Feng Xiaotian turned to evaluate Shifeng's group. It's no wonder why you were so confident to meet me here, Feng Xiaotian said. Despite his passed-out bodyguards, he didn't seem flustered. On the contrary, he maintained a calm attitude as he said, however, do you think this display will change my mind? Stop dreaming. I know who you are. Shifeng, your Heavens Rumble's hall master. You've already defeated Wang Zongquan and shook Fonglin City's various dojos and training centers with your name alone. Moreover, you are one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Zero Wing has been developing quite nicely in God's domain and has become a pseudo-superpower. It is now an overlord on the eastern continent. Now, the guild has been recruiting a large number of talented fighters through the Heavens Rumble Training Center and is rapidly growing stronger in the game. However, this is the real world, not some game. In the real world, Zero Wing has no background or supporters. It's nothing. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to deal with you. A few words would be more than sufficient to end your business in Fonglin City. Xiaoyu felt an immense weight drop on his shoulders as Fang Xiaotian spoke. Zero Wing wasn't afraid of financial suppression. Only small, hostile tricks could affect the guild and workshop. Fang Mingyu stood abruptly, looming like a brown bear in the room, standing at 2-3 meters tall. His arms were thicker than a woman's thighs, and his tanned complexion made him look like a golden statue. Unbreakable. Someone's actually trained in the Honglian style to the unbreakable realm. Lei Bao stared at Fang Mingyu as he walked toward the group in utter shock. Training with the Honglian style was a painful toil. One had to submit themselves to hellish training tactics to master this martial art, which was several times more challenging than other styles. Even internal force experts would struggle to deal with the difficult training regimen, but if one could master the Honglian style, they'd become horrifically strong. With basic mastery, one could face off against ordinary internal force experts. Not only would a combatant's punch carry 1,000 kilos of force as an advanced master, but they'd also be able to take hits from an internal force expert without injury. Not even apex internal force experts would want to mess with an advanced Henglian-style practitioner, and yet, Fang Mingyu had fully mastered the Henglian style, reaching the unbreakable realm. If he fought someone like Wang Zongquan, he could end the fight in one hit. Wang Zongquan would be utterly helpless against Fang Mingyu. You are quite strong to take out 4 of my elder brother's bodyguards simultaneously. I'll give you a chance. Join the Fang family and sell us all of your Zero Wing shares. You'll receive your share of the pie once the Fang family owns Zero Wing. You will enjoy greater status and authority than you could ever enjoy in Zero Wing, Fang Mingyu offered as he approached Shifeng, his firm tone leaving no room for negotiation. Xiaoyu, who stood behind Shifeng, felt the strength drain from his legs. Fang Mingyu's aura was simply too frightening. Xiaoyu normally trained as well and had cultivated a relatively formidable aura though his years work, yet he felt tiny before Fang Mingyu. Moreover, Fang Mingyu had something on him that most professional fighters did not: killing intent. As the man walked toward the trio, it felt like a mountain of corpses were lumbering toward him. What if I refuse? Shifeng calmly replied, then I'll just have to take you back to the family. Once you're there, I'm sure you'll change your mind, Fang Mingyu said. Laughing, you say that if I join the Fang family, I'll enjoy greater status and authority than I currently do in Zero Wing? Shifeng asked. That's right. You certainly qualify to receive such power, Fang Mingyu answered. Nodding, my position in Zero Wing is quite high. Not only do the guild's vice-guild leaders have to listen to my commands, but every large-scale operation the guild considers must receive my permission first. Moreover, I am responsible for approving any decision regarding the guild's finances and development, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence returned to the room. Are you toying with me? Fang Mingyu demanded, his expression darkening. If the Fang family annexed Zero Wing, not even Fang Xiaotian would have such immense authority, much less Fang Mingyu. I am not. It is simply the truth, Shifeng said honestly. It seems you won't be convinced until you face reality. Since that is the case, you'll return with me, Fang Mingyu declared as he extended a hand to grab Shifeng by the shoulder. Although the action seemed innocent, how could the touch of one who had reached the unbreakable realm in the Henglian style be so simple? The grab was actually a technique with 13 transformations. Even if Shifeng were a lively monkey, there was no escaping Fang Mingyu's grip. However, as Fang Mingyu was about to clamp down on Shifeng's shoulder to immobilize the young man, Shifeng shrugged his shoulders slightly, so faint that the movement was barely discernible. As if he had been electrocuted, Fang Mingyu jerked back his hand. To an outsider, it would have looked like the larger man's hand had bounced off an invisible barrier. Losing his posture, Fang Mingyu stumbled back a few steps. Chapter 2268, Threat. What did he do? Although Fang Mingyu had only stumbled back a step, the Fang family members were shocked. This was especially true for Fang Xiaoyan. Every member of the Fang family knew how powerful Fang Mingyu was. The family's old man had even called him a talent that only appeared once a century in the Fang family, and was the strongest member of the younger generation. Fang Mingyu's strength had been unparalleled among Fenglin City's younger generation even before he had mastered the Henglian style. Later, Fang Mingyu had gone overseas to continue his training and master the Henglian style, gaining monstrous strength. Yet, not only had he failed to affect Shifeng, but he had taken a blow as well. Why wouldn't his family members be shocked to see it? Even Lei Bao, who stood some distance behind Shifeng, was stunned. He knew that Shifeng had become a neutralizing grandmaster, but that achievement should be recent. Neutralizing grandmasters' superior mental capacity allowed them to improve their strength in all aspects, which was a part of the reason that they were so powerful. It especially affected their physical fitness, but even with the help of various hormones, these improvements weren't immediate. Rather, these alterations would take place over a long time. Fang Mingyu, on the other hand, had already reached the Henglian style's unbreakable realm. Physically, he was a humanoid monster. Even some of the weaker grandmasters wouldn't be a match for his raw power, not to mention Shifeng, who had so recently become a grandmaster. And yet, contrary to Lei Bao's expectations, Shifeng had won a direct confrontation. It was simply unbelievable to counterattack in the brief moment when I relied on my strength. It seems that you're not all talk after all, Fang Mingyu said, frowning. He realized what had happened immediately. But I won't give you another chance, Fong Mingyu's fist shot toward Shifeng in a straight, simple punch. It was even cleaner and more straightforward than a textbook punch, however. This simplicity was precisely the reason that not even a neutralizing grandmaster would find a gap to take advantage of. Lei Bao couldn't help but flinch. He felt as if the sky were falling as the punch shot toward Shifeng. There was simply no room to flee. There were no holes to exploit. If he were on the receiving end, he'd have no choice but to take the hit. Worse, this punch hadn't made any sound that Lei Bao could hear. This meant that Fong Mingyu's punch was even faster than the speed of sound. Combined with Fong Mingyu's ferocious strength, the hit could likely kill an adult elephant. However, just as Fong Mingyu's fist was about to collide with Shifeng's cranium, Shifeng moved forward to greet the attack. Before meeting with the hit, Shifeng sidestepped and allowed Fong Mingyu's fist to brush past his head. Shifeng moved to the larger man's side, while Fong Mingyu's fist met nothing but air. Shifeng's arm swayed as he placed his palm on Fong Mingyu's chest and shoved. Fong Mingyu lost his balance and fell, pinned to the ground by Shifeng's hand. Boom. Fong Mingyu lay flat on his back, and the impact of his fall was so powerful that it cracked the marble floor and shook the room. The large man's consciousness wavered, his insides shaken from an outsider's perspective. It had looked like Shifeng had just appeared beside Fong Mingyu, grabbed the giant, and slammed him to the ground. Everyone in the room fell deathly silent. Are neutralizing grandmasters really this powerful? Lei Bao was at a loss for words as he stared at Fong Mingyu on the ground. Lei Bao had seen Shifeng's every action, so he knew the movements had been quite simple. Yet these simple actions had become magical when Shifeng performed them. Not only had Shifeng effortlessly neutralized Fong Mingyu's punch, but he had also reversed the situation, pinning the bear of a man to the ground. Lei Bao had never thought that such a great expert, who had reached the Hunglian style's unbreakable realm, would be so frail before a neutralizing grandmaster. At this point, he couldn't even fathom how powerful neutralizing grandmasters truly were. The rest of the room's occupants stared at Shifeng as if he were a monster. However, the young man's gaze never left Fong Mingyu, who lay beside his feet. This unbreakable realm is really something. Shifeng was quietly amazed as he stared at the dizzy Fong Mingyu. He hadn't thought it possible for someone to nurture their strength to such an extent. If he hadn't become a grandmaster, he wouldn't have been a match for this Monsi Feng's fight with Fong Mingyu had seemed one-sided to everyone else in the room. But Shifeng didn't think so. If anyone else had faced Fong Mingyu, that punch would have blown them away. The larger man was even more physically fit than Shifeng. At the very least, Shifeng would need quite a bit of time to catch up. In a frontal confrontation, Fong Mingyu would thoroughly outmatch Shifeng. However, neutralizing grandmasters' reaction speed and precise control of their power were what made them so powerful. Shifeng had moved to dodge the hit the moment Fong Mingyu's fist had moved. Once Shifeng had pushed the man off balance, he had relied on Fong Mingyu's weight and his own strength to achieve the shocking results. Despite such a heavy blow, Fong Mingyu had suffered barely any damage, as if his body were truly made of steel. He had merely suffered a minor disruption to his blood circulation and had been temporarily incapacitated. After inspecting Fong Mingyu's condition, Shifeng looked up at the dumbfounded Fong Xiaotian, who sat on the other side of the table. Sensing Shifeng's gaze, Fong Xiaotian felt a chill crawl down his spine. What are you trying to do? I'd advise you against messing around. This is the Redstone Restaurant. Fong Xiaotian blurted out. The Redstone Restaurant had branches all over the world, residing in any second-tier or above city. Although many major powers had desired the restaurant's special food and beverages, no one had successfully stolen the recipes. The restaurant's power was obvious. A little commotion within the Redstone Restaurant was acceptable, but it wouldn't tolerate anything more than that. Young Master Fong, you jest. Why would I act recklessly here? Shifeng asked with a chuckle. Shifeng knew a little about the Redstone Restaurant situation, so he knew the restaurant's rules. Even a neutralizing grandmaster would suffer if they tried to provoke the Redstone Restaurant. The moment Shifeng had entered the VIP room, he had sensed a powerful aura lock onto him. Although the aura didn't originate from a grandmaster, the individual's spiritual prowess was quite high. Shifeng guessed that the individual was only a half-step from becoming a grandmaster. Shifeng approached the table, and Fong Xiaotian instinctively wanted to retreat. However, the mentality of a superior he had nurtured over many years allowed him to remain firm in his position. What are you trying to do? Gloomy? Fong Xiaotian snarled. Even if you're immensely powerful, the Fong family's might in Fenglin City is beyond imagining. You shouldn't get so excited, young Master Fong. I'm here merely to chat with you, Shi Feng said as he sat in Fong Mingyu's original seat. He glanced at Fong Xiaotian and continued. I know you wish to annex Zero Wing starting with Gentle Snow, but I'd advise that you abandon that notion while you still can. Zero Wing will be taking charge of this matter. You might have great authority and strength under your command, but you shouldn't forget that not even an entire country can protect you if your enemy is close. After Shi Feng's statement, a biting cold assaulted everyone in the room. For a moment, these individuals felt as if they stood before the gates of hell. After 2 seconds of this cold, it vanished as if it had never happened. However, Fong Xiaotian's back was drenched in sweat, and by the time he snapped out of his gaze, Shi Feng had stood and left the room. Chapter 2269 Silver Membership. When they realized Shi Feng was leaving, Lei Bao and Xiao Yu followed after him. Are we really going to leave just like that? Xiao Yu worriedly asked Shi Feng. I doubt those brothers will let this matter rest so easily. They definitely won't let this matter rest, but I merely came to greet them and ensure that they understand how useless little tricks are against us, Shi Feng nonchalantly explained. Moreover, I think that many people will realize that they shouldn't casually provoke Zero Wing after today's display. Even if the Fong family's influence is extensive, they'll have to evaluate the risk properly. Realization dawned on Xiao Yu as he listened to Shi Feng. Although it was true that the Fong family had an iron grip on Fenglin City, the Fong family had to rely on others to complete many tasks. Now that Shi Feng had shown that he could suppress Fong Mingyu, the strongest member of the Fong family's younger generation, the Fong family's prestige would take a blow, while the event would bolster Zero Wing's reputation. This, in turn, would warn many of Fenglin City's various major powers against provoking Zero Wing, and they'd hold back before following Fong family's orders. In fact, they might even refuse to target Zero Wing. One had to consider their own position before acting on someone else's behalf. After all, while the Fong family ruled Fenglin City, everyone would follow the family's wishes. But when another power, one just as strong as the Fong family, rose, the general populace would hesitate before leaning on one side or the other. We need to accelerate our development and bolster Zero Wing's internal member count. The Heavens Rumble Training Center has to open more branches as quickly as possible to increase our recruitment rate, Shi Feng announced. At the same time, we'll buy some of the latest God's Domain combat facilities and open a virtual combat platform in the training center. We'll also need to organize a reward system. God's Domain's influence in the real world had been even greater than that of the fighting industry in Shi Feng's previous life. In fact, not a single industry in the world had been able to compete with the game's influence. Meanwhile, virtual combat platforms played a massive role in God's Domain's power in the real world. God's Domain had replaced fighting competitions in the past, becoming the most popular activity across the globe at this point. God's Domain's influence had grown intensely in the real world. One would almost always overhear conversations about the game as they walked the city's streets. School students even began to introduce themselves with their in-game IDs and levels in God's Domain. Since the virtual combat platforms hadn't gained much popularity yet, he had to set one up in Fenglin City as soon as possible. Shi Feng hadn't done so yet because Zero Wing had simply lacked the ability to. The timing hadn't been right either. However, as more competitions were held in God's Domain, in-game combat would become increasingly popular. It was now time to secure a virtual combat platform. Setting up new branches in Fenglin City and purchasing the facilities you mentioned will cost a significant amount of money. With our current finances, I'm afraid. Xiao Yu agreed with Shi Feng's idea, but Heaven's Rumble could barely make ends meet. Moreover, Zero Wing wasn't having a particularly good time in God's Domain. Although Xiao Yu was mainly responsible for managing the training center, he frequently discussed finances with Liang Jing, so he knew quite a lot about Zero Wing's situation currently. Zero Wing possessed the gold mine known as Stone Forest Town. However, as Zero Wing had been purchasing large quantities of materials and the guild had been rapidly expanding, its expenditures had been rising. The guild had also constructed new towns in many locations. Most importantly, other guild towns had begun to appear in the bottomless abyss. As a result, Stone Forest Town's customer base had significantly decreased, which, in turn, reduced Zero Wing's income. The guild simply didn't have the money to spare. We can set up more branches later. Then, but we cannot delay establishing a virtual combat platform, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought naturally. He was familiar with Zero Wing's situation. Zero Wing might not have the money to open new branches for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, but it had the money to purchase virtual combat facilities. Any corporation that wanted to expand would need a huge amount of capital. Thus, corporation owners would try to attract as much investment as possible, but doing that would reduce the owners' shares and their authority in the company. Without sufficient authority, these owners would be restricted in what they could accomplish. Moreover, a corporation risked betrayal by accepting investors. Investors weren't impervious to threats and bribery. Such situations had been common in God's domain during Shifeng's previous life. Although Zero Wing was developing slowly, every step was firmly rooted. Hence, outsiders had a very difficult time attacking and influencing Zero Wing from within. This was also why the various superpowers had a difficult time annexing Zero Wing. If these superpowers targeted any other guild, they'd quickly devour it. I understand, Xiaoyu said, nodding. I'll contact the vendors later. As Shifeng and his companions reached the restaurant's first floor, they were greeted by a middle-aged man and two youngsters. The middle-aged man looked to be around 50 and wore black martial artist robes. Although he did not look physically strong, one would notice how steady his steps were if they watched him carefully. However, due to his faint aura, an ordinary expert might dismiss the man as a harmless, middle-aged uncle. To Shifeng, however, this man's aura was as deep as the great ocean. He was certain that this was the same aura that had locked onto during his conversation with Fang Xiaoyan. The young man and woman behind him looked to be in their early 20s. The woman was curvy and graceful, while the man was as robust as a leopard. He was also handsome enough to earn a modeling job. Both youngsters wore the Redstone restaurant's uniform, and their auras were comparable to a national fighter's. Hello, Mr. Shifeng. I am this restaurant's manager, Huang In, the middle-aged man said, smiling as he introduced himself. Xiaoyu, who stood beside Shifeng, was shocked. Not even the Fang family could afford to provoke the Redstone restaurant, and the various branches' managers were mysterious, rarely showing themselves in public. Xiaoyu had never expected Fenglin City's branch manager to introduce himself to them. I know what business you have with me, Manager Huang? Shifeng asked. Mr. Shifeng, you are currently one of the most famous individuals in Fenglin City, and our Redstone restaurant wishes to befriend you. Here is our restaurant's silver membership card. If you choose to dine at our restaurant in the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases, Huang In explained as he revealed a silver card, presenting it to Shifeng's silver membership. Xiaoyu's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he heard Huang In's words. Despite relying on his connection with Hanifeng, Xiaoyu had only acquired a normal membership card. Moreover, he had to pay an annual membership fee of 2 million credits. Silver members, on the other hand, weren't required to pay a membership fee. Even in Fenglin City, very few people possessed a Redstone restaurant silver membership card. Thanks. After glancing at the membership card, Shifeng slid it away and left the restaurant without another word. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to re-enter God's domain. After today's events, he was determined to return from the Tower of Four Gods as soon as possible. As Shifeng's group left the Redstone restaurant, the young man and woman behind Huang In spoke up. That guy doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. He just left after receiving the card. He didn't even bother with any light conversation. The young woman grumbled. He's likely been frightened off. He just slapped the Fang family in the face, and they won't let him get away with it. He might be considering leaving Fenglin City as soon as he's able. The young man commented, snickering. That's right. The Fang family is guarded by a neutralizing grandmaster like Old Man Fang. Who would dare provoke the Fang family? The old man won't be able to ignore the slight, the young woman said, admiration brightening her features as she spoke of neutralizing grandmasters. It seems you two need more training. You have no business discussing this, Huang In said, shaking his head. Why is that, instructor? The young woman asked rather than replying. However, Huang In waited until Shifeng disappeared before he continued. I suspect that Shifeng might be a neutralizing grandmaster. Chapter 22, 72nd Floor's Effect. With his business in the Redstone restaurant complete, Feng quickly returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters, instructing his people to work on improving their Tier 2 skills and spells completion rates. He also reserved some advanced combat rooms for the guild's core members in Zero Wing's various battle arenas. The advanced combat rooms might not be as effective as the Tower of Four Gods, but they were better than nothing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu began to organize the purchases to set up the virtual combat platform for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Blackie, I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite some time in the Tower of Four Gods. While I'm gone, I want you to focus on collecting ancient origin wood and diamond wood. Also, have Qingxue lead the main force members to the Sea of Death's Tide Vortex to grind monsters. The monsters there should drop something called the Tidestone Fragment, Feng said. Collect as many fragments as you can. I will need them. Players could only enter the Tower of Four Gods once every 360 days, and he couldn't just leave the tower and waste the opportunity. After completing the trials on the first floor, however, he realized that completing the rest would take a long time. Meanwhile, more powers had begun to shift their focus to the sea. As a result, Dragonheart City had become more important in the game if Zero Wing wished to continue its rapid development while collecting enough funds to set up more Heaven's Rumble Training Center branches. It would have to establish itself in Dragonheart City as soon as possible. To do that, Zero Wing needed to increase its popularity in the city. That way, Zero Wing could establish a guild residence, allowing easy teleportation to the city for its members. This was also why the various large guilds were pushing their members to complete quests in Dragonheart City. Although many of these guilds had collected the necessary ancient gold to purchase land and build a guild residence, they didn't have enough popularity to establish a teleportation array within the residences. As a result, their established guild residences could only serve as a resting place for guild members. Nothing more. Unfortunately, gaining popularity in Dragonheart City wasn't an easy task. As an independent, neutral city, very few quests offered guild popularity, and with so many guilds contesting for these quests, accumulating 50,000 guild popularity was incredibly difficult. However, quests weren't the only method of gaining guild popularity. A guild could also accumulate popularity in Dragonheart City through Tidestone Fragments. The only monsters that dropped these fragments were in the Tidal Vortex, which was located in the Sea of Death's core area. Even the weakest monster in the area was a level 90 Great Lord, and the Tidal Vortex was home to quite a few level 90+ Grand Lords. One would frequently encounter level 90+ mythic monsters as well. There was no doubt that the Tidal Vortex was a very dangerous place. If a team entered the Tidal Vortex without a Tier 3 expert, even survival would be an immense challenge. Initially, Feng had wanted to lead a team to the Tidal Vortex to grind for EXP and Tidal Stone Fragments himself, but since he was stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and Zero Wing's situation was growing tenser, he had to rely on Blackie and the others to complete the task. Zero Wing's main force was no longer weak. Its members were level 90 on average. The main force also had an MT like Kola, who wielded a fragmented legendary shield. The main force members should barely be strong enough to grind efficiently in the Tidal Vortex. All right, I'll notify the others right away, Blackie replied. He took the situation seriously when Feng had stated that the Tidal Stone Fragments were of great importance. He left Feng's room immediately to notify the other main force members. Once Blackie left, Feng lay in his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's domain to clear the Tower of Four Gods trials as quickly as possible. As God's domain appeared around him, he returned to the temple with the six-headed hellsnake system. Kill 1,000 six-headed hellsnakes within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Kill 1,000 of these things in 3 days. The second floor's first trial is much harder than the first floor's. Feng could not help but frown when he read the system notification. Although the first floor's first trial had required him to slay 1,500 twin-headed netherfire wolves, the wolves had been ordinary lords. These six-headed hellsnakes, on the other hand, were bloodline creatures. Not only did the hellsnakes have far more HP, but they also had special bloodline abilities. Killing these monsters would be far more difficult than killing the netherfire wolves, and the six-headed hellsnakes roamed the temple in groups of 2 or 3. Even a refinement realm expert of the same level would struggle to kill all 1,000 hellsnakes in 3 days. Once the brief invulnerability buff he received for logging back and faded, Feng wasted no time as he charged toward a group of 2 six-headed hellsnakes. Sure enough, the six-headed hellsnakes were far more challenging than the Twin-headed netherfire wolves. The moment the two hell snakes noticed Shurfeng, all 12 heads attacked the swordsman with perfect coordination. Such a well-coordinated attack could likely kill an ordinary Tier 2 expert to Shurfeng. However, the hell snake's attacks lacked finesse. He responded by unsheathing Killing Ray, countering the two hell snake's asterisk attacks with his own secret technique, Lightning Flash. When the attacks collided, sparks flashed between them. Both six-headed hell snakes were thrown back as a series of damages exceeding -90,000 appeared above their heads. What high defense! Shurfeng thought as he looked at the two monsters. Killing Ray had only left a white mark on the hell snake's asterisk scales, failing to cut through. The hell snake's defense could practically rival a Grand Lord's. Could this be their special ability? Killing Ray was a top-tier epic weapon, and when paired with his strength, he could easily slice through the flesh and meat of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet he had failed to injure the Lord-ranked six-headed hell snakes. The only explanation he could think of was their Bloodline ability. This was the Bloodline ability that players detested more than any other player's damage in God's domain depended on their basic attributes, as well as any injuries they inflicted on monsters. Skin, muscle, and bone damage could significantly affect players' overall damage. This was why players constantly sought high-quality weapons later in the game. Even without incredibly high basic attributes, players could rely on sufficiently powerful weapons to deal even more damage than players with high attributes and weaker weapons. Fortunately, Shurfeng found Lightning Slash easier to execute here than on the first floor. Moreover, he had consumed 20% less concentration before Shurfeng could test the second floor's effects. The two six-headed hell snakes had launched another round of attacks suddenly. Inspiration struck as Shurfeng instinctively executed Lightning Flash this time. Instead of 14 slashes, Shurfeng struck the two hell snakes with 15 slashes. Lightning Flash's power instantly increased. Not only did Shurfeng's counterattack repel all 12 heads, but it also left a bone-deep gash in each head, the injuries slightly affecting the hell snake's combat power. At the same time, damages of over -100,000 appeared above each head. The technique already possesses such great destructive power with just 15 slashes. Shurfeng was stunned. Staring at the injured hell snakes, however, Shurfeng instantly felt the aftereffects. Not only had his entire body gone numb, but he had also lost nearly half of his maximum concentration. Fortunately, the numbness lasted less than a second, and Shurfeng was able to defend himself against the hell snake's next attacks. The 15-slash Lightning Flash's side effects were far more severe than Shurfeng had expected, but that didn't stop Shurfeng from using the technique. Once he had recovered enough concentration, he used the technique again to familiarize himself with the improved version. After roughly 8 minutes, Shurfeng slew the two six-headed hell snakes. The instant the two hell snakes died, Shurfeng felt a trace of their bloodlines flow into his body, granting him 1 point of bloodline power. At the same time, the two hell snakes dropped a shining crimson stone that radiated a strange, alluring energy. Chapter 2271, Tower of 4 GodsJecrets. As more time passed, the strange energy the crimson stone radiated became so dense that even Shurfeng could feel it affect him from 5 yards away. He felt his bloodlust rise and rage fill his mind. What is this thing? Despite being inactive, it has such a powerful mental influence on those around it. Shurfeng stared at the crimson stone in shock. Eternal energy filled the Tower of 4 Gods, allowing players to maintain ideal mental clarity and focus. However, the strange energy this crimson stone radiated had the complete opposite effect. Shurfeng picked up the stone to inspect it the instant his fingers touched the crimson stone. However, his very soul shuddered. He felt, for a moment, as if he stood in a sea of blood and gore. Powerful, violent energy assaulted his body, weakening the eternal energy's effects. Contaminated soul fragment? Shurfeng was dumbfounded after inspecting the stone. How is this possible? The crimson stone was a fragment of condensed souls. A soul was intangible in the real world and in God's domain. Trying to make a soul tangible was an excruciatingly difficult process. Normally, a soul could only take on a physical form with the help of divine items. Take the soul orb, a fragment of the treasure of illusion, for example. It could be used to absorb a portion of a player's soul and use the collected souls to create soul water. The ancient gods' literature fragment could also absorb the souls of half-dead creatures to create soul essence. However, soul water and soul essence were significantly smaller items than this fist-sized crimson stone. Contaminated Soul Fragment. Special item. This fragment is comprised of countless condensed and violent souls. It contains dense soul power and can be merged with any creature's soul to achieve ascension. However, doing so will subject the target to intensely oppressive effects. This fragment can only exist within the Tower of Four Gods. It will disappear upon leaving the tower. It's no wonder why the Empire's founding emperor was so bloodthirsty. So that was due to this thing. Realization dawned on Shurfeng after reading the contaminated soul fragment's description. So, the opportunity everyone referred to was this stone. The Tower of Four Gods had been responsible for the rise of countless powerhouses in God's domain. Including the founders of empires, these individuals' powerful souls were a large part of the reason they had gained the strength to lord over a country. After all, souls were the root of everything, including players. If players' souls were extinguished, they'd have to start a new account if they wished to continue in God's domain. If players could strengthen their souls, they'd have an easier time mastering skills, spells, and combat techniques. Their physiques would improve, as well. When one gained a new tier in God's domain, their soul ascended. If a person's soul ascended by other means, they'd improve in all aspects. And now, Shurfeng learned that soul fragments, which could help one's soul forcibly ascend, dropped in the Tower of Four Gods. One could easily imagine how great of an opportunity this was. It was no wonder why even Tier 6 God-ranked players had fought to enter the tower. Absorbing such violent souls will likely be a major challenge for players. Absorbing too many of these contaminated soul fragments is likely impossible. Shurfeng gave the crimson stone in his hand a disappointed look. He only held the contaminated soul fragment, yet it had such a powerful effect on his mental state. Moreover, it was surrounded by eternal energy. Its effects would likely be many times stronger in the outside world. Shurfeng couldn't even imagine what would happen if he absorbed this thing. He estimated that absorbing 2 contaminated soul fragments would be his limit. Any more, and it would affect his mental state. Of course, his limit was only this low because he was a Tier 2 player. He'd likely be able to absorb more contaminated soul fragments as he rose in tier. It was like adding salt to water. Once the water was saturated, no more salt would dissolve. In this case, the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment was the salt, while his soul was the water. If his soul couldn't absorb the violent energy, the excess would affect his mind suddenly. Shurfeng had an idea. It was too risky to absorb the violent energy, but the crimson stone itself was condensed soul's essence. He might be able to absorb only the soul power within the fragment by relying on the Ancient Gods Literature Fragment. The Ancient Gods Literature Fragment's soul absorption skill absorbed soul power. The half-dead creatures only referred to monsters when their HPs hit 0. As the corpses disappeared, their physical bodies no longer protected their souls, and the souls could wander. In this state, the Ancient Gods Literature Fragment could then absorb the souls. The soul fragment was the condensed form of these wandering souls. Shurfeng then pulled the Ancient Gods Literature Fragment from his bag to experiment. If his experiment failed, so be it. If it succeeded, however, he would hit the jackpot. The Ancient Gods Literature Fragment could, after all, strengthen a creature's soul without any side effects. He grew nervous as he used soul absorption on the contaminated soul fragment. The Ancient Gods Literature Fragment began to glow, and the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment flared, as if it were trying to resist the literature fragment's power. However, the literature fragment had been carefully crafted by an ancient god. How could violent souls possibly resist? The fist-sized crimson stone turned to dust in Shurfeng's hand in less than 5 seconds, and Shurfeng had acquired a single drop of soul essence. Wonderful. Shurfeng rejoiced over the result. Condensing a soul essence was extremely difficult. First, he had to choose a monster that met the minimum level requirement. Soul absorption would not work on monsters that were a lower level than he was. Second, the target had to be sufficiently powerful. Great Lords were likely the lowest limit. Considering that he hadn't reached level 90 when he had hunted the level 102 Great Lord-ranked skeleton generals, he guessed that not even souls from level 100 Great Lords would yield him any soul essence once he reached level 100. At the very minimum, he had to target level 100 Grand Lords. Moreover, soul absorption had a 6-hour cooldown. It wouldn't do him any good to grind one boss after another, and he didn't have the free time to hunt a powerful boss every 6 hours. However, He was currently stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and had nothing better to do. So, he might as well use this opportunity to collect soul essence. Moreover, he couldn't take the contaminated soul fragments outside the Tower of Four Gods. It was wonderful news that he could use the ancient gods' literature fragment to convert the contaminated soul fragments into a form that he could take with him when he left, following which, Shifeng continued through the tower's trials, collecting bloodline power and stockpiling soul essence. Due to the generous EXP these monsters provided, he leveled even faster than he would grinding elsewhere. Fortunately, these trials, which would be challenging to normal Tier 2 players, were no problem for Shifeng. His life within the Tower of Four Gods was actually quite relaxing. Once he cleared a floor, he rested for a day and returned to the real world to check up on Zero Wing's situation. However, once he reached the third floor, he found the trial to be a bit challenging. Not only were the third floor's monsters bloodline creatures, but they were also of a higher rank than those on the second floor. The first trial alone tasked Shifeng with killing 900 High Lords of the same level. Even peak experts would need a long time to complete the task. Killing all 900 would be utterly impossible in 3 days. Shifeng had only completed the task thanks to his superior basic attributes and the secret technique. Lightning flashed during the third floor's second trial. Shifeng had to face Great Lords, and he had to kill 300 of them in 3 days. Even Shifeng had barely managed to complete the trial after killing the 300 Great Lords. Shifeng had risen to level 99, only one level away from the level 100 threshold. It was at this point that he had finally collected the 100 bloodline power he needed and accumulated 86 drops of soul essence. If not for the contaminated soul fragment's low drop rate, he would have had more. When Shifeng completed the third floor second trial, the scene around him changed, and he found himself in the same coliseum he had visited during the first floor's third trial. However, instead of 10 giant gladiators, an ordinary human stood on the elevated platform. This human wore dazzling armor and carried a pitch-black greatsword. When Shifeng saw this swordsman, he could not help but gasp. A Tier 3 hero. Chapter 2272, Bloodline Evolves. The third floor's trial is this challenging. Shifeng was rendered speechless as he stared at the human swordsman standing in the center of the elevated platform. Crow Bison, Black Sword Knight. Hero, Tier 3 Sword King. Level 99. HP 13, 000, 000/13, 000, 000. Practically every player in God's domain knew that NPCs were not to be provoked by this stage of the game, yet many were still unaware that there were even massive differences between NPCs. Take the NPC giants Shifeng fought on the first floor, for example. They possessed powerful racial traits that granted them superior combat power. The combat power giants wielded ranked at the top among NPCs of the same tier. But comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. However, comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. Heroes had completed the trial of God and received a god's blessing. Their combat power was unparalleled among those of the same rank. Powerful heroes could even slay an adult dragon by themselves. They were akin to kingdoms and empires' guardian saints. Many Tier 5 Apex experts in Shifeng's previous life had grown conceited and would frequently attack kingdoms and empires' caravans. In the end, many of them had encountered hidden NPC heroes and received a painful beating. These experts hadn't been able to escape and had been locked up in prison for their crimes. Why wouldn't Shifeng be stunned to learn that he had to face a Tier 3 hero? System. Kill Crow Bison, the Black Sword Knight, within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Shifeng's last spark of hope faded the instant he heard the system notification. He had hoped that he'd only have to survive against the Tier 3 hero for a certain time to clear the third floor's trial. If that were the case, he'd have a chance, but he actually had to kill a Tier 3 hero. Shifeng wouldn't be able to defeat a Tier 3 hero even if he were a Tier 3 player, let alone right now as a Tier 2 player. The Tier 5 Apex experts of the past had commanded incredibly powerful combat techniques, and the weakest piece of equipment they had worn had been epic rank. They had also carried a few fragmented legendary items, yet they had only earned a one-sided beating during their encounters with Tier 5 heroes. Wait, why is that hero only wearing dark gold equipment? Just as Shifeng was about to give up on the trial and stop wasting his time in the Tower of Four Gods, he noticed that the glow effect on Crow Bison's weapons and equipment was effect unique to Dark Gold ranked items normally. NPC heroes wore a minimum of epic set equipment, while some of the stronger individuals were fully geared in fragmented legendary equipment. An NPC would have an easier time collecting such equipment than players. After all, however, the Tier 3 hero before him only wore Dark Gold equipment. Moreover, by the looks of the hero's equipment, it wasn't even a Dark Gold set equipment. I have a chance. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement at this discovery. There was a 3-rank difference between epic set equipment and individual Dark Gold equipment. In other words, this hero's combat power would be 3 ranks lower than usual. Most importantly, Crow Bison was not level 100, but level 99. Level 100 was a massive turning point in God's domain for monsters and NPCs. Until monsters and NPCs reached that threshold, they'd be restricted by the system, only able to exhibit a portion of their full strength. Hence, Shifeng still had a chance of completing the trial considering the situation. Shifeng quickly calmed himself and stepped onto the platform. I advise you to turn back, young adventurer. You are not strong enough to defeat me. Crow Bison said. How will I know that without trying? Shifeng countered. Then, I have no choice but to remove you myself, Crow Bison declared, unsheathing the pitch-black greatsword from his back. The intensity of his aura skyrocketed as he charged at Shifeng. Crow Bison was extremely fast, and mid-charge, he split into 6 clones, which were impossible to differentiate between. Sure enough, he'll execute all of his skills and spells with a 100% completion rate. Shifeng wasn't surprised in the least to see the 6 heroes charge at him. The move Crow Bison just used was the Swordsman class's Tier 3 skill, Sword Phantom. Normally, the skill only allowed the user to split into 4 copies, but one would gain 2 more if they achieved a 100% completion rate. Not only would these additional doppelgangers confuse the enemy further, but all 6 were also physical copies. Of course, Shifeng wouldn't take Crow Bison's attack lying down. He immediately brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Thanks to his incessant training, Shifeng could now execute Shadow Blade with a 103% completion rate. As a result, the number of sword lights he summoned had increased from 10 to 12. Although Crow Bison was a Tier 3 hero, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than a Strength-type Great Lord due to the limitations of his equipment. Meanwhile, Shadow Blade's power had risen with a 103% completion rate. Now, a single sword light had enough strength to rival this NPC hero. However, Crow Bison's 6 doppelgangers altered their footwork and agilely evaded all 12 attacks like nimble cats just as Shifeng's sword lights were about to slam into him. Without pause, the NPC continued toward Shifeng. The evasion surprised Shifeng, advanced combat technique. All 6 doppelgangers had executed an advanced combat technique simultaneously. Facing so many enemies, Shifeng had no choice but to defend himself with Swords Transmigration. Shifeng had improved his use of Swords Transmigration during his training in the Tower of Four Gods as well. Now he could deflect 6 simultaneous attacks without trouble. However, the instant the 2 swordsmen's attacks were about to collide, Crow Bison's 6 strikes converged into 2. Shifeng felt 2 powerful forces strike his blades, the combination attack containing so much strength that he couldn't defect. The impact threw Shifeng over 10 yards away as he lost nearly 10,000 hectopascals. Bronze combat technique. Shifeng stared at the Tier 3 NPC hero in shock. Shifeng had used a bronze defensive combat technique, yet he hadn't been able to deflect Crow Bison's attacks. Moreover, he had taken damage from the attempt. He could only assume that this was because Crow Bison's offensive combat technique was bronze rank as well. Although Shifeng had known that NPC heroes were immensely powerful, unparalleled among those of the same tier, he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. It was no wonder why Crow Bison could exhibit 100% of his combat power if NPC heroes could casually execute advanced and bronze combat techniques. Not even a domain realm expert could achieve such a feat. Before Shifeng could steady himself, Crow Bison's main body transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, arriving before his opponent almost instantly. Tier 3 skill, Spatial Slash. Normally, Spatial Slash only yielded 1 attack. Yet in Crow Bison's hands, it had produced 3, each with the strength of a mythic monster. Unfortunately, Shifeng didn't have time to employ a defensive maneuver against the speed of this attack. As a result, he was forced to activate Defensive Blade. Shifeng suffered defeat in less than a minute due to his disadvantage in terms of basic attributes, skills, and combat standards. After his death, he automatically respawned at the bottom of the elevated platform. His combat power might be 3 ranks lower than normal, but he's still so powerful. It is no wonder why most Apex experts in the past ran away from heroes. Looking up, Shurfeng gave Crow Bison a bitter smile. Not only was Crow Bison capable of effortlessly executing bronze combat techniques, but he also had a 100% completion rate with all of his skills. A Tier 3 player had no hope of defeating him. Not even Shurfeng's current combat power was a match for this NPC hero. My combat power is still weaker than his, but I might have a chance of victory if I can gain a basic attribute advantage. After the first fight, Shurfeng realized that the difference between their strength wasn't as large as he had assumed. His gaze shifted toward the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel. The Frost Iron Bloodline has already increased my strength so drastically. If I can upgrade it to an advanced bloodline, my attributes should climb even higher with little choice. Shurfeng tapped on the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel and chose to evolve it. Chapter 2273, Advanced Fused Bloodline. As soon as Shurfeng chose to evolve the Frost Iron Bloodline, the 100 bloodline power he had accumulated transformed into a purple and gold gas that flowed throughout Shurfeng's body. As the gas spread throughout his body, Shurfeng felt as if he were being burned alive. His heart, however, remained icy cold. At the same time, divine runes began to appear on his body initially. The divine runes seemed fragmented, but as the purple gold gas fused with Shurfeng, the divine runes completed after 10 seconds or so. The gas had fused with Shurfeng, and a set of complete divine runes had tattooed his body. His aura had changed slightly as well. If Shurfeng had felt like a mighty wolf before, he was now as imposing as a majestic lion. His strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. There's such a huge difference between the Frost Iron Bloodline's basic and advanced versions. Shurfeng was a little surprised when he sensed the changes to his body. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline, increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength and agility, followed by endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Statistically, the Frost Iron Bloodline had barely changed, yet Shurfeng could feel the difference in him quite clearly currently. He had massively improved in various aspects. His strength attribute was now only slightly lower than that of a Grand Lord of the same level, and his reaction speed had risen to rival what he had enjoyed in his previous life as a Tier 3 Sword King. Shurfeng immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Shadowblade. The moment he did, however, he was stunned before his transformation. He had been able to produce 12 sword lights with Shadowblade, yet now he commanded 14 sword lights. His skill completion rate had climbed to 105%, 2% more than his previous limit as well. The improvement was frightening. It was incredibly difficult to increase a skill completion rate by a single percent after reaching 100%. It was even more of a challenge than raising one's completion rate from 99% to 100%. After nearly 2 weeks in the Tower of Four Gods, he had only increased his Shadowblade completion rate to 103%, and he still couldn't hit that rate reliably, and yet, Shurfeng had just achieved a 105% completion rate with Shadowblade. Why wouldn't he be surprised? Moreover, every sword light was as powerful as a Grand Lord's attack. If he combined all 14, he could even severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. Level 90+ Grand Lords possessed very high defense, and their physical bodies were incredibly tough. Even a Berserker would have a hard time injuring a level 90+ Grand Lord. At best, the Berserker's attack would leave a small scratch, not weakening the Grand Lord's combat power in the least. After examining the effects of evolving the Frost Iron Bloodline, Shurfeng walked toward Crow Bison. He hadn't been a match for the NPC hero since his basic attributes had been slightly weaker than his opponents. Crow Bison was a bona fide Tier 3 existence, and every one of his skills was at Tier 3. Shurfeng's reaction speed had also been slightly lower than Crow Bison's. However, the evolved Frost Iron Bloodline gave Shurfeng a strength advantage, and he could now execute his skills with a 105% completion rate. In terms of raw power, Shurfeng's Tier 2 skills were in no way inferior to Crow Bison's Tier 3 skills. Shurfeng had also become Crow Bison's equal in terms of reaction speed. His chances of defeating the Tier 3 hero had definitely improved. You still refused to give up, young adventurer. Crow Bison frowned as Shurfeng returned to the platform. You are only Tier 2. The The Tower of Four Gods' third-floor trial has been prepared for Tier 3 beings. Of course, I refuse to give up. This is the third floor's final trial. Once I clear it, I'll have cleared the entire floor and receive the reward for doing so. Why would I give up? Shifeng replied in the Tower of Four Gods. Rewards were based on the number of floors the challenger had cleared, and the difference between clearing 2 floors and 3 was massive. To put it into perspective, it was akin to the difference between dark gold equipment and epic equipment. Fine. Then I have no choice but to send you back, Crow Bison said. Crow Bison's figure blurred immediately, and in the blink of an eye, he loomed above Shifeng. Swinging his pitch-black greatsword in a downward arch as the greatsword descended, Crow Bison split into 3 identical copies. As a result, 3 attacks soared toward Shifeng, converging toward a single point. The power of this attack tore apart space itself. It wasn't any weaker than a mythic monster's attack. Was he holding back? Shifeng wondered, his expression darkening as he watched the incoming blade. Crow Bison had perfectly incorporated a combat technique and skill in this attack. First, the hero had used the Tier 3 skill Mountain Splitter. He then used an advanced combat technique to combine the 3 attacks, stacking each attack's strength. Not even domain realm experts could use this move. Mountain Splitter was an AoE skill. Thus, life-saving skills such as Defensive Blade couldn't block it. Only invulnerability skills could stop it. Unwilling to expose weakness, Shifeng executed Purgatory Pentaslash to counter the attack. Each of Purgatory Pentaslash's strikes was stronger than the last, and Shifeng executed the skill with a 104% completion rate, combining it with the strength combination technique. All 5 strikes merged perfectly as the cut through the convergence point of Crow Bison's 3 attacks. Boom. As the blades clashed, a massive explosion shook the arena. The resulting shockwave through Crow Bison, who had been suspended in the air. Although Shifeng hadn't taken damage, he had depleted a huge chunk of his concentration due to the difficulty of combining the skill and the combat technique, leaving him sluggish. If he hadn't evolved the Frost Iron Bloodline to advance rank, pulling off that move would have been impossible. Fortunately, Shifeng was currently in the Tower of Four Gods, which was full of eternal energy. As a result, he had recovered a significant portion of the lost concentration before Crow Bison had even hit the ground. Just before the NPC hero landed, Shifeng executed Wind Blade and charged forth. It wasn't easy to move while suspended in the air, leaving one vulnerable to attack. Naturally, Shifeng wouldn't miss this opportunity. Achieving a 105% completion rate with Windblade, Shifeng only needed an instant to cross the 20 or so yards between them. As soon as Shifeng reached Crow Bison, he brandished Killing Ray and executed Lightning Flash. Since Lightning Flash was a combat technique, he didn't need any preparation time to use the attack. As Shifeng swung Killing Ray, his attack felt smoother than ever before. Previously, Shifeng hadn't been able to perform Lightning Flash's 16th slash. Yet now, 16 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison like an all-encompassing net, each carrying enough raw power to force a Grand Lord to stumble backward. Crow Bison had reacted very quickly and performed a defensive combat technique. Unfortunately for the NPC, Lightning Flash was a full offensive technique. Even with only 15 slashes, the technique had enough power to rival ordinary bronze combat techniques. Now that Shifeng had performed the 16th slash, the hero could only nullify 5 of the sword lights when focusing on defense, and the remaining 11 attacks struck him squarely. Crow Bison immediately lost over 1 million HP. However, Crow Bison was not an easy opponent. The hero launched a counterattack the moment he landed, his black greatsword releasing an endless darkness that devoured all light around him. The NPC hero sent 9 slashes at Shifeng, and like the darkness around him, the attacks surrounded Shifeng. Even with his sharp senses, Shifeng couldn't sense the attack's trajectories and had to rely on Sword's orbit to protect himself. Even with the technique, however, 2 of the attacks struck, dealing more than minus 100,000 damage. 2 with a maximum HP at 630,000. Shifeng could only afford to take 6 more of those hits. What an amazing move. Shocked, Shifeng stared at Crow Bison. As a domain realm expert, he no longer had to rely on his sight to sense incoming attacks. However, Crow Bison's previous move robbed him of more than his vision. His other senses had significantly weakened as well. If he hadn't had the reaction speed of a Tier 3 player, he would have lost half of his HP from that attack. It seems this will be a battle of attrition. Shifeng adjusted his approach and activated Twilight of the Gods and Twilight's Shadow since these abilities would lower his basic attributes. Shifeng hadn't bothered to use them during the first fight with Crow Bison. Widening the gap between their basic attributes wouldn't help him defeat the Tier 3 hero. However, now that he had an edge with his strength, his doppelganger's one strength wouldn't be as high as Crow Bison, but the difference wouldn't be so vast. They could, more or less, contend with the hero with the help of his doppelgangers. Shifeng focused on offense and traded blow for blow with Crow Bison. Crow Bison was just too powerful, however, and by the time he had finished off one doppelganger, Shifeng had only dealt a little over minus 800,000 damage in total after another 2 minutes. The NPC hero still had 1/3 of his HP remaining. In contrast, Shifeng's HP was nearly at 0. At his current state, he'd only last 3 more moves against Crow Bison. It seems this is my limit. Looking at Crow Bison, Shifeng smiled and said, "Let's start the second round, then." He then activated the Aura of Water's life domain, and he began to recover 20% of his HP each second. Unless Crow Bison could kill him in one hit, the hero couldn't defeat him while life domain was in effect. This was the final trump card Shifeng had saved throughout the fight. It would only last 30 seconds. After all, Shifeng charged at Crow Bison, repeatedly executing Lightning Flash and not giving the hero an opportunity to activate a skill. He rapidly shaved away the NPC's HP, but Crow Bison wasn't a fool either. He focused on his defense, slowing his HP losses. Life domain's 30-second duration was almost over. Crow Bison still had 7% of his HP remaining. Shifeng, however, adjusted his footwork as he activated Instant Strike. The Tier 2 taboo skill he had reserved. He gambled the last of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash. The massive attack speed boost Instant Strike provided allowed Shifeng to execute the combat technique perfectly. 17 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison with such speed that the Tier 3 hero had no time to defend himself while executing a bronze defensive combat technique. As a result, the combined power of the 17 sword lights slammed into Crow Bison, devouring the last of his HP. System. Congratulations! You have defeated the hero, Crow Bison, and cleared the Tower of Four Gods' 3rd floor trial. Chapter 2274. Level 100 restriction removed. The instant Crow Bison died, Shifeng's experience bar skyrocketed. He had already been very close to level 100, and in the end, his experience bar took less than 2 seconds to fill completely level 100. Suddenly, a faint purple glow enveloped Shifeng's body. The phenomenon wasn't like his previous level-ups, and as soon as the glow faded, invisible chains appeared around him. These chains then cracked and shattered, freeing Shifeng of his prior restrictions. IV already reached level 100? Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at his level. He both desired and detested level 100. Level 100 might not seem like much, but Shifeng understood that it was the greatest milestone in God's domain. The main God system didn't only release monsters and NPCs from their restrictions. Players would also undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 100. Unfortunately, they'd also lose the main God system's protection. The invisible chains that bound players were a form of restriction and protection. Not only would players' basic attributes rise by a large margin, but their sensitivity and reactions would also reach 100%. Of course, this meant they would also fully experience the pain when receiving damage, and their mental exhaustion would begin to affect their physical bodies. What everyone knew of God's domain before level 100 was an illusion. It was a watered-down simulation that allowed players to adapt to the actual game. As players continued to level up, they'd experience fewer restrictions, and once they hit level 100, the restrictions would be completely removed, and God's domain's virtual world would truly begin to mimic reality. IV leveled far faster than I had expected. I'll have to complete my Tier 3 promotion as soon as possible, Shifeng thought after getting a feel for his level 100 body. Although combat would be more of a struggle after level 100, the hazy sensation he had felt all this time had finally disappeared. He had regained the body he had been so familiar with during his previous life. While his virtual body had been under the main God system's protection, he hadn't been able to exhibit 100% of his strength. Hence, he hadn't been able to immerse himself in battle fully. That also meant that he hadn't lost much concentration when taking damage. That body hadn't felt like it had truly belonged to him, but now, his concentration would decrease when he took damage. He could finally enjoy a true sense of realism. Although players gained massive improvements when they reached level 100, they would also be at their weakest in God's domain. Monsters and NPCs would be liberated when they reached level 100 as well. An ordinary level 100, Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for a chieftain-ranked monster. In fact, the player would die the moment they entered a level 100 map. Even with a 6-man party, Tier 2 players had to be extremely careful in level 100+ maps. If players wanted to survive in level 100+ maps, they had to cross the Tier 3 threshold before Sherfong could grow accustomed to his new body. The scene around him blurred. This time, he was teleported to the top of a mountain. Ancient stone pillars decorated the area, and a large number of dragonkin roamed the mountain. Dragonkin looked a lot like humans, but they were covered in scales and draconic heads and rough, robust tails. These dragonkin were fully armed with weapons and armor, and they looked like an organized army, guarding these ruins. Black-scaled dragonkin. Bloodline creature. Great Lord. Level 100. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000. Although the black-scaled dragonkin were only great lords, they felt even more dangerous than the hero, Crow Bison, had, and the ruin Sherfong had teleported to was full of them. If he attacked a single dragonkin, at least 3 of its companions would come to its aid. System. Congratulations! You have cleared the 3rd floor's trials and arrived at the Tower of 4 Gods' 4th floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day. You may also choose to start the 4th floor's trials immediately. The 4th floor really isn't a place for Tier 2 players. I'll need to reach Tier 3 to clear these trials. Sherfong watched the roaming dragonkin with a bitter smile. Dragonkin's life rating was considerably high, even surpassing inferior dragons and giants. Dragonkin had inherited a part of the dragon bloodline. Even ordinary Tier 3 players would have to flee from a level 100+, Great Lord ranked dragonkin. Although Sherfong could rival actual Tier 3 players, he wasn't an actual Tier 3 player. Furthermore, these black-scaled dragonkin had awakened their bloodline abilities initially. Sherfong had wanted to try his luck with the 4th floor's trials, but he dismissed the thought. He decided to give up on the challenge, throwing away his 2 remaining lives and leaving the Tower of 4 Gods. As he couldn't gain anything more from the tower, so there wasn't any reason to stay. Once Sherfong gave up on the challenge, the system teleported him to a temple. Various treasures were on display within the temple, all intensely dazzling. Every one of the treasures radiated an incredible pressure, and some had an aura that was even stronger than that of a mythic monster. Young adventurer, your success in clearing the 3rd floor is quite the achievement. Even the strongest of your 4 companions barely managed to clear the 2nd floor. The man that had first greeted Sherfong by the tower's golden doors congratulated. Smiling, the man continued, as your reward for clearing the 3rd floor, I will present 3 items to choose from. You may only take 1 item with you. After the man's statement, 3 brilliant treasures appeared before Sherfong. As soon as they did, eternal energy began to gather around themas expected of the Tower of 4 Gods. The rewards are amazing. Sherfong stared at the 3 items in shock. The first item was the Draconic Eagle's summoning flute. The Draconic Eagle was an advanced extraordinary flying mount with the dragon bloodline. Although it was only 1 rank higher than the Thunder Eagle, the difference between them was massive. The only flying mount stronger than this Draconic Eagle was legendary rank, and very few legendary flying mounts existed in God's domain. As for the 2 other items, they were Dragonblood's Sacred Stone, consumable, has a 20% chance to upgrade a piece of epic equipment to Fragmented legendary rank. There is a 50% chance that the Dragonblood Sacred Stone will mutate and strengthen the target equipment. Hero's Tome. Special item. Sacrifice 50,000 magic crystals to summon a Tier 4 hero that is 20 levels higher than the user for 12 hours. Can only be used 3 times. Cooldown. 10 days. Although none of the items were Fragmented legendary rank, they were no less valuable, and every one of the greatly tempted Sherfong. Upgrading an advanced extraordinary flying mount to Tier 4 would be a very simple task. On the other hand, he would have to invest a ton of resources in the Thunder Eagle to get it to Tier 4. The Dragonblood Sacred Stone's value went without saying. Even if it failed to upgrade the target epic equipment piece to the Fragmented legendary rank, There was still a 50% chance for the piece would mutate. The hero's tome was also a priceless item. A bona fide tier 4 hero would be many times stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. You have 10 minutes to decide. Then, you will be teleported to where you came from. Choose wisely. The majestic man Sadie choose the hero's tome. Shifeng announced after giving the matter some thought. Although an advanced extraordinary flying mount was immensely powerful, he would need to invest a lot of time to nurture it. Furthermore, that item wasn't entirely out of his reach. As he grew stronger, he was bound to encounter an opportunity to obtain one. As for the Dragonblood Sacred Stone, it only had a chance of granting him a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. It wasn't a guarantee the hero's tome would be more helpful to him than the Draconic Eagle or Dragonblood Sacred Stone. He wouldn't be able to use external items during his Tier 3 promotion quest, but he could use a Tier 4 heroine response. The majestic man waved a hand, and an ancient, dilapidated tome appeared in Shifeng's grip. The sight of the book elated Shifeng. With this hero's tome, he was far more confident of completing the high-difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. With Tier 3 being a major turning point in God's domain, his performance in the promotion quest would greatly affect his chances of reaching Tier 4 and 5 in the future. He could not afford to be careless. Since you've received your reward, you may leave now. The majestic man waved a hand again, and Shifeng transformed into a streak of light as he was evicted from the temple. Chapter 2275. Black Flame Reappears. After leaving the Tower of Four Gods, Shifeng found himself on an island enveloped in death energy. Not only was the atmosphere chilling, but it also reduced Shifeng's reaction speed, and level 90+ Lord-ranked undead roamed all around him. The Buried Bones ruin. Looking around, Shifeng quickly recognized where he was. The system really knows how to teleport people. To think it would send me to such a dangerous location. The Buried Bones ruin was located in the Sea of Death's core area. Although the island wasn't as dangerous as the tidal vortex, it was still a risky place for current players. Ordinary level 90 experts would almost certainly die if they visited this place alone. Not only was flight unallowed in the Buried Bones ruin, but all means of teleportation were also prohibited. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to venture in and out of the ruin. Because of this, players had a difficult time escaping dangerous situations in the area. Only 20-man teams or greater would have any chance of exploring the ruin safely. However, Shifeng was powerful enough to come and go as he pleased. Once he had his bearings, Shifeng made his way to the Buried Bones ruin's entrance. Although the Buried Bones ruin was a small, isolated island, it was unique. Docking on the island's shore was akin to entering a miniature world. The island wasn't any smaller than large-scale grinding maps on the main continent. After over 20 minutes of running, Shifeng finally found the exit of the canyon that housed the Buried Bones ruin. As he arrived, he encountered over 1,000 players crowding the exit. These players were split into 2 different teams. One only had 100 players, while the team that blocked the exit consisted of more than 1,000. These were high-level players, with the lowest among them at level 86, and quite a few at level 87. The weakest equipment they wore was level 85 Secret Silver rank. At this stage of the game, a guild would have to be first-rate at the very least to arm their experts with such high-quality equipment. Shifeng, however, was more surprised by their identities than their levels and items. The members of the 100-man team sported the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild emblem, and the team's leader was none other than Phoenix Rain's trusted aide, Blue Phoenix. In contrast, every member of the 1,000-man team blocking the canyon's exit was an independent player, and they all wore the same Adventurer Team logo, sewn into their capes. Interesting. An Adventurer Team dares to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The matter piqued Shifeng's curiosity. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. With the exception of other superpowers, no one would dare provoke it, and yet, an Adventurer Team had ambushed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members. Nobody would believe this. While Shifeng watched in surprise, a man broke away from the Adventurer Team. The atmosphere in the area intensified as he appeared. This man was a level 87 half-elf elementalist, and the weakest of his equipment was level 85 fine gold rank. He also carried 4 items that radiated with the epic glow effect, including the icy blue staff in the man's hand. Overall, the man's equipment standard was just as impressive as Blue Phoenix's. Blue Phoenix, who had seemed quite calm, Tense the moment this man appeared. To think that you would come to deal with us as well, Vice Commander Autumnplant. It seems Warblood thinks quite highly of us. Blue Phoenix sarcastically spat. Warblood was the publicly acknowledged, third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Although the adventurer team didn't have as many members as a first-rate guild, its overall strength and experts could rival that of an ordinary superpower. Everyone on Dragonheart Island knew Warblood's 4 great vice commanders, all of which possessed monstrous strength. Autumnplant had earned the nickname Bloody Mage after destroying an entire fleet at sea by himself. Now, he had been recognized as one of the top 10 elementalists on Dragonheart Island. You can only blame yourself for your unwise decisions. Do you think you'll be safe here? Plant Autumn asked nonchalantly. Starlink and 13 Thrones have already captured a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, acquiring access to unimaginable resources. Despite the invitation, Guild leader Lu sent the Phoenix Pavilion to cooperate against Zero Wing, you people rejected the offer. Since you have made your decision, like Zero Wing, you will have no hope of surviving in the Sea of Death. First, we'll see if you have the power to keep us here. Blue Phoenix snarled as she revealed a purple-red crystal. Chanting an incantation, the crystal shattered and transformed into a crimson magic array before Blue Phoenix. A level 92 Great Lord ranked magma giant then emerged from the magic array. Moreover, the magma giant was an archaic species. The instant this magma giant arrived, the temperature in the area soared. This magma giant was Blue Phoenix's trump card. A level 92 Great Lord might not be a tough opponent for current players, but as an archaic species, it would give them a run for their money. Under a player's control, such a Great Lord could easily slaughter a 1,000-man team. Not even Autumnplant would survive, however. Warblood's members didn't seem flustered. Rather, they all gave Blue Phoenix playful expressions. Do you think we came here unprepared? Blue Phoenix? Autumnplant said. I already knew about this summoning crystal of yours, but I suppose that since you've revealed your trump card, we should show you what we've prepared. As soon as Autumnplant said so, 60 Warblood members each took a magic array scroll from their bags and activated it suddenly. A gigantic magic array appeared, enveloping the canyon's exit. A lightning bolt then struck the exit, shattering the ground before a colossal hand emerged. The hand belonged to a gigantic skeletal warrior that pulled itself free of the rubble. This skeletal warrior was fully geared in magical armor and wielded a two-handed battle axe. Eerie flames burned in its hallowed eye sockets. Hell's Guardian. Undead. Grand Lord. Level 96. HP 150. 000. 000/150. 000. A Grand Lord? Blue Phoenix's expression darkened when she saw the Hell's Guardian. A Great Lord ranked archaic species might be very powerful, but it wasn't as strong as an actual Grand Lord. Moreover, the Hell's Guardian was level 96. Not even their entire 100-man team would last more than 5 moves against it. What do you think? Our adventurer team has gone to great lengths to obtain this summoning array, Autumnplant said, sneering at Blue Phoenix. I thought you were so confident. Where did that confidence go? Do you think you can get away from me now? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were instantly disheartened. Warblood had an overwhelming advantage both in terms of numbers and trump cards. The outcome was obvious even before the fight began. As Autumnplant spoke, the Hell's Guardian raised its battle axe and swung the weapon at Blue Phoenix, catching the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members off guard. The Hell's Guardian's axe felt like a small mountain as it descended, generating an immense amount of wind pressure. Every player within 8 yards of the weapon struggled to move. With this added effect, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't even defend themselves, let alone dodge the incoming attack. Suddenly, a sword light flashed between the teams, striking the side of the colossal axe. As if it had been struck by a massive boulder, the axe's trajectory drastically deviated, and the blade landed 8 yards away from Blue Phoenix, hitting nothing but the ground. Who's there? Autumnplant spun toward the origin of the sword light. With a dark look, he growled, Are you so desperate to die in the Sea of Death, daring to interfere with Warblood's matters? A figure then emerged from the nearby forest, fully clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a light blue sword surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. As this figure approached the battlefield, a deep voice reached everyone's ears. I am Zero Wing's Black Flame, Chapter 2276. Difference between Tier 3. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone present could not help but gape at him in astonishment. Even Blue Phoenix was surprised. Guild leader Black Flame? After Blue Phoenix confirmed that the person who had emerged from the forest was Shifeng, her eyes filled with even greater shock after the Storm's Serpent King raid. Shifeng had disappeared from the public eye. Despite launching a frantic manhunt, the various major powers of Dragonheart Island failed to find any traces of him, even after searching relentlessly for 20 days. It was as if he had disappeared completely from God's domain. This situation had caused quite the commotion in the game. Due to this situation, many had rumored that Shifeng had hidden himself out of fear of retaliation by the various superpowers. Gossip was that he had stopped logging into the game completely. It was even brooded about that a superpower had secretly taken action against Shifeng in the real world already. She never thought that Shifeng would actually appear in this place, so it is Guild leader Black Flame. When Autumn Plant saw Shifeng approaching the battlefield, he revealed an excited expression. Guild leader Black Flame, the Sea of Death's various major powers have constantly been searching for you these days. I never thought you would be here in the Buried Bones ruin. I really am fortunate today. Before Autumn Plant had even finished speaking, for level 87 players standing behind him suddenly moved to surround Shifeng. Guild leader Black Flame. Be careful. They're Warblood's 4 naval generals. They all possess a naval legacy and can form a natural battle array. Blue Phoenix warned hurriedly. Every one of the 4 naval generals was a team leader level individual in Warblood. Unlike other adventurer teams, those capable of becoming team leaders in Warblood were either peak experts or players strong enough to rival peak experts. Among them, the 4 naval generals were veteran team leaders of Warblood, all bona fide peak experts. Moreover, all 4 of them possessed naval legacies. Out at sea, they could contend against even domain realm experts. Meanwhile, under circumstances where they were further strengthened by a battle array, even domain realm experts would fall to them quickly. Too late. Autumn Plant said, smirking. He had deliberately spoken so much and so slowly before in order to buy the 4 naval generals time to activate the legacy battle array they possessed. In the next moment, the 4 naval generals appeared at Shifeng's 4 corners, a dark blue magic array forming beneath each of them. Suddenly, a dark blue pillar rose into the air, creating a battle array with a 300-yard radius. Immediately after, the intensity of the 4 naval generals' auras burgeoned. Their physical appearances started transforming as well. After just 3 short seconds, all 4 of them had become 6-meter-tall giants lavished with mysterious, dark blue runes. The Sea Giant Legacy? Shifeng concluded as he looked at the 4 naval generals. Although the Sea Giant Legacy was not a peak legacy, it was still a very rare advanced legacy, which had been very famous in Shifeng's previous life. Upon activating the Sea Giant Hidden Class's Legacy Battle Array, players would transform into a sea giant and have their life rating increased until it was only slightly inferior to that of archaic species. If the battlefield was out at sea, a Tier 2 sea giant would even be capable of fighting an ordinary Tier 3 player at this moment. Shifeng more or less understood why Warblood ranked 3rd among the numerous adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, and that its naval strength could rival even that of superpowers. Warblood daring to send a team to target Blue Phoenix was also natural. With such strength, Phoenix Rain's faction alone was no match for Warblood. Phoenix Rain would have to become the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master and unite the entire pavilion to be able to contend with the adventurer team. I never thought that you would know about this Sea Giant Legacy. Guild leader Black Flame. You really are a knowledgeable person. Autumn Plant was slightly surprised when he heard Shifeng's words. At this point, most people only knew that the 4 naval generals had obtained a naval legacy, but not what it was exactly. Since you know about the Sea Giant Legacy, then you should know of its capabilities. I won't trouble you too much, Guild leader Black Flame. If you hand over the fragmented legendary item you got from the Storm's Serpent King, then I can let you all leave this place safely. You think you can stop me with just 4 sea giants? Shifeng asked, smiling. How would I dare underestimate you? Guild leader Black Flame? The 4 naval generals would indeed have a very difficult time stopping you. But I'm afraid that you aren't aware that the current era has already changed, Autumn Plant said, looking at Shifeng with a playful expression. What do you mean? Shifeng asked, Unsure what Autumn Plant was talking about. What I mean is that you are already outdated, Autumn Plant said as he suddenly fished a dark blue crystal from his bag. The crystal, looking somewhat similar to the one Blue Phoenix took out earlier. He then squeezed and shattered the crystal. While you were hiding here in the Buried Bones ruin, Starlink led the various major powers to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's gravity temple and secured the ancient civilization's strength. In the next moment, a threefold magic array formed on Autumn Plant, then rapidly absorbed the surrounding mana and condensed it on him. As a result, the intensity of Autumn Plant's aura skyrocketed. His aura became so strong that it even surpassed the 4 naval generals and now stifled those who were bathed in it. Not good. That's a deification crystal. Blue Phoenix revealed a look of despair when she saw Autumn Plant's transformation. That's right. This deification crystal is the ancient civilization's power, Autumn Plant stated proudly as he looked at Shurfeng. Thanks to the deification crystal's power, I am now a bona fide Tier 3 player. Do you think you can still escape me? After saying so, Autumn Plant raised his staff and cast a spell. Suddenly, a twofold magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping a 50-yard radius. Immediately, Shurfeng, Blue Phoenix, and the other members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion felt intense pressure assaulting their bodies. At the same time, their basic attributes also decreased by 20% and movement speed by 30%. Tier 3 Legacy Spell, Oceanic Sky Domain. Domain skills and spells were incredibly powerful. A domain spell might not seem very powerful at Tier 2, but after reaching the Tier 3 standard, it would allow a magical class's combat power to undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, players would no longer have to stand still while channeling the domain and could move around freely. In addition, all mana within the domain's AoE would be under the caster's control, allowing Chantless Spellcasting Guild leader Black Flame run away quickly. The deification crystal not only transforms him into a Tier 3 player but also allows him to enter the nothingness realm, which greatly increases his spell's completion rate. Blue Phoenix hurriedly warned when she saw Autumn Plant getting ready to take action. An increase in spell completion rate would provide instantaneous improvements to a magical class player's combat power. In addition, Autumn Plant owned a naval legacy, so his current combat power was far superior to that of an ordinary Tier 3 player runaway. Do you think that's possible? Autumn Plant sneered. In the next moment, the level 96 Hell's Guardian appeared behind Shurfeng, cutting off his path of retreat completely. With the Oceanic Sky Domain in effect, there was no way he could surpass the Hell's Guardian in terms of movement speed. Now, just the Hell's Guardian alone would be more than enough to finish him off. Not to mention, Autumn Plant could also control the elemental mana inside his domain to attack Shurfeng. After speaking, Autumn Plant directed the drifting mana to create 6 water torrents and sent them shooting at Shurfeng. Each of the 6 water torrents carried strength rivaling that of a level 87 Grand Lord. Under Autumn Plant's control, the water torrents were like nimble snakes, their attack trajectories simply unpredictable. If these 6 water torrents coordinated with the Hell's Guardian, killing a domain realm expert would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the 4 naval generals were still patiently waiting for an opportunity to strike at Shurfeng from the sidelines. So long as Shurfeng suffered an attack and revealed an opening in his defense, they would immediately move in to deal him a fatal blow. However, even when the Hell's Guardian's battle axe and the 6 water torrents were about to devour Shurfeng, he did not activate a life-saving skill, contrary to everyone's expectations. Instead, he simply unsheathed the Twilight Blade and started brandishing it together with Killing Ray Sword's transmigration. After the arduous training in the Tower of 4 Gods, Shurfeng had further perfected and simplified Sword's transmigration. When he executed the technique now, the descending battle axe and the approaching water torrents all seemingly avoided him, as they merely brushed past his body without harming him in the slightest. Impossible. Autumn Plant gasped involuntarily. Autumn Plant had thought that Shurfeng might defend against his attacks with a life-saving skill. He had also considered the possibility of him using a berserk skill. However, he never imagined that Shurfeng could actually defend against such a powerful assault with just his 2 swords. Shurfeng didn't even use a skill throughout this process. Before Autumn Plant could snap out of his daze, Shurfeng executed Wind Blade with a 103% completion rate, disappearing from his original location and arriving before Autumn Plant in the blink of an eye. Shifeng's movement speed far surpassed even that of the Hell's Guardian's secret technique, lightning flash. In the next moment, an all-encompassing net of sword lights flew toward Autumn Plant. In response, Autumn Plant activated Blink and instantly appeared 20 yards away from Shifeng. However, before Autumn Plant could do anything else, his body suddenly crumpled forward powerlessly because, at this moment, his HP had already reached 0. Chapter 2277 Fragmented Legendary Item. The instant Autumn Plant collapsed to the ground, silence descended across the entire battlefield. Warblood's members, who originally wore playful expressions on their faces, were thoroughly stupefied, gaping at Autumn Plant's motionless corpse vice commander. The 4 naval generals, who were poised to help Autumn Plant, were similarly dumbfounded by this scene. Their bodies petrified from shock. Autumn Plant died. The man nicknamed the Bloody Mage was killed, just like that. Despite having used a deification crystal to upgrade himself into a Tier 3 player temporarily, Autumn Plant still died so decisively, without even a chance to retaliate. This situation was simply unbelievable. A Tier 3 player. That was a bona fide Tier 3 player they were talking about. That was not something pseudo-Tier 3 players like themselves could hope to contend with. The 4 naval generals simply could not fathom how Shifeng had pulled off such a straightforward victory over Autumn Plant. Could the rumor be true? During the time everyone was shocked over Autumn Plant's death, someone among Warblood's members suddenly remembered the rumor that had been circulating in the outside world for quite some time now. Right? Black Flame must have gained the strength of a fragmented legendary item. That's why he's able to instantly kill the vice commander. A fragmented legendary item? At this moment, aside from Warblood's members, even the distant Blue Phoenix entertained such thoughts. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not seen a fragmented legendary item before. Although one was rumored to have been among the Storm Serpent King's loot, as a member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon, she knew that this remained only a rumor. After all, even now, she had not heard of any superpower obtaining a fragmented legendary item. However, seeing how Shifeng could kill Autumn Plant instantly, she could not help wondering whether the rumors were actually true. Otherwise, she had no way to explain this situation previously. The concept of Tier 3 classes was still very foreign to everyone. However, as players continuously leveled up and got increasingly closer to level 100, they became more aware of just how frightening Tier 3 classes were. A Tier 3 class was something mere Tier 2 classes could not hope to compete against, standing already on a whole different level. Meanwhile, even being fully geared in epic equipment was not sufficient for one to cross the divide while still Tier 2. The only possibility of doing so was by relying on the rumored fragmented legendary items. After all, according to God's Domain's information, fragmented legendary items granted its users the ability to transcend tiers. Aren't fragmented legendary items a little too powerful? Blue Phoenix was filled with an indescribable sense of shock and envy as she gazed at Autumn Plant's corpse on the ground. The deification crystal was a consumable with a short duration of 3 hours. Obtaining even one such crystal was incredibly difficult. A fragmented legendary item, on the other hand, could be used forever. Most importantly, fragmented legendary items could actually grant a Tier 2 player combat power superior to even ordinary Tier 3 players. Suddenly, aside from Blue Phoenix, everyone else present started eyeing Shifeng with a different type of gaze. Rather than fear and awe, they looked at him with admiration and envy instead. It seems I've shown off too much. Shifeng quickly picked up the sudden change in the atmosphere and could not help revealing a bitter smile at this situation. Originally, he had thought to shock Warblood's members by instantly killing their vice commander. He never thought that his actions would give rise to a misunderstanding. Part of the reason why Shifeng could kill Autumn Plant was indeed because he possessed fragmented legendary items. However, a larger part of the reason for this was his having reached level 100 already. With all of his restrictions removed, his reaction speed naturally surpassed Autumn Plant's, who was only a level 87 player and still had his body restricted. If Autumn Plant had been level 100 as well, then Shifeng would not have had such an easy time killing the Elementalist. At the very least, Autumn Plant would have evaded his lightning flash. Disregarding the envious gazes he was receiving, Shifeng turned to the 4 naval generals, who were similarly looking at him with a trace of greed in their eyes. What? You still want to continue? Shifeng asked, Smirking Shifeng's words were spoken very calmly. However, an invisible killing intent suddenly spread across the entire battlefield. Upon sensing this killing intent, the 4 naval generals shuddered involuntarily, the greed in their eyes instantly disappearing without a trace as they realized that their lives and deaths now lay in Shifeng's hands. No. We'll retreat. We'll retreat immediately. The 4 naval generals said hurriedly shortly after. All of Warblood's members disappeared from the Buried Bones ruin, leaving behind only Blue Phoenix and the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' guild leader Black Flame. Even if you let them leave now, I'm afraid the Warblood adventurer team will not let this matter rest. Moreover, Warblood will definitely spread the news about your fragmented legendary item. At that time, Blue Phoenix said worriedly after Shifeng allowed Warblood's members to leave with their lives. Previously, everyone was still dubious about the rumor of Shifeng owning a fragmented legendary item. Even so, the various major powers and experts of dark forces had put in quite a lot of effort to search for Shifeng. Now that the rumor was verified, countless powers and experts would definitely go crazy if news about it is going to spread. So be it. Even if I kill them, the news will still be spread. Why should I waste my time killing them? When the time comes, anyone who wishes to take action against me can try as much as they want, Shifeng said, chuckling. He paid no heed to this matter at all. Right, why are you grinding here? This place is very dangerous for players of your level. Shifeng's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Although he was indeed frighteningly strong, he was still susceptible to ambushes and assassinations. Even the guild leader of a super guild would lose his life at some point if so many powers and experts targeted him. She never thought that Shifeng would actually treat this matter so lightly. Although fragmented legendary items had a low probability of dropping and Shifeng surely wouldn't lose his after dying just once or twice, he was bound to lose his fragmented legendary item eventually, the more he got killed. Not to mention, there were many tools in God's domain that could be used to increase the death penalty of players. However, Blue Phoenix could only sigh in regard to this situation. After all, this was Shifeng's problem. It was not her place to tell him how he should handle it. We are here for a quest. Originally, Big Sis Rain had already secured an advantage in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's close relationship with Starlink, he received a large number of resources from Starlink as support. Now, his side is prospering on Dragonheart Island while we can only run to this dangerous place. Recently, 9 Dragons Emperor even worked with Lu Xinglua to secure an ancient civilization's ruin in the Gravity Mountain range. A short while ago, 9 Dragons Emperor suddenly called for an emergency elders meeting on Dragonheart Island. By the looks of it, he plans on taking action against Big Sis Rain. After receiving news about this, I tried to hurry back to Dragonheart Island, but ran into Warblood's members as you saw just now. Blue Phoenix explained helplessly. It seems 9 Dragons Emperor plans on snatching the position of Great Pavilion Master. Shifeng said he thinks so as well. In a slightly anxious tone, Blue Phoenix continued, Guild Leader Black Flame, I need to return as quickly as possible. I won't be able to continue chatting with you. No, I'll go with you, Shifeng said. Shaking his head upon hearing Shifeng's words, Blue Phoenix simply nodded in agreement. After all, he represented Zero Wing. Having him present would undoubtedly give Phoenix Rain more authority at the meeting, following which, Shifeng led Blue Phoenix to the canyon's exit and summoned the Thunder Eagle, the appearance of the flying mount filling the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members with envy. Let's go, Shifeng said as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He planned on bringing Blue Phoenix back to Dragonheart Island first. As for the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members, they would have to slowly sail back to the island on their ships while Shifeng was flying toward Dragonheart Island. News of his appearance in the Buried Bones ruin as well as his possession of a fragmented legendary item spread rapidly throughout the Sea of Death. For a time, the entire Sea of Death was in an uproar. Chapter 2278, Shocking Dragonheart City. Dragonheart Island, Dragonheart City. The streets of the city were currently full of traffic, especially at the city's port. Ship after ship could be seen docking at the port and offloading numerous carts of cargo into the city. Most of the merchandise being transported into Dragonheart City belonged to players, aside from a portion belonging to NPCs. Meanwhile, of the player merchandise transported, a large majority consisted of the various neutral races' specialty products, such as Thunderwood, Primordial Magic Stone, and Magic Steel. Items that could not be stored in a player's bag space. Every one of these items was something the various major powers needed. Thunderwood was the main material needed to produce advanced speedboats and even bronze speedboats. It possessed very high magic resistance, and the ships made with this type of timber were insusceptible to magic attacks. The primordial magic stone, on the other hand, was an ideal material for tool production due to its toughness and the mana it contained. If made into a test bench, it could increase the production success rate of lifestyle players by a large margin. As for magic steel, it could be used to strengthen ship cannons. Cannons strengthened by magic steel could enhance their cannonballs with mana, significantly increasing the cannonball's power and attack speed due to the properties of these rare items. They were in high demand among players, yet they were all very difficult to procure in human kingdoms and empires. However, since Dragonheart City was a neutral trade city, many neutral races would ship their specialty products here to sell and earn ancient coins to exchange for other resources. Moreover, the appearance of an ancient civilization in the Gravity Mountain range was attracting an increasingly larger number of neutral players to Dragonheart City. This situation served to boost the city's prosperity, allowing Dragonheart City to cast even imperial capitals in the shade. During the time everyone was busy traveling in and out of Dragonheart City's port, a figure suddenly popped into view on the horizon. In the next few moments, this figure could be seen approaching Dragonheart City. After just 8 short seconds, a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters appeared before everyone. Faint, blue arcs of electricity crackled around this giant eagle's body. The frightening aura the bird gave off plunged the horse carriages moving about at the port into chaos. Players that were below level 70 even felt an intense, stifling pressure on their bodies for a time. The entire port went into an uproar. Crap. That's a flying mount. A flying mount is actually this powerful. Doesn't that eagle look like Black Flame's mount? What? Black Flame actually came to Dragonheart Island? Is he tired of living? As the giant eagle descended before Dragonheart City's entrance, everyone quickly recognized the eagle's identity. A heated discussion immediately broke out as they looked at the black armored man riding the giant eagle. Nowadays, everybody operating in the Sea of Death knew Black Flame's name. After all, there was nobody who would not pay attention to a fragmented legendary item previously. When Starlink announced that Black Flame had obtained a fragmented legendary item from the Storm Serpent King, everyone was skeptical. However, after news of Black Flame's performance in the Buried Bones ruin spread, people changed their minds. This situation ignited a burning desire in countless players. This reaction was because Black Flame's fragmented legendary item was the sole fragmented legendary item known to exist thus far. If they could get their hands on it, then their future would be limitless. After all, the strength of a fragmented legendary item enabled Black Flame to kill Autumn Plant, one of Warblood's vice commanders, without breaking a sweat. At that time, Autumn Plant had even used a deification crystal to forcibly upgrade himself into a bona fide Tier 3 player. One could easily imagine how much improvement a fragmented legendary item provided players. Due to this reason, every expert and power operating in the Sea of Death was frantically searching for Sure Feng's whereabouts. Hence, his arrival in Dragonheart Island was no different from him walking straight into the tiger's den. While Dragonheart Island's security level might surpass that of imperial capitals and rival even that of Blackwing City, it did not stop players from tracking Sure Feng's movements. After all, there were many tracking magic in God's domain that would not alarm NPCs then. So long as Sure Feng dared leave the safe zones of God's domain, he would face endless pursuit and ambush. After Sure Feng alighted from the Thunder Eagle, the various major powers members at the port quickly relayed this information to their superiors. What? Black Flame actually appeared in Dragonheart City? Keep an eye on him. I'll send experts to track him right away. Do not let him get away, no matter what. That fragmented legendary item is mine. Upon receiving news of Sure Feng's arrival in Dragonheart City, the various major powers promptly dispatched all their expert trackers to Dragonheart City. Some powers even canceled set plans in order to head over to Dragonheart City immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, are you really fine with this? Blue Phoenix asked worriedly as she looked at Sure Feng. From the moment she alighted from the Thunder Eagle, she already sensed several hundred players staring at Sure Feng. Despite not being the focus of this attention, she still could not help but feel her scalp tingle. Moreover, this was only the beginning. There would definitely be more people keeping track of Shifeng's movements later. Relax. Right now, the most they can do is stare at me, Shifeng said, utterly unperturbed by this situation. Letting out a chuckle, he set off into Dragonheart City. During his previous life, all known owners of fragmented legendary items had frequently received such stares. So this kind of trouble right now was only natural. Not to mention, he was currently the only person known to own a fragmented legendary item. This was also the reason why he constantly reminded Fire Dance and the others to keep their fragmented legendary items secret. If it were before he had reached level 100, the exposure of this secret of his would indeed have brought him a lot of trouble. However, now that he had reached level 100, nobody in God's domain could do anything against him. Even if he went out into the fields, he would not have to worry about getting ambushed by players. After all, the maps he would be visiting would be level 100 plus maps. To players below level 100, level 100 plus maps were no different from Forbidden Lands. Let alone targeting him, they wouldn't even be able to guarantee their own survival there. This was also the reason why Shifeng dared to arrive boldly at Dragonheart City, using the Thunder Eagle Blue Phoenix. Fell speechless at Shifeng's confident behavior. However, her evaluation of Shifeng had also risen considerably as a result. Very few people would willingly put themselves in danger to help Phoenix reign during her time of need, particularly when a fragmented legendary item was at stake. Even the guild leaders of super guilds would not dare take such a risk. Afterward, Blue Phoenix led Shifeng toward the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Dragonheart City bustled, as various guild upper echelon members, who were rarely seen, had all gathered here. Moreover, aside from the guild's upper echelon, the pavilion's elders were also present. These people were normally scattered across the various kingdoms and empires. Their assembly here greatly excited the members in the residence nowadays. With the increasing popularity of God's domain in the real world, it was almost impossible for people to avoid talking about the game during their free time. Meanwhile, members of the upper echelons of large guilds were akin to celebrities. For ordinary players, just getting to see them was already worthy of conversation. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon and elders, these people were all unreachable existences to ordinary players. During the time the players in the residence were chatting, a majestic woman with shoulder-length hair strode into the residence. The woman was clad in light blue armor and possessed a beauty that was in no way inferior to Zhao Yueru's. Upon seeing this woman's appearance, the players inside the residence gasped. Quick! Look, even the Heavenly Knight is here. I heard that she's never been interested in the guild's internal affairs. Why is she here now? At this moment, aside from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's normal members, even the pavilion's upper echelon was surprised by this majestic woman's arrival. The reason for their reactions was this beauty's extraordinary status in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Titled as the Heavenly Knight by the Secret Pavilion, Windy Moon was originally Phoenix Reign's greatest competitor for the position of Phoenix Pavilion Master. However, as Windy Moon was not interested in the position, she had withdrawn from the competition and shifted her development to a neutral kingdom. As a result, Phoenix Reign became the new Phoenix Pavilion Master without any difficulty. Meanwhile, Windy Moon had defeated the various superpowers operating in the neutral kingdom. She had shifted to and taken control of the entire neutral kingdom. It was only thanks to her achievements that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was able to secure a large number of resources unique to neutral races. Just recently, she had even broken through to the domain realm, becoming one of the true pillars of the guild. Nobody had anticipated that she would actually appear in Dragonheart City's residence today. While everyone was discussing Windy Moon's purpose here, the Heavenly Knight headed straight for Nine Dragons Emperor. Seeing this situation further amplified everyone's shock. Nine Dragons, I hope you stick to your word. I'll let you know the consequences otherwise, Windy Moon said coldly as she approached Nine Dragons Emperor. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. He then gestured to the two men beside him. Let me introduce you. This person here is Starlink's guild leader, Lu Xinglua. This other person here is the War Blood Adventure Team's commander, Blood Oath. I believe you should be able to rest assured with this. So that's the case. No wonder you are so confident. After Windy Moon sent a glance at Lu Xinglua and Blood Oath, she did not say anything more. With Windy Moon's arrival, The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion upper echelon present could not help but start to pity Phoenix Rain. Although the normal members of the guild were unaware of the purpose of today's meeting, those in the upper echelon like themselves were not. Today was the day when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's next great pavilion master would be chosen now. However, not only did Nine Dragons Emperor have the support of 2 superpowers, but even Windy Moon was standing on his side. Even if Ku Rong, the current great pavilion master, personally favored Phoenix Rain over Nine Dragons Emperor, he was most likely powerless to do anything about the situation while the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon were having a quiet discussion among themselves. A commotion suddenly occurred at the entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. In the next moment, a man and a woman came into sight, walking toward the residence. Meanwhile, following behind this man and woman were actually several thousand other players. All of these players eyed the pair like ravenous wolves. Moreover, these players were all relatively powerful experts. Some of them were even Refinement Realm experts. Upon seeing this crowd of experts, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top brass got goosebumps. Meanwhile, as these experts strode increasingly closer to the residence, many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members recognized the pair walking at the forefront. Black Flame. This man and woman were none other than Shurfeng and Blue Phoenix. What? Zero Wings Black Flame is here? He actually dares to show his face here? Chapter 2279, shocking everyone with one sentence. Shurfeng's arrival caused an uproar in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence as every player discussed his arrival. Black Flame's gone insane. He actually dares to show up here. If so many people stared at me like this, I wouldn't even have the courage to get near Dragonheart City. Isn't he worried that someone will try to take his fragmented legendary item? As far as the public was concerned, the rumor of Shurfeng holding a fragmented legendary item had been verified. However, not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members had thought such an item would earn such a passionate reaction. Several thousand players followed after Shurfeng, and none of them bothered to hide their intentions. There were even Refinement Realm experts among the crowd, and even the pavilion's experts felt goosebumps on their skin as they stared at the massive crowd of experts. Black Flame is too arrogant. He just killed one of our adventurer team's members. Yet he dares to stand before us now. He's not taking War Blood seriously. A female ranger beside Blood Oath said grimly. She wore silvery white chainmail and carried an ancient, crystalline longbow across her back. Although this female ranger looked ordinary, barely considered a beauty, a faint, bloody mist circulated her body, adding to her appearance. Many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't seem to pull their eyes off of her. However, they only dared to stare for a short moment before averting their gazes. This female ranger was Inkfeather, one of Warblood's 4 great vice guild leaders. Although she hadn't reached the domain realm yet, her combat power was just as great as an ordinary domain realm expert's due to her half-elf bloodline and ancient legacy. When it came to hunting and sniping players, she ranked among the top 5 on Dragonheart Island. She had sniped countless experts out at sea thus far, including a few domain realm experts. Feather, leave the matter be for now, Blood Oath said as he glanced at Shurfeng. We're still in Dragonheart City. Lock onto his soul for now, and we'll take care of him properly later. Blood Oath had already learned about Autumn Plant's battle with Shurfeng from a subordinate. Shurfeng was quite powerful, but since the man had dared to kill one of Warblood's vice-commander, and news of the event had spread throughout Dragonheart City, Shurfeng was a dead man in Blood Oath's eyes. I understand. Inkfeather nodded and fell silent when Lu Xinglua overheard Blood Oath's conversation. A joyful glimmer flashed in his eyes. Starlink was frantically exploring the ancient civilization's ruins in the Gravity Mountain range, so he had no spare manpower to send after Shurfeng. Thus, he couldn't be any more pleased to hear that the Warblood adventurer team wanted to go after the man. Very few powers on Dragonheart Island were a match for Warblood's prowess at sea, which was why Lu Xinglua wanted to form an alliance with the adventurer team when Shurfeng had entered the residence. Nine Dragons Emperor had shifted his gaze toward the distant Phoenix Rain. Several influential guild upper echelons stood by her side, as well as 2 first-rate guild leaders. Yet despite such powerful allies, Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes held nothing but pity and ridicule. Phoenix Rain, your investments might have earned great returns, but those same investments will drag you down, Nine Dragons Emperor thought. He hadn't expected Shifeng to make an appearance, but now that Dragonheart Island's major powers were targeting Zero Wing, the guild couldn't help Phoenix Rain. In fact, it had become a burden. So, he is the rumored Black Flame? After glancing at Shifeng, Cloudy Moon turned her gaze to Phoenix Rain. Shaking her head, she thought, it seems this will be as far as you rise. Cloudy Moon felt an immense pressure from Shifeng, proving that he wielded great strength. But the title of Great Pavilion Master couldn't be won due to a single player. This would be a competition of foundation and influence. Cloudy Moon knew that Phoenix Rain had refused to cooperate with Starlink against Zero Wing, and as a result, Nine Dragons Emperor had taken advantage of the opportunity instead. In her opinion, abandoning a chance to cooperate with a superpower like Starlink over a lesser guild was simply foolish. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders pitted Phoenix Rain. As well, it seems there won't be any suspense in the competition for the Great Pavilion Master's position. What a pity. Phoenix Rain is clearly more capable than Nine Dragons Emperor. There's Zero Wing on one side, which had become Dragonheart City's public enemy, and on the other, we have the rapidly growing Starlink and Warblood adventurer team. The Great Pavilion Master wouldn't choose Phoenix Rain as his successor even if he'd lost his mind. In truth, the pavilion's upper echelons and elders had a favorable opinion of Phoenix Rain's abilities, but the difference between the two pavilion masters' overall strength was too great. This meeting was practically a farce, and it was obvious who would become the next Great Pavilion Master. While everyone discussed the matter in hushed tones, Shifeng arrived before Phoenix Rain. IV really caused you some trouble this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain was both ecstatic and grateful to see Shifeng here. Shifeng had taken a huge risk to show up here to support her. Not everyone would have the mental fortitude to do so, especially after obtaining a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item would be immensely helpful when exploring high-level maps and completing high-ranked quests. Could even help one complete their Tier 3 promotion quest. Losing a fragmented legendary item would be a huge setback for both Shifeng and Zero Wing's development. Nonsense. You've helped Zero Wing plenty of times, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Now that you are fighting for the Great Pavilion Master's position, I had to come, Shifeng said. If not for the capital and assistance Phoenix Rain had provided early on, Zero Wing wouldn't have become the guild it was today. Thank you for your support, Guild Leader Black Flame. The meeting will begin soon, so we should head inside, Phoenix Rain said as she gave Shifeng a grateful look. However, she had already abandoned any hope of winning this competition and the position. She was merely putting up her final struggle. Phoenix Rain then led Shifeng and her other supporters into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall, and the pavilion's elders and upper echelons followed shortly after. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall in Dragonheart City was a 4-story tall advanced guild hall. It might not be a match for the pavilion's other guild halls in the various NPC cities, but in Dragonheart City it was quite extravagant. Very few first-rate guilds could afford a guild residence on Dragonheart Island, much less an advanced guild hall. By the time Phoenix Rain and her entourage entered the top-floor meeting room, several hundred players had already taken their places inside. The lowest-leveled player here was level 87 and fully geared in level 85 fine gold equipment. Every one of the players in the room was a refinement realm or above expert as well, and quite a few of them were peak experts in 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. The sight was a testament to how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundations were. Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor supporters had split the room, sitting on opposite sides. After a short moment, the doors that connected this meeting room to a lounge next door opened, and an elderly man entered the meeting room. This elderly man was a level 88 summoner, wearing robes that resembled a nebula. The epic staff in the man's hand was a replica of the legendary staff, Spirit Caller, and the elder's aura was no weaker than Blood Oath's, Warblood's commander. As this elderly man entered the room, silence fell. This elderly man was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's current Great Pavilion Master, Ku Rong. 2 men, both radiating extraordinary auras, followed behind Ku Rong. Although they were only level 87, both of the men were bona fide domain realm experts. As Ku Rong lowered himself in the seat of honor, the 2 men guarded his sides. The guild upper echelons and elders didn't dare to speak or display any of their usual arrogance, merely waiting for Ku Rong to speak. I believe that you all know why I called you here for this meeting. I am getting old and can no longer take charge of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Hence, I am going to choose my successor for the Great Pavilion Master position today, Ku Rong slowly explained. My successor will have to contribute greatly to the guild, providing a better future than I have. You all know this. Hence, I recommend Nine Dragons Emperor to be my successor. If there are no objections, we will consider this matter settled. None of the guild upper echelons or elders seemed surprised by Ku Rong's decision, and Nine Dragons Emperor revealed an ecstatic expression. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Suddenly, however, a low voice filled the meeting room. I have an objection. Although the words hadn't been very loud, a deathly silence had followed them, enveloping the meeting room as everyone turned toward their origin. When everyone saw who had spoken, they were shocked. The person that had objected to the decision was Black Flame. Chapter 2280, Qualification. With Shifeng's statement, silence descended over the meeting room. Nobody had expected Shifeng to stand up and object to the Great Pavilion Master's decision. Blue Phoenix and the other guild upper echelons by Phoenix Rain's side were particularly surprised, and the blood drained from their faces. In contrast, Nine Dragon Emperor's supporters couldn't help but grin. It's over. Blue Phoenix stared at Shifeng, speechless. Although Ku Rong had chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as his successor in this meeting, Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't take the position for another 10 days, during which time, Phoenix Rain had the right to call another meeting with the elders. If more than half of the guild's elders decided that Nine Dragons Emperor was unfit for the position, someone stronger would be chosen. A meeting of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders was of the utmost importance in the pavilion. Not even the guild's ordinary upper echelons would qualify to participate, much less the core members. Normally, outsiders like Shifeng shouldn't have been allowed in today's meeting, but since they had been invited by the two pavilion masters to show their support, everyone had turned a blind eye. At most, Shifeng and the others were allowed to listen, nothing more. Since Ku Rong had chosen a successor, not even a guild upper echelon like Blue Phoenix could object, much less Shifeng. Only the pavilion masters and the guild elders were allowed to speak up. Since Shifeng had objected to the decision, not only would the guild elders look unfavorably on Phoenix Rain, but Ku Rong's opinion would likely fall, as well. Shifeng was a member of Phoenix Rain's entourage, after all. If she couldn't control her supporters, ensuring that they'd respect the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the guild elders and Ku Rong would doubt her power. Trying to replace Nine Dragons Emperor as the Great Pavilion Master would become a pipe dream. Guild leader Black Flame. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are but an outsider. You do not qualify to object. Even as the Phoenix Pavilion Master's guest, we will remove you from this meeting if you wish to cause a scene. Martial Dragon, who sat beside Nine Dragons Emperor, snarled, sneering at Shifeng. Although Martial Dragon's statement had been a warning for Shifeng, his words reminded the guild elders and Great Pavilion Master that he was Phoenix Rain's supporter. This implied that this disruption was due to Phoenix Rain's inability to control her people. Ku Rong frowned in response. Shifeng's interruption had soured his mood, and the guild elders chatted quietly amongst themselves. What does Black Flame think the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is? Zero Wing can barely rival a superpower, yet he dares to show such arrogance before us. How does Phoenix Rain normally manage her pavilion? I can't believe she brought such a disruptive supporter to such an important meeting. I had thought she was quite capable, but it seems that Nine Dragons Emperor is more suited for the position. I know, right? Nine Dragons Emperor has managed to ally himself with Starlink and Warblood. With such success, Phoenix Rain has no hope of catching up. For a time, the various guild elders began to question Phoenix Rain's authority and reevaluate their criticisms of Nine Dragons Emperor. Even Cloudy Moon, who had remained indifferent, turned to look at Phoenix Rain. Cloudy Moon had previously been impressed by Phoenix Rain's judgment of others, but it seemed that she had been severely mistaken. Shifeng was a courageous fool, all brawn and no brains. First, he had provoked Dragonheart Island's various major powers. Then, ignorantly, he returned to Dragonheart Island, revealing himself. Now, he had even upset the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders. But despite the opinions everyone in the room expressed about him, Shifeng didn't react in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned to Martial Dragon. Everyone is aware that Zero Wing has allied with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Thus far, our guilds have enjoyed a good working relationship with the Phoenix Pavilion Master on Thunder Island. Why can't Zero Wing object since it is uncomfortable with the proposed successor? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. If he is to become the great pavilion master, Zero Wing will have to reconsider selling the pavilion 100 bronze speedboats. As Shi Feng finished speaking, the meeting room's occupants gasped. What? 100 bronze speedboats? Impossible. Even our guild doesn't have 100 bronze speedboats in total. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were flabbergasted by the idea of 100 bronze speedboats. Their reaction wasn't due to a lack of experience, but because Shi Feng had mentioned such a frightening number. Although the various superpowers had constructed powerful fleets, they mostly consisted of advanced and ordinary speedboats. Most fleets had less than a handful of bronze speedboats. Even the superpowers' top fleets only had a dozen or so. Even Starlink and Warblood, organizations that had the most powerful naval forces in the Sea of Death, only had 30 or so bronze speedboats. Not even a super guild like 13 Thrones could form a force of nothing but bronze speedboats, much less Starlink. Superpowers needed to consider their average strength. They couldn't just assign all of their bronze speedboats to a single force, much less sell an entire fleet of such ships to another power. Only a lunatic would do something like that. Bronze speedboats were a power's main combatants at sea. The number of bronze speedboats a power owned determined how much influence it commanded, and the greater one's influence was at sea, the more naval resources they could obtain. Needless to say, they would also wield far greater authority. Ku Rong turned toward Phoenix Rain, and although he said nothing, his intentions were clear. He wanted to know what was going on. Why hadn't he been made aware of such a monumental deal before this meeting? Unfortunately, Phoenix Rain didn't have an answer for her great pavilion master. Shi Feng's declaration had shocked her just as much as it had stunned him. She didn't remember discussing a massive transaction involving 100 bronze speedboats with Shi Feng. If she had, she wouldn't have acted as passively as she was. Fortunately, Phoenix Rain hid her emotions and adjusted her shocked expression. She then gave Ku Rong a look that confirmed Shi Feng's claim. However, she was still confused. She did not know what Shi Feng was trying to do, and she felt that he was playing with fire. In contrast, Nine Dragons Emperor's expression had darkened. Impossible. There is no way Zero Wing can produce 100 bronze speedboats. Nine Dragons Emperor instinctively stood to deny Shi Feng's words. If Zero Wing has so many bronze speedboats, it would have prospered on Dragonheart Island. Yet Zero Wing doesn't even have a guild residence in the city. That's right. Guild leader Black Flame. This behavior is shameless. You spout lies just to prevent the Dragon Pavilion Master from becoming the Great Pavilion Master. Lu Xinglua added. Everyone in the room agreed with Nine Dragons Emperor's statement. If Zero Wing had so many bronze speedboats under its command, it would have become an overlord in the Sea of Death. Is that so? Shi Feng asked, flashing Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xinglua a confident look. He then pulled an ancient, dilapidated tome from his bag, sharing its details on the meeting room's holographic screen. What is this, then? When the room's occupants saw the information displayed, they were dumbfounded. It was the design for the bronze-ranked Storm speedboat. May I know if I qualify to object now? Shi Feng asked as he surveyed the people in the room. Chapter 2281, Going Too Far. Shi Feng's voice echoed throughout the quiet meeting room for a long time. No one dared to question or complain about his presence. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who had wanted to silence the man, couldn't find the strength to open his mouth. While Shi Feng might not have 100 bronze speedboats right now, he could produce them without a problem with the bronze speedboat design in his hand. Even if securing the necessary materials were a challenge, crafting the bronze speedboats would be much easier than questing or grinding powerful field bosses for them with the necessary materials. One was guaranteed to obtain a bronze speedboat. In comparison, quests that awarded bronze speedboats were extremely rare, and their drop rate from field bosses was abysmally low. To the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, 100 bronze speedboats were immeasurably valuable. With another 100 bronze speedboats, the pavilion could instantly become a top-ranked superpower in the Sea of Death. Would the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dare to slight Shi Feng when he had such a card? Nine Dragons Emperor was very familiar with the pavilion's upper echelons and elders, and God's domain only respected the strong. It was far more important to grow stronger as an individual, rather than rely on others. Blue Phoenix and her companions, who sat opposite of Nine Dragons Emperor, only snapped out of their daze after losing themselves to the holographic projection. They immediately turned to Shurfeng with an intense excitement in their eyes. Black flame is too awesome. Big sis Rain. Not even Starlink and Warblood's support can help Nine Dragons Emperor now. Blue Phoenix whispered to Phoenix Rain. Blue Phoenix had never thought that Shurfeng would have such an amazing trump card. The Storm Speedboat design was a priceless treasure that could strongly influence the status quo in the Sea of Death if the Storm Speedboat design hadn't been in Shurfeng's bag space, essentially reducing its chances of dropping to zero. Blue Phoenix had no doubt that everyone in the room would have pounced on him. Don't get too excited. We still need to hear the Great Pavilion Master and Guild Elders' thoughts on this. I don't think they would have chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as the next Great Pavilion Master so quickly simply because he's gained Starlink and Warblood support. Phoenix Rain quietly replied the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wasn't as powerful as Starlink, and its naval strength was no match for Warblood. However, it was still a super first-rate guild. Moreover, the pavilion had been growing stronger recently. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor's alliance with Starlink and Warblood wasn't that surprising. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wanted to, it could easily form alliances with various super guilds, let alone these two organizations. Ku Rong knew that Phoenix Rain could only assume that Nine Dragons Emperor had revealed some reason or item that forced Ku Rong to make such a hasty decision. There was also the fact that Cloudy Moon had joined them to show her support for Nine Dragons Emperor. Cloudy Moon had never cared about who would become the next Great Pavilion Master. The decision simply wouldn't affect her standing in the pavilion, especially since she'd reached the domain realm. Her position in the guild was practically unshakable, but not even the Great Pavilion Master can ignore how tempting 100 bronze speedboats are, right? Blue Phoenix said. Phoenix Rain's statement had helped her realize how peculiar this meeting was, but she couldn't help her excitement. Shurfeng had clearly stated that if Ku Rong chose Nine Dragons Emperor as the next Great Pavilion Master, the matter of the 100 bronze speedboats was moot. This was an opportunity for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to rise to the top out at sea. There was no way the offer wouldn't tempt Ku Rong. After the silence stretched on for a moment, Ku Rong, who hadn't said a word, finally spoke. Guild leader Black Flame, as an invited guest and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's ally, of course, you qualify to express your opinions in this meeting. Since Martial Dragon was unaware of our rules, I ask that you forgive him, Ku Rong stated. Giving Shurfeng a friendly smile, the guild elders and upper echelons stared at their Great Pavilion Master in astonishment. None of them had thought that Ku Rong would admonish Martial Dragon. Martial Dragon was Nine Dragons Emperor's capable and trusted aide, as well as the commander of Nine Dragon Emperor's main force. He took care of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master's normal affairs. As a domain realm expert, he was also a pillar of strength in the guild. Martial Dragon would know the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's rules more intimately than most people in the guild. Ku Rong's statement only proved how much he valued the 100 bronze speedboats IC. So he didn't know of the rules. If that's the case, I can understand. Revealing a faint smile, Shurfeng turned to Martial Dragon and said, Underserved sir. 11 Forgive him with an apology. Shurfeng hadn't minded Martial Dragon's rudeness, but he wanted the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders and upper echelons to understand what Zero Wing was. Otherwise, these people continued to take his guild lightly, and they wouldn't recognize the significance of Zero Wing's alliance with Phoenix Rain. Martial Dragon had just made himself the best tool to get this point across. Don't go overboard, Black Flame. Martial Dragon bellowed as veins popped across his forehead. The room's temperature dropped several degrees as his cold-killing intent swept toward Shurfeng. Martial Dragon commanded the War Dragon Legion, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's main force. He was also a domain realm expert. Only the Great Pavilion Master, the guild founders, and the two Pavilion Masters held a higher position than he did in the guild. A public apology to Shurfeng would ruin his reputation in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He would not be able to show his face in the guild ever again. Even the pavilion's guild elders and upper echelons thought that Shurfeng was going a little overboard. The Great Pavilion Master had taken a step back and acknowledged Shurfeng's qualifications to express his opinion in this meeting. Yet Shurfeng refused to let the matter rest, pushing the envelope. Even Ku Rong's expression darkened slightly. Phoenix Rain wanted to advise Shurfeng against this tactic. Since Ku Rong had recognized Zero Wing's position, this meeting would likely conclude without a victor. There was no need to arouse everyone's disgust and aversion, but Shurfeng didn't give her the chance. Going too far? Feng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Martial Dragon, his gaze turned cold as he said, "You know you've erred, yet you refuse to apologize. Do you think I, Black Flame, am a pushover? Or does the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion think that Zero Wings Guild leader is of no importance?" Feng then released his horrific aura, which spread throughout the room as if some primordial beast had woken from its slumber. Everyone in the room felt an immense pressure bear down on them, resulting from the considerable difference in life rating and basic attributes. This pressure felt even more powerful than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Some of the Refinement Realm experts even felt their legs tremble. Fortunately, everyone was currently seated. Otherwise, many of them would have caved in, collapsing furthermore. Feng exposed his true level for all to see, level 100. When they saw the eye-catching number, the room's occupants felt as if a mountain had fallen on their heads. 2,282 insane. Level 100. How is this possible? Even the highest-leveled player on Dragonheart Island is only level 89, and he only reached that level yesterday. How could Black Flame have already reached level 100? Since Feng had revealed his level, anyone who took a close look could see his statistics. Chaos tore through the meeting room as its occupants saw his level. All of these players were Refinement Realm experts or stronger, so they knew just how difficult it was to level up as one progressed in the game. At their levels, acquiring 2 or 3 levels more than ordinary experts was an amazing feat. They might have been able to earn 5 or 6 levels more than ordinary experts around level 50, but the gap would shrink as they leveled up. For example, current ordinary experts on Dragonheart Island had only reached level 85, while even these Refinement Realm experts were only 2 or 3 levels higher than that, and yet, they had just learned that Feng was more than 10 levels higher than they were. How is his level so high? The revelation even surprised Phoenix Rain. She knew that Feng was mysterious and powerful, but the fact that he had reached level 100 at this stage of the game was too much of a shock for her. The fact that Feng had reached level 100 when no one had even climbed to level 90 not only proved that his leveling speed was superior, but he was also far stronger as an individual. It was common knowledge that not all experts were high-level players, but all high-level players were undoubtedly experts. Ignoring all else, Feng's level meant that his basic attributes were far ahead of everyone else's. Moreover, as a level 100 player, he qualified to explore level 100+ maps, which no one else could set foot in at this stage of the game. This meant that he could get his hands on resources that none of God's domain's current powers even knew existed, giving Zero Wing a huge advantage. Ordinary powers might not have realized it yet, but the various superpowers knew that the higher leveled a map was, the more precious its resources would be. Some high-level maps even contained unimaginably powerful items. Take the ancient civilizations tools that players had recently discovered, for example. Players had only encountered these tools after they had started to explore level 90 maps. In other words, Zero Wing could obtain resources that the various superpowers had no access to. Yet once he saw Feng's level and realized the implications of it, Martial Dragon, who had wanted to berate Feng further, kept his mouth shut. He only dared to glare at the swordsman. Nothing more the bronze speedboat design Feng had revealed earlier would, at most, for the guild upper echelons and elders to forgive his transgressions and treat Zero Wing as a valuable asset. However, now that they knew Feng had reached level 100, they had no choice but to treat Zero Wing like an equal. At the very least, Zero Wing had the capital and strength to stand up to the various superpowers in the Sea of Death. A design was just that, after all. Mass-producing the Storm speedboat required an astronomical amount of precious resources, and obtaining these resources would be a challenge, even for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Feng had the strength to do so. Including Zero Wing's already formidable naval strength, the guild would likely have an easier time collecting the necessary resources to mass-produce the Storm speedboats. Even without other power support, Zero Wing could produce 100 bronze speedboats, becoming one of the Sea of Death's apex overlords. Now that the various upper echelons and elders understood Zero Wing's status, they'd have to treat Feng and his guild seriously. How is this possible? How is his level so high? Nine Dragons Emperor was dazed when he saw Feng's level. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even Cloudy Moon, who sat beside the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master, stared at Feng in astonishment. Level 100. Phoenix Rain really knows how to take people by surprise. She actually recruited such a powerful ally. It's no wonder why she's remained calm throughout the meeting. Cloudy Moon glanced at Phoenix Rain, who, in reality, had gone stiff with shock, in admiration. After the commotion continued for a moment, Ku Rong, who had maintained his light smile, hesitated as he said, "Marshal, how about you just?" After giving the matter some thought, Ku Rong thought it was wisest to make Marshal Dragon apologize for his earlier slight. Shifeng was Zero Wing's guild leader, and Marshal Dragon had provoked him first suddenly. However, a rough voice echoed throughout the meeting room. "Really have a bad temper?" Guild leader Black Flame. "Commander Marshal has merely misspoken. Yet you're demanding an apology from one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pillars of strength. If I didn't know any better, I would have assumed you were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master." The rough, middle-aged man beside Nine Dragons Emperor spoke up. Poking fun at Shifeng, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders nodded in agreement. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, and Marshal Dragon commanded one of its two main forces. He was a domain realm expert, a true pillar in the guild. Demanding a public apology was too much. This person certainly knows how to counter. Not only has he suppressed Black Flame, but he's also minimized the severity of Marshal Dragon's insult. Phoenix Rain turned to the rough man as the guild upper echelons and elders began to discuss the situation amongst themselves. Phoenix Rain could tell that Shifeng was trying to improve the upper echelons and elders' opinion of Zero Wing. It would give her a better chance of undermining Nine Dragons Emperor and replacing him as the next great pavilion master. However, this middle-aged man had elevated the conflict between Shifeng and Marshal Dragon to one between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, even if the upper echelons and elders hadn't seen a problem with pushing Marshal Dragon to apologize, they'd have to support Marshal Dragon. If this insult concerned the guild's reputation, they couldn't afford to concede. "And you are?" Shifeng asked as he turned to the rough, middle-aged man Blood Oath, commander of the War Blood Adventurer team. The man responded, smiling faintly. The many guild upper echelons and elders that supported Nine Dragons Emperor mimicked the Grinchifeng had only been allowed to act so arrogantly because he had an item that could tempt the pavilion, and Marshal Dragon's status wasn't as high as his. However, Blood Oath was a different story. Blood Oath commanded Warblood, the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. The adventurer team had just as many experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and its naval prowess was even slightly stronger than the pavilioness. Even Ku Rong had to treat Blood Oath with respect, and now that he had spoken, Shifeng could no longer suppress Nine Dragons Emperor's position. "So, you're Warblood's commander?" Shifeng said nonchalantly. "Your adventurer team ambushed Commander Blue Phoenix's people in the Buried Bones ruin and nearly took her life. She's a friend of mine, you know. I had planned to seek you out, but since you're here, things have become a lot simpler. Compensate for the damage and apologize to my friend." As Shifeng finished speaking, a deathly silence descended upon the room again, and everyone turned to stare at him with stupefied expressions. Insane. He was insane. Chapter 2283, Power of Level 100. What is Black Flame trying to do? Is he trying to start a war? Is he insane? Doesn't he know who Blood Oath is? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders couldn't bring themselves to look at Blood Oath. None of them had thought Shifeng would go so far as to provoke the man. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat across from Phoenix Rain, stared at Shifeng in shock. They were all aware that Blood Oath had targeted Blue Phoenix. Ku Rong, in particular, must have watched the battle multiple times, but what difference did that make? It was common for the various powers to attack their rivals in the fields. With Warblood supporting Nine Dragons Emperor, its assault against Phoenix Rain's aid wasn't unusual. However, there was a limit to how far the various powers would go. As long as they kept the situation in the dark, everyone involved would turn a blind eye, and yet, Shifeng had brought the attack into the light. He refused to conform, and because of this, the pavilions and Warblood's members wore ugly expressions. It would have been fine if Shifeng had simply insisted on an apology from Marshal Dragon. He was, after all, a guild leader, while Marshal Dragon was merely an upper echelon. It was understandable to expect Marshal Dragon to apologize, but it was an entirely different story to demand an apology from Blood Oath. Setting aside Warblood's attack on Blue Phoenix, very few people on Dragonheart Island dared to disrespect Blood Oath. Even Ku Rong feared the man in the Sea of Death. Yet, not only did Shifeng demand an apology from Blood Oath, but he also wanted Blood Oath to apologize to Blue Phoenix, not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not even Melancholy, 13 Thrones Guild leader, would dare to do such a thing. The meeting room was frighteningly silent, and the temperature seemed to drop steadily. Even the Void Realm experts in the room felt stifled, not to mention the Refinement Realm experts. Their reactions weren't a result of the powerful pressure in the room, but because the meeting room's atmosphere had become oppressive. They had no doubt that the slightest movement would spark a fight. After a long period of silence, Blood Oath opened his mouth and asked, "What if I refuse? What will you do about it?" Blood Oath's questions were simple and straightforward. Not only did his statement blatantly provoke Sherfong, the smile he wore and his frosty tone made the room feel even colder. Even the guild upper echelons around Phoenix Reigns struggled to breathe, their vision fading. Their heartbeats grew increasingly louder, as if their hearts would jump out of their chests. The killing intent and pressure they felt from Blood Oath was almost 10 times stronger than that of mythic monsters. Ku Rong's expression twisted into something unpleasant. He had never thought that Sherfong would be this bold. Blood Oath was a murderous god in the Sea of Death. He didn't even respect Super Guild's guild leaders, let alone the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Trying to force a public apology out of this murderous god was suicidal. Even if Ku Rong stepped forward to ease the tension, he'd be powerless to calm Blood Oath's fury. It's simple. Sherfong could not help his grin after hearing Blood Oath's statement. "I'll just drag you over here to apologize." The room's occupants nearly collapsed with shock after listening to Sherfang's reply. They stared at him in astonishment, with no idea of what he was trying to accomplish. That was Warblood's commander they were talking about. As an individual, Blood Oath was the third-ranked berserker on Dragonheart Island. Not only did he wear 6 pieces of epic equipment, but he also wielded the magic dragon spear, a well-known magic weapon in the Sea of Death. Moreover, he had a special bloodline related to the sea god. He was basically invincible at sea. On top of that, at least 1 vice guild leader and 3 bodyguards were constantly by his side. Although the bodyguards couldn't rival domain realm experts, they had a mysterious item that allowed them to manifest a special domain. This domain could suppress their enemies in every aspect, as well as form a barrier around specific targets. This barrier could even withstand mythic monsters' attacks. Blood Oath was practically impossible to kill, much less capture. "Good. Very good." Blood Oath laughed, his killing intent so intense that it even made Phoenix Reigns shudder. "It's been a long time since anybody has dared to joke with me in the Sea of Death. If you don't mind, Great Pavilion Master Ku Rong, I'd like to take Guild Leader Black Flame to Warblood's headquarters and teach him the rules on Dragonheart Island." Inkfeather and Blood Oath's 3 bodyguards moved as soon as the words left their commander's mouth. Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers would kill anyone who attacked another player within the city, but the guild residences, which were private property, were an exception. Players were free to do whatever they wished within their own guild residence. Ku Rong's expression darkened when he heard Blood Oath's request. The commander might sound like he was asking for permission, but he was merely notifying the room of his intentions. Each of Blood Oath's bodyguards retrieved a crystalline totem from their bags, sacrificing 1,000 magic crystals to the items. The crystalline totems then formed a domain that enveloped the meeting room, and everyone felt as if a weight had dropped on their shoulders. Not only had the domain reduced their basic attributes by 15%, but their physiques had also weakened by 20%. To make matters worse, the gravitational force they experienced had significantly increased, making movement inconvenient. The moment the domain took form, Inkfeather squeezed and shattered a deification crystal, forcibly upgrading herself to Tier 3. She then pulled multiple purple, crystalline arrows from her bag. Many of the players in the room gasped when they saw the arrows. Starburst arrows. These arrows had been created by an ancient civilization that had lived in the Gravity Mountain range. Each arrow contained incredible power and could elevate its user's attack by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 4. Because of this, the Starburst arrows cost an exorbitant sum on the market. One could even trade 20 Starburst arrows for a piece of ordinary epic equipment. What truly surprised the meeting room's occupants was the act that Inkfeather had 12 of these arrows. "Don't think that you're unstoppable just because you're level 100. I will ensure that you suffer the consequences for provoking Warblood," Inkfeather said, her lips curling slightly as she glared at Sherfong. She pulled back the string of her ancient bow and activated the Tier 3 skill. Heart-Seeking Arrow. Heart-Seeking Arrow gave players full control over the arrow they fired during the skill's activation, and allowed the player to control a maximum of 36 arrows at once. Although Inkfeather couldn't yet control all 36 arrows, she'd have no problems controlling 12 with perfect precision. 12 starburst arrows flew toward Shifeng, each with enough power to knock back a mythic monster. All 12 arrows could even instant kill a true Tier 3 player. Everyone in the room squeezed their eyes shut as the arrows flew. A level 100 player might be very strong, but not all fights in God's domain required a frontal confrontation. One could use tools to end a fight, however. Just before the 12 arrows found their target, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Immediately, 12 sword lights flashed as Shifeng achieved a 100% completion rate with Shadow Blade. Each sword light slammed into one of Inkfeather's starburst arrows, altering their trajectories. You have quite a bit of power behind your attacks. Unfortunately, raw power isn't enough to win all battles in God's domain, Shifeng said, glancing at the starburst arrows as they brushed past him. Although he was not a Tier 3 player, the difference between a level 100 player and a lower-leveled player wasn't easy to make up. Shifeng then activated Windblade and charged at Blood Oath. Don't think I'll let you get close to the commander so easily. As Shifeng approached, the 3 bodyguards formed a barrier before Blood Oath, separating the two. In response, Shifeng swung Killing Ray again. Lightning Slash. A massive thunderbolt tore through the magic barrier, stupefying the bodyguards at the same time. Blood Oath reacted, lifting his magic dragon spear to counterattack. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to keep up with Shifeng, even with the domain suppressing the swordsman. Shifeng's Twilight Blade pushed aside the spear, and his sacred sword stopped right before it touched Blood Oath's throat. Less than 3 seconds had passed since Inkfeather had attacked. Chapter 2284, Confounding the Venue. When Shifeng's Killing Ray stopped at Blood Oath's throat, astonished silence filled the meeting room, and not a single player could pull their eyes away from the sight. None of them could have dreamed that this meeting would turn out like this. Despite Warblood's vice guild leader and 3 bodyguards by his side, Blood Oath had ended up at the end of Shifeng's blade. Nobody would believe them even if they retold this tale to others. This is some trick, right? Blood Oath couldn't actually stop Black Flame? So strong. How high are Black Flame's basic attributes? Even with a domain suppressing him, he still pushed away Blood Oath's 2-handed weapon so easily. No, Black Flame's reaction speed is far more frightening than his basic attributes. If it weren't, Blood Oath would have been able to use a defensive skill and wouldn't have had to rely on his weapon. None of these players were ordinary experts. Some of them had even reached the Void Realm. Although Shifeng was very fast and imperceptible to the naked eye, his movement couldn't escape a Void Realm expert's notice. Thus, many of the room's occupants had caught a clear glimpse of what had just happened. Of course, witnessing that exchange was the very reason for their shock. The Domain Realm experts in the room evaluated Shifeng with a far more serious gaze than before. They had watched the recording of Shifeng killing Autumn Plant, and they had assumed the swordsman only had high basic attributes, combat techniques, and reaction speed. They had assumed that these factors were the only reason that Shifeng had been able to instant-kill Autumn Plant. However, this display made it clear that they had been severely mistaken. The fluidity of Shifeng's movements was the true reason that he was so frightening. They had no doubt that even if Shifeng's basic attributes were on par with Blood Oath's, the result of this exchange would have been the same. If not even Blood Oath was a match for Shifeng, they, who were weaker than the Warblood's commander, had no hope against Zero Wing's guild leader. Stop messing around. Black Flame. Blood Oath is the Warblood Adventurer team's commander. Inkfeather coldly warned Shifeng. Watching him hold Blood Oath captive, Shifeng's strength was far beyond her expectations. She had never expected an outcome like this. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree, although players could view details that weren't available in the real world. There was little difference between the two. Unlike monsters, players didn't have thick hides and powerful life forces, and because of that, players had to don armor to protect their vulnerable bodies. Even an ordinary Tier 2 player could deal an absurd amount of damage if they attacked Blood Oath's unprotected neck. Not to mention Shifeng, who had incredible basic attributes and wielded an epic weapon with Shifeng's blade against his throat. Blood Oath's life was in Shifeng's hands, although a player would only lose 1 level if they died. In God's Domain, the significance of 1 level differed from player to player. An ordinary expert would have no problem coming back from the loss. They couldn't catch up to God's Domain's frontline players, to begin with, and they weren't strong enough to contest for resources in new, unexplored maps. However, dying and losing a level was an immense loss to a frontline player like Blood Oath with Inkfeather's warning. The meeting room fell silent again as everyone stared at Shurfeng. Even Phoenix Rain was extraordinarily tense. Shurfeng might have control of Blood Oath's life, showing off his strength before every player in the room, but he had also grievously offended the War Blood adventurer team for War Blood. Allowing its commander to be taken captive in such a public setting was immensely embarrassing. To save its reputation from this blow, the adventurer team couldn't allow Shurfeng to get away with this. You really know how to dig your own grave? Black Flame. I won't even need to lift a finger to deal with you now. As Lu Xinglua watched Shurfeng, he silently celebrated the swordsman's folly. After all was said and done, War Blood's relationship with Starlink was only one of cooperation. Lu Xinglua didn't have the authority to command the adventurer team, but now that Shurfeng had humiliated Warblood, the adventure team would find a variety of ways to kill the man. If Warblood were hellbent on killing someone, even a super guild's guild leader would have a headache trying to stop the adventurer team messing around. Why would I be messing around? Shurfeng laughed. I told Commander Blood Oath that if he's unwilling to apologize, I'll have to drag him to Commander Blue Phoenix and make him do it. Shurfeng extended a hand to grip the back of Blood Oath's neck. Black Flame. Blood Oath understood what Shurfeng intended the moment the swordsman moved. He immediately activated his berserk skill, disregarding the blade pressed against his throat. However, Blood Oath did not stop with just one berserk skill, following which he activated his legacy berserk skill, the intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketing to the standard of a mythic monster of the same level. Tier 2 taboo skill, Storm Rage. With the power to rip apart space itself, Blood Oath thrust his magic dragon spear at Shurfeng. However, golden, divine runes began to appear across the swordsman's body, and his aura's intensity skyrocketed. Heavenly Dragon's power. Shurfeng then pulled back Killing Ray, swinging it at the incoming spear boom. The collision's shockwave was so powerful that it threw the spectating players back against their chairs. The magic dragon spear, which had far more power than Inkfeather's starburst arrows, came to an abrupt halt, unable to harm Shurfeng in the slightest. Blood Oath's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that, even after activating twofold berserk, he'd still be helpless against Shurfeng. He quickly activated another skill to put some distance between him and Shurfeng. Unfortunately for Blood Oath, Shurfeng was a step ahead. Tugging Killing Ray sharply, he dragged the magic dragon spear, and Blood Oath with it, forward. Taking advantage of the momentum, he snatched the back of Blood Oath's neck. Blood Oath had seen Shurfeng's movements, yet he failed to react in time. The instant he felt Shurfeng's hand on the back of his neck, Blood Oath felt as if a dragon had grabbed him. He couldn't move at all. Shurfeng jumped into the air with his burden, dodging Inkfeather's attacks and landing before Blue Phoenix. He then tightened his grip on the back of Blood Oath's neck and pressed down. Boom. 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 Shurfeng smashed Blood Oath's head into the ground 3 times, the marble floor shattering and shaking the meeting room with his strength. Blood Oath rapidly lost HP before it eventually hit 0. The scene even dumbfounded Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xinglua, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders. Inkfeather, who had been preparing to launch another attack, was utterly dazed. As if time had stopped, everyone in the room froze. For a moment they even forgot to breathe. Chapter 2285. Dragonheart shaken. Blood Oath's dead. How dare he? As they stared at Shurfeng, everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines. He stood nonchalantly before the meeting table with Blood Oath at his feet, the man's head buried in the broken marble floor. Blood Oath's death didn't shock the meeting room's occupants overmuch. What truly shocked them was the method Shurfeng had used to kill him. Shurfeng had dragged Blood Oath to Blue Phoenix and forced Warblood's commander to kowtow and apologize. Not even Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xinglua had thought the swordsman would be so vicious, let alone Blue Phoenix. Definitely crazy. Warblood definitely won't rest until Zero Wing is destroyed. Nine Dragons Emperor thought, flabbergasted as he watched Shurfeng. Had Shurfeng simply killed Blood Oath out of rage, Warblood would, at most, target Shurfeng, but since the situation had devolved, The adventurer team would become a laughingstock if it didn't annihilate Zero Wing as a whole. Even the major corporations that supported Warblood would support their vengeance, and there would be no hope for reconciliation between the two organizations in an era where every second mattered. Two powers would suffer tremendous losses if they went to war against each other, regardless of who won in the end. Only a lunatic would start a war with a superpower like Warblood. Yuri dead. Black Flame. Our adventurer team won't let this matter rest. So what if you're strong? From this moment, Warblood declares war against Zero Wing. We will hunt Zero Wing's members relentlessly if they set foot in the Sea of Death. Ink Feather bellowed when she saw her commander's corpse with such powerful killing intent that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members shuddered. It felt as if some hellish curse had echoed throughout the room. Ink Feather and Blood Oath's bodyguards stormed out of the room. Clearly, she intended to relay these events to Warblood's other upper echelons and prepare to move against Zero Wing. This is going to be troublesome. Phoenix Rain watched Ink Feather and her companions leave with a heavy expression. She felt that Shurfeng had been too impulsive. Unlike on land, the status quo between adventurer teams and guilds had more balance in the Sea of Death. Naval travel was incredibly inconvenient, and because of this, guilds couldn't rely on their large armies. That wasn't the case for adventurer teams, however. Adventurer teams were small organizations that operated in multiple locations, would be able to take out an adventurer team regardless of the provocation. Naval adventurer teams had many methods to deal with small groups of players. As well, this was especially true for an adventurer team like Warblood. As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, many adventurer teams had subjected themselves to Warblood's rule. One word from Warblood was all it would take to ensure that Zero Wing's members had no place in the Sea of Death. Moreover, Warblood had Starlink's support. Starlink's progress in the ancient civilization's ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range was impressive, and as a result, both the Guild and Warblood's naval prowess grew with each passing day. This was the reason Ku Rong had chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as his successor. In comparison, Zero Wing's naval strength was infantile. Even with the bronze speedboat design, Zero Wing would need a lot of time and materials to construct a full fleet. Furthermore, adventurer teams supplied 80% of the naval resources on the market, and after today, not a single adventurer team would dare sell their resources to Zero Wing. With one of Zero Wing's main supply lines severed, Warblood and Starlink would occupy a large number of shops and resources in Dragonheart City by the time Zero Wing developed its naval forces. If they purchased Dragonheart City's large shipyard, they'd become unimaginably powerful at sea. How, exactly, was Zero Wing supposed to fight Warblood? Zero Wing wasn't even guaranteed to survive this war, let alone prosper in the Sea of Death. However, Phoenix Rain had to admit that Shurfeng's performance had been effective. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders had a newfound respect and fear of Zero Wing. Shurfeng had followed through with his threat of dragging Warblood's commander to Blue Phoenix and forcing him to apologize. Not even a Super Guild's guild leader would dare to pull such a stunt for a time. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion reevaluated their opinions of Phoenix Rain. Shurfeng might be a lunatic, but he was a powerful lunatic. Moreover, he had a bronze speedboat design. Because of this, Ku Rong decided to postpone the matter of his successor. At the very least, he'd wait to announce a decision until the war between Zero Wing and Warblood had reached a conclusion. Fortunately, this meant that Nine Dragons Emperor's plans had gone to waste. Seems Black Flame is quite capable after all. Cloudy Moon, who was about to leave the meeting room, said, smiling gently as she glanced at Shurfeng, "His good luck will only last a short moment." Nine Dragons Emperor hissed with a sneer, "You're new to the Sea of Death, so you might not understand what kind of power Warblood is. Not even Starlink is a match for the adventurer team's naval prowess, much less the Pavilion. Not only has Warblood secured a stable source of naval legacies, but it has also acquired a source for hidden bloodline legacies. It can nurture experts with horrific combat power at sea. Moreover, I've heard that Warblood has gained a large number of deification crystals and ancient contract scrolls that allow players to tame sea monsters as mounts due to its partnership with Starlink. Even 13 Thrones shows Warblood some respect at sea. Why else would the great Pavilion Master choose me as his successor so quickly?" Black Flame doesn't realize who he just provoked. He thinks everything will be fine just because he's so powerful as an individual. If War Blood goes all out, Dragonheart City will tremble at its might. There's no guarantee that Zero Wing will even be able to enter Dragonheart City, much less gain any standing. Nine Dragons Emperor's explanation surprised Cloudy Moon. She hadn't thought that an adventurer team could be so powerful, even having the ability to tame sea monsters as mounts. It was no wonder why Ku Rong had been so lenient about Blood Oath's disrespect and arrogance. Although her main activities were on land, she knew a little about sea monsters. With a sea monster as a mount, a player's combat power at sea would be impressive. If a power had enough sea monster mounts, it would usher in a new era in the Sea of Death. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's efforts to keep the incident quiet, news quickly reached Dragonheart City's various major powers. It caused an uproar in the city. Is Zero Wing trying to dig an early grave? This is going to be an interesting show. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain worried as she read the report on Warblood's declaration of war in an office in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Guild Hall. Guild leader Black Flame: I'm afraid that Warblood is already on the move. If you need any resources, I'll try to get you as many as I can from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Phoenix Rain offered, watching Shifeng as he prepared to leave the office. Shifeng had only started a war with Warblood on her behalf, so she couldn't just sit aside and do nothing. But she couldn't help but feel powerless with their opponent being the Warblood adventurer team. That's wonderful. In that case, I'd like to borrow some of your people, Shifeng said, nodding. He wouldn't refuse the help. Zero Wing's foundations in Dragonheart City were just too fragile. Borrow some of my people? What are you planning? Shifeng's request confused Phoenix Rainy. Want to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, Shifeng calmly stated. Chapter 2286. Size upgraded. Capture the northern fortress? Phoenix Rain stared at Shifeng with wide eyes. There were quite a few fortresses in the Gravity Mountain Range, with over a dozen of varying sizes scattered across the map. The northern fortress was a medium fortress in the map's northern region, the largest in the area. Even working together, 13 Thrones and Starlink had gone to great lengths to capture a small fortress. While that might not seem like a great feat, they were the only superpower to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range, and Shifeng intended to capture a medium fortress. No matter how Phoenix Rain considered the idea, she had little hope of the operation succeeding. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing went all out working together, their chances of capturing a small fortress were less than 10%. That's right. Zero Wing isn't quite strong enough to succeed, so I'd like to borrow 30,000 elites and experts for the operation, Shifeng said, nodding. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. If we succeed, I'll give you 20% of the fortress's shares. The majority of Zero Wing's forces were stationed in the Bottomless Abyss and/or Empire. There were barely any members in Dragonheart City. Although the guild could gather its members here, it would take a long time to do so, and he couldn't afford to wait. The main reason that the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses were so difficult to capture was the level 100+ mythic monsters that guarded each of them. The fortresses were also full of level 100+ Great Lords and Grand Lords. Medium fortresses, in particular, were guarded by significantly more monsters, and these monsters operated like a well-trained army. Zero Wing hadn't previously had the strength to capture a medium fortress, but that had changed while Shifeng had been in the Tower of Four Gods. Both Anna and Kite had reached level 100 and completed their Tier 3 promotion quests. Including the level 100+ demons Shifeng could summon with the Bible of Darkness. Zero Wing qualified to challenge a medium fortress. It would be less risky to challenge a small fortress, but the northern fortress was near the Gravity Mountain Range's vein area. Not only could the rare ores in the area be used when crafting ships, but they would also be useful for producing level 100+ weapons and equipment. After level 100, the system reduced equipment drop rates even further. One would already be quite lucky to obtain a piece of mysterious iron equipment from a Great Lord, and Lord-ranked monsters had practically no chance of dropping level 100+ bronze equipment. Hence, demand for player-made weapons and equipment would skyrocket after level 100. Since no one was paying attention to the northern fortress, he had to secure it as quickly as possible. If he waited until this fortress attracted attention, not only would he have to deal with the monsters that guarded the northern fortress, but he'd also have to deal with player interference, which would significantly reduce his chances of capturing ITIS 30,000 enough. Phoenix Rain gave Shifeng a skeptical look. Although gathering 30,000 elites and experts on Dragonheart Island would be difficult, it wasn't impossible for her. However, 13 Thrones and Starlink had sent a massive, 150,000-player army to capture a small fortress, and over 70% of their forces had been slaughtered by the end of the battle. And yet, Shifeng only asked for a fraction of that. "They'll be enough, but we'll need to move quickly." Shifeng said the most important factor when attempting to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range was whether or not one could hold their ground against the monsters. If an army could stand strong, even 10,000 players would be enough to capture a fortress, not to mention 30,000. However, they would need a lot more time to succeed. That won't be a problem. "I'll contact them immediately. I should be able to get 30,000 players here within a day," Phoenix Rain said. She knew that Shifeng was no fool. If he thought it was possible to capture a medium fortress, she had to take the risk. Starlink and 13 Thrones had gained massive advantages in Dragonheart City due to the small fortress they had captured. If she could get her hands on a medium fortress's shares, Nine Dragons Emperor would have an extremely difficult time shaking her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future Phoenix Reign, and Blue Phoenix got to work contacting the necessary players. They called in the pavilion's various elite and expert players scattered in the Sea of Death and various countries on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed toward the Wanderer's shop after leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence since he had been stuck in the Tower of Four Gods. He hadn't been able to manage the Wanderer's shop, allowing it to operate itself. After so many days, the shop should have accumulated a fortune. According to Shifeng's estimates, his share should amount to at least 10,000 ancient gold. More customers had been visiting the shop, and as a result, its sales continued to improve, especially those of the black market's entry slots with 10,000 ancient gold. Shifeng could purchase a plot of land and construct an ordinary guild residence in Dragonheart City's outermost area. This would allow Zero Wings members to rest and recover in the residence for free, rather than waste their money on hotels. But as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, an uproar rose through the crowd outside. "He's out. And here I thought he would hide in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for the rest of his life. I didn't expect him to show himself so soon. Keep an eye on him, everyone. The higher-ups have announced that we'll earn 3 pieces of epic equipment if we can kill Black Flame. Notify the boss. Black Flame has left the residence." By now, everyone had heard of Blood Oath's death, and Warblood's declaration of war had caused a sensation in Dragonheart City. Moreover, Warblood had offered the highest bounty ever seen in God's domain for Black Flame's head. 3 pieces of epic equipment. An ordinary player's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation if they acquired 3 pieces of epic equipment, let alone an expert's strength. Thus, every player in Dragonheart City was going mad over the news. Even if they had killed Shifeng before this, he wasn't guaranteed to drop his fragmented legendary item, but now they were promised epic equipment if they killed the swordsman. Not a single player in the Sea of Death could ignore such temptation. Shifeng finally reached the Wanderer's shop after half an hour, utterly ignoring the crowd of experts and War Blood members that followed him. None of them would dare attack him in Dragonheart City. However, when he saw the Wanderer's shop, Shifeng had wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. The originally tattered Wanderer's shop looked completely different. Now, it was a 4-story tall building with an extravagantly decorated exterior. An endless stream of players entered and exited the building, and they were all level 85+ experts. The Wanderer's shop looked more like a guild hall than a shop. The shop size upgraded automatically. Shifeng could not help his shock. Just how popular is the Wanderer's shop right now? It wasn't particularly unusual for independent shops to upgrade automatically, but fulfilling the conditions for such an upgrade was immensely difficult. Not only did the shop require enough popularity and traffic, but it also needed to reach a certain sales volume. Shifeng entered the shop, only to find that the first-floor hall had more than doubled in size. There were also more than 100 types of items available for sale, and they were all treasures that were rarely seen on the market. However, Shifeng didn't pay these details much mind. He immediately opened the shop's interface to learn how much ancient gold he had earned. Is this real? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the numbers 27, 615 ancient gold. Chapter 2287, Special Area. Shifeng had earned a lot more ancient gold than he had expected from the Wanderer's shop. He still couldn't shake off the shock after staring at the numbers for a long time. It's no wonder why the powers that secured a Wanderer's shop in the past developed so rapidly. This shop is a gold mine. Realization dawned on Shifeng after seeing his share of the Prophet's many first- and second-rate guilds had mingled in independent cities in Shifeng's previous life, and despite not occupying high-resource maps, they had established themselves among the many superpowers, with some eventually becoming superpowers themselves. Meanwhile, a large part of the reason for these guilds' success was likely the Wanderer's shops they had owned. Shifeng had only spent a little over 20 days in the Tower of Four Gods, yet he had earned over 27,000 ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop. This meant that the shop generated more than 1,000 ancient gold per day. No shop in Dragonheart City earned as much income. Only the fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range could surpass the Wanderer's shop's profits. Moreover, the Wanderer's shop had earned so much income despite being a 2-star shop. Once he promoted it to 3-star status, the shop would sell items that would even tempt superpowers. Most importantly, the Wanderer's shop would undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching 3-star status, periodically hosting a miniature black marketplace. The items available in this marketplace couldn't compare to those in the actual black market, but there were looser entry restrictions. Players could participate as long as they had the Wanderer's shop's customer membership. The Wanderer's shop's income would significantly increase after withdrawing the 27,615 ancient gold. Shifeng made his way to the city hall. He had originally planned to construct a guild residence for Zero Wings members on Dragonheart Island. But since he had more ancient gold than he had expected, his plans had changed. Dragonheart City was split between its inner and outer areas, but there was also a special location within the city. It was the area closest to the World Tower. Not only did this special area provide more convenient access to the World Tower, but the mana density there was also incredible. Moreover, this secret area had a hidden secret: the World Power Tolerance value. As players roamed the World Tower's first underground floor, they might not notice a difference, sensing an ever-present malicious energy in the underground world. This malicious energy was world power, and it discriminated against and rejected all outsiders. Not only would this world power weaken players' physiques, but it would also interfere with their 5 senses, severely affecting their combat power. Of course, one could counter these negative effects by consuming the food and drink available in Dragonheart City, but doing so carried a high price. Even ordinary experts would blow through their savings if they relied on this method. However, after a long investigation, some players had discovered that one could reduce the world power suppression by resting in an area near the World Tower. It wouldn't make them immune to the world power's effects, but it could reduce them by half. With this reduction, players could continue to explore the World Tower without relying on Dragonheart City's expensive consumables. Because of this, the shops around the World Tower had been incredibly popular in the past. The various superpowers had spared no expense to purchase these shops, modifying them into hotels. If players had been allowed to construct guild residences in the area, such buildings would have surrounded the World Tower in the past. Even so, the area around the World Tower had become something of a famous tourist spot during Shifeng's previous life due to its many hotels. Unfortunately, first-rate guilds hadn't had a chance to build a hotel of their own. In fact, many superpowers had gone without as well. There were only 34 plots of land around the World Tower, and these plot sizes were fixed. Guilds didn't have the option of expanding their hotels, regardless of their desire to do just that, since none of Dragonheart City's various powers had figured this out yet. Shifeng couldn't miss this opportunity. When he had first visited Dragonheart City in search of a shop, he had only had 10,000 ancient gold on hand. It hadn't even been enough to purchase the shops in the city's outer area, much less those near the World Tower. Now that he had over 27,000 ancient gold, however, he should be able to afford a shop around the World Tower. After waiting for some time in one of the city hall's second-floor reception rooms, Shifeng watched an elven beauty with a crescent moon insignia enter the room. Unlike the city hall's ordinary administrators, this female elf was the city hall's senior administrator and responsible for selling the shops around the World Tower. She was a level 180 Tier 4 Great Wizard. Ordinary players wouldn't even have the chance to meet and speak with this senior administrator, much less purchase the shops near the World Tower. Fortunately, Shifeng was a bronze legatee, so his rank was high enough to earn her attention. Lord Bronze Legatee, here is the information on the 34 shops around the World Tower. May I know which one you wish to purchase? Senior Administrator Irene Lauren asked. Shifeng fell speechless as he read down the list he had been given. Although he had known that these shops and lands would be very expensive, he hadn't expected them to cost this much. Even a barren plot of land cost 24,000 ancient gold, and it was a considerably small plot. A medium-sized plot of land cost 45,000 ancient gold, and of the lands that already had shops, the cheapest was a small-size, one-star restaurant, costing a total of 40,000 ancient gold. To purchase a medium-size, two-star hotel, Shifeng would have to pay a whopping 128,000 ancient gold. Suddenly, Shifeng felt like a pauper in Dragonheart City, even with the Wanderer's shop. "I want this small-sized land," Shifeng said, gritting his teeth as he chose the small-sized plot closest to the World Tower. These shops and lands were no less rare than the Wanderer's shop. Not only could one earn a fortune though one of these plots of land, but it would also help accelerate a guild's growth very well. "That will be 26,500 ancient gold coins," Irene Lauren said. Nodding, Shifeng struggled with the decision as he handed the money over, leaving him with little over 1,000 ancient gold. Irene Lauren, however, didn't care about Shifeng's struggles, and as soon as she received the payment, she handed Shifeng an ancient contract. Shifeng felt his chest tighten for a moment when he saw the information on the contract. Although the plot of land had nothing on it, he was required to pay 10,000 ancient gold in monthly maintenance fees. The monthly fees were even more exorbitant than the Wanderer's shop. As forget it. You can't make money without losing money. Besides, the various superpowers in the past were willing to pay over 1,000,000 ancient gold to purchase a plot near the World Tower. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng felt that he had still gained a huge advantage. "Next, I'll have to collect 4,000 ancient gold to construct an advanced hotel. Then, I can open for business." After signing the contract and preparing to leave the city hall, Shifeng received a call request. He answered the call as soon as he saw it was from Gentle Snow Guild leader. "We've arrived in Dragonheart City," Gentle Snow reported. Chapter 2288 Zero Wings Team. "You guys sure are fast." Shifeng was a little surprised to see Gentle Snow's smile so soon. He had only notified Gentle Snow and the others to travel to Dragonheart City a few hours ago. He hadn't expected them to reach the city so quickly. The tidal vortex was located in the Sea of Death's core region. Even with a flying mount, it would take some time to return to Dragonheart City. Furthermore, there were 100 players in Zero Wing's main force. Gentle Snow would need several trips to fly everyone back to the city. It would have taken a few more hours to get everyone back to Dragonheart City. But the last level 95 mythic boss we killed dropped a twin-headed flying dragon. Cola won the bid for the mount, and it substantially reduced our travel time. Gentle Snow said excitedly she had already enjoyed the benefits of having a flying mount. And now that another Zero Wing main force member had won, the team's overall strength and leveling speed had significantly increased. "A twin-headed flying dragon? Aren't you guys a little too lucky? That thing only has a 1% drop rate." The news stunned Shifeng. The tidal vortex's mythic bosses did have a chance of dropping flying mounts. Grinding these bosses was one of the few ways players could obtain an extraordinary flying mount, but the 1% drop rate made it incredibly difficult. Shifeng had never thought that Gentle Snow and her team would acquire one on their first trip. "We have to thank Blackie's luck to thank for it," Gentle Snow said, smiling. "Guild leader, I've heard that the War Blood Adventurer team has declared war on Zero Wing. Should we prepare for an offensive?" Dealing with the War Blood Adventurer team would have likely given her a huge headache before they had explored the tidal vortex, but now Cola had the twin-headed flying dragon, bringing Zero Wing's total to 3 flying mounts. Flying mounts already had a massive advantage at sea, and if 3 flying mounts worked together, their team could take on any fleet. 3 flying mounts could carry up to 60 players, and with such a force, annihilating players on 3 bronze speedboats wouldn't be a problem. Most fleets currently in the Sea of Death only had a few bronze speedboats. They could easily destroy any fleet's core combat power with a few rounds of attack. Zero Wing might not be able to establish itself in the Sea of Death, but they wouldn't give the War Blood Adventurer team an easy time. Either no. "Our current priority is to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Make your way to the World Tower's entrance for now. I'll meet you there." Although they could rely on the flying mount's mobility to cause trouble for Warblood, doing so would slow their development speed. It wasn't a worthwhile trade. The struggle between powers required resources and experts. Securing the northern fortress was the best way to defeat War Blood. "Weary capturing a fortress?" Shifeng's statement stunned Gentle Snow, but after a moment, a grin spread across her face. Everyone on the team, including her and Cola, were eager to show Shifeng how strong they had grown. "All right, we'll head over immediately." Shifeng then disconnected the call and made his way to the World Tower. World Tower's underground first floor. Due to Phoenix Rain's summons, a large number of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experts had gathered near the first underground floor's entrance. Visiting players were shocked to see so many experts. Why are so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts here? Amazing! Even the lowest leveled player among them is level 86. Our adventurer team has several thousand members, but fewer than 10 have reached such a high level, yet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has more than 7,000 of them. That's nothing. Look at their equipment. They're all wearing level 85 equipment. Moreover, even the lowest quality piece is secret silver rank. Some of them even have level 85 dark gold equipment. I thought I've been doing quite well in my guild, but I only have a few pieces of level 85 secret silver equipment, while the rest is level 80 equipment. I wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has gathered so many experts? Are they planning to complete a quest, maybe? The various players nearby couldn't help but wonder why so many of the pavilion's experts had gathered. They rarely saw so many in one place. Big Sis Rain. 9,000 people have arrived thus far. It'll take another 2 or 3 hours for the rest to get here. Blue Phoenix reported as Phoenix Rain examined the supplies she had prepared for the operation. Worriedly, she continued, "However, 9 Dragons Emperor has found out about the operation. So be it. How could such a large-scale operation escape the notice of 9 Dragons Emperor's men?" Phoenix Rain nodded. The news didn't affect her in the slightest. "We just need to take down the northern fortress before 9 Dragons Emperor can gather enough players to do anything about it." It was too easy for information about such large-scale operations to reach other powers. There was no way to ensure that there weren't any spies among their people. Now they were in a race against time. Meanwhile, a report stating that Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain intended to capture the northern fortress sat on the guild leader's desk in 13 Thrones Dragonheart City residence. Black Flame never ceases to surprise me, Melancholy said, smiling at the report before him. He then turned to Happy Art and asked, "Art, what do you think of this matter?" His favorable opinion of Shifeng was the reason he had invited Zero Wing to participate in the mission to capture a small fortress. Unfortunately, he was forced to go back on his word. Zero Wing should have some confidence in succeeding, Happy Art said, uncertain while capturing the northern fortress might be extremely challenging. She didn't think that Shifeng was foolhardy. Since he had decided to attempt the capture, he was confident of succeeding. Confidence? Do you think capturing a fortress is so easy? The masked woman beside Elder Wu commented disdainfully. In my opinion, this is simply the guild's death throes. It's run out of moves. After all, Black Flame so foolishly provoked war blood. 13 Thrones had gone all out, even cooperating with Starlink, to secure a small fortress. What, exactly, did Zero Wing have to rely on to capture the northern fortress, a medium fortress? Little Melancholy, are you planning to help this Zero Wing? Elder Wu, who sat quietly in a corner, asked. I had considered it. Zero Wing has a lot of potential. It could become a formidable ally in the future, Melancholy answered truthfully. He had no reason to hide his thoughts. More major corporations continued to invest in God's domain, and as a result, the competition between the game's powers grew more intense. Even a super guild like 13 Thrones would have to consider alliances if it wished to continue its smooth development in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's development speed had been quite impressive. It was an optimal candidate as an ally. Moreover, if 13 Thrones lent aid during Zero Wing's time of need, the guild would have a more friendly view of 13 Thrones. I understand what you're thinking. That kid certainly knows how to get things done. But you need to understand that Warblood isn't the only power Zero Wing has provoked. Starlink is hellbent to see the guild destroyed. If you help Zero Wing, our relationship with Starlink will become complicated, Elder Wu said calmly. Moreover, we already have plans to capture another fortress with Starlink, and the guild has something crucial for the siege. As 13 Thrones guild leader, you need to consider the guild's benefit carefully. With Elder Wu's warning, Melancholy had no choice but to dismiss the thought. Elder Wu was one of the 13 Thrones founders, and the old man had immense influence in the guild. He wasn't wrong, either, and Melancholy didn't have a good enough reason to move against the old man's advice. While the various superpowers in Dragonheart City discussed the news, Shurfeng and the rest of Zero Wing's main force arrived in the main hall of the World Tower's first underground floor the instant Shurfeng appeared. A commotion erupted throughout the Hallis Black Flame. Stupid. He actually dares to visit the Gravity Mountain range. Doesn't he know how many experts want his head? He's probably betting on the fact that no one will mess with him with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members here. I guess you're right. But the moment he wanders off from the Pavilion's group, he's dead. The players in the main hall watched Shurfeng with admiration and ridicule. They all wondered what the swordsman would do next. Once he left the main hall, he wouldn't have a safe zone to protect him. Many people would likely try to take his life to claim Warblood's bounty. And not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could guarantee his safety guild leader Black Flame. Over 23,000 of the 30,000 players you've requested have arrived. The rest should be here in another hour or so. How are the preparations on your side coming along? Phoenix Rain asked as Shurfeng entered the main hall. Based on the information I've received, several thousand players are camped outside the main hall, all aiming for your life. Although they won't dare attack with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around you, more people will gather as time passes. Once there are enough players, I can't be sure that they won't make a move. Completing this mission as quickly as possible was crucial. The various major powers experts were targeting Shurfeng, and if the battle dragged on for too long, there was a high likelihood that other powers would try to interfere, and the operation would fail. All of my players have arrived already, Shurfeng said, smiling as he gestured to Gentle Snow and the others behind Hema 100-man team. Phoenix Rain was stunned when she saw the cloaked figures of Gentle Snow and the rest of Zero Wing's main force. Although she had known that Zero Wing couldn't dispatch a lot of players for this operation, she hadn't expected Shurfeng to only bring a 100-man team to capture the northern fortress. This had to be a joke. While Phoenix Rain was silent, Aqua Rose spoke up. These people dare to target you, guild leader. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll likely think that Zero Wing is just a pushover. Aqua Rose coldly stated as she glanced at the players outside the main hall. That's right. We might as well take care of these fools since we're still waiting on some of the others. It'll save us some trouble, Cola insisted. All right, let's take care of them first then. Shurfeng agreed, nodding after giving the matter some thought. He did not want to deal with unceasing stalkers either. They'd constantly pose a problem. You guys shouldn't mess around. Those aren't ordinary players. There are quite a few Refinement Realm experts among the group, including some experts from Dragonheart Island's top adventurer teams. Phoenix Rain interjected. Phoenix thought that Aqua Rose and her companions were insane. Naturally, Shurfeng was even more mad to agree to the suggestion. Although Phoenix Rain was aware that Aqua Rose and the others were incredibly powerful, even her forces would have a hard time taking down these experts. Even if her forces won the battle, they'd suffer grievously for it. Furthermore, there were only 100 of these experts. As Phoenix Rain was about to continue, Aqua Rose and the other removed their black cloaks, revealing every one of them had reached level 95 and 96. Chapter 2289 Zero Wings Blade. The instant Aqua Rose and the others removed their black cloaks, the players in the hall, who had been busy talking about Shurfeng, gasped in shock. They stared at Zero Wings players as if there were horrifying monsters level 95. How is that possible? How are they so high-leveled? Haven't the superpowers peak experts just reached level 87? Are they monsters in disguise? Everyone was confused over Aqua Rose and her companions' levels. The fact that Shurfeng had already reached level 100 was shocking enough. They all knew how difficult it was to level up from such a high level. The fact that Shurfeng had reached level 100 wasn't entirely unbelievable. God's domain had many special opportunities to offer, and it wasn't strange for these opportunities to grant players tremendous amounts of EXP now. However, Zero Wing revealed that it had 100 players at level 95 and 96. How were they so powerful? After a brief moment of shock, a terrifying pressure washed over them. Even Phoenix Rain, who stood near Aqua Rose, shuddered, not to mention the ordinary experts in the room after this display. Phoenix Rain gave up trying to dissuade Aqua Rose and her companions from attacking the group of hostile players. She could only smile bitterly about the situation. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing possess? This thought echoed in Phoenix Rain's mind for a long time. She couldn't understand how Shifeng had helped Aqua Rose and the rest of his main force level up so quickly, of course. She also understood why Shifeng had so fearlessly provoked the War-Blood Adventurer team in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Although Shifeng had previously revealed his level, there was a limit to how much an individual could accomplish, especially when exploring new maps. Shifeng could only secure so many resources by himself, and he could clear team dungeons alone, which were one of the largest resource sources for a guild. However, he wouldn't have that problem with a 100-man team that was almost as high-leveled as he was after Aqua Rose and the other exposed their levels. Many of the players in the hall that had considered targeting Shifeng abandoned the idea. Teams with fewer than 50 members, in particular, immediately abandoned their plans to move against Shifeng. If Shifeng were the only powerhouse they had to worry about, they could rely on special tools to restrain him, preventing him from exhibiting his full strength. But since such a group of high-leveled experts guarded him, what was the point in restraining Shifeng? They couldn't even get close to the swordsman, much less attack him. I hadn't thought that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its strength. Targeting Black Flame will no longer be possible. With so many high-leveled expert guards, even assassination experts will be powerless against him. That's right. I doubt War-Blood expected Zero Wing to have a card like this. The adventurer team's plan to send everyone in the city after him is likely moot. That might not necessarily be the case. Small teams like ours might not have a chance, but those large adventurer teams could succeed. Zero Wing's members might be very high-leveled, but a team can bridge that gap by outnumbering them. With enough experts, the various adventurer teams might be able to suppress Zero Wing's members long enough to kill Black Flame. I guess you're right. Ordinary experts won't have high enough basic attributes to make a difference, but peak experts could do it if they rely on external items. Besides, even if they have high levels, it means nothing if their weapons and equipment can't keep up. I heard that the Heavenly Beast Adventurer team has dispatched all of its experts to kill Black Flame and steal his fragmented legendary item. Heavenly Beast is quite famous among the Dark Forces. I don't think it's a match for Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams in an open battle, but its ability to kill individual players is likely even stronger than those adventurer teams. Heavenly Beast is powerful, but Black Flame is no fool. As long as he sticks with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army, Heavenly Beast's members won't get near him. At this point, only the various major powers have any hope of taking out Black Flame. Many of the independent players in the hall sighed and turned to leave after seeing Zero Wing's high-level team. With such powerful players around him, a small team didn't have a chance of taking Shifeng down. The various major powers experts, on the other hand, chose to stay and continue stalking after him. Unlike independent players, major powers would have no problem sending several thousand experts after the Swordsman A level 95,100-man team. Black Flame sure has a lot of trump cards. So, this is why Black Flame's so confident. Remember to keep a close eye on Black Flame. Report back as soon as you see him leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's protection. I refuse to believe that the pavilion is willing to protect him forever. It took no time for every major power on Dragonheart Island to hear about the levels of Zero Wing's main force members. But although they were shocked by the news, they had no intention of giving up on the bounty. A fragmented legendary item was simply too tempting. Not to mention the 3 pieces of epic equipment and Warblood's favor. However, they had decided to avoid taking direct action against Shifeng for now. He was, after all, protected by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army. When the major powers experts received the commands from their upper echelons, they prepared to follow Shifeng further into the World Tower. However, they were shocked by what they saw as they passed through the main hall's exit. Corpses littered the ground outside the main hall, every one of them a slain expert. Many experts from Dragonheart Island's well-known and top adventurer teams lay among them. These players had all planned to ambush Shifeng as soon as he left the main hall. What shocked the newcomers more, though, was Aqua Rose's team, which was busy fighting several thousand players. A 10-level difference wasn't insurmountable. Yet Zero Wing's 100-man team slaughtered the several thousand players before them as if they were slicing vegetables. Despite facing dozens of experts' frenzied attacks, Kola, who led Zero Wing's team in the battle, didn't even try to dodge. He took every hit with his shield, and none of the attacks from the enemy Tier 2 experts dealt more than -500 damage. To Kola, who had a total of 520,000 HP after reaching level 95, the damage was practically negligible. A single healing spell was more than enough to restore his lost HP. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud acted as mobile turrets. Every spell they cast claimed at least a dozen experts' lives. Sometimes, their spells even blew apart several dozen experts at once. One of Zhao Yueru's spells even took out a level 87 shield warrior with an epic shield and 2 pieces of epic equipment in an instant. The two forces' basic attributes were on entirely different levels. Gentle Snow's team hadn't just gained EXP while they were grinding in the Tidal Vortex. They had also acquired plenty of high-level items. The Tidal Vortex's bosses all dropped level 90 and 95 equipment, and as a result, they were all armed with level 95 Secret Silver and Fine Gold equipment. Gentle Snow and the others had frequently hunted the Tidal Vortex mythic bosses as well. In addition, the team had been the first players to slay these mythic bosses, which increased the boss's drop rates. Overall, Zero Wing's main force members had also acquired quite a few pieces of epic equipment. Even the weakest piece, Gentle Snow, and her companion's war was level 95 Fine Gold equipment. Their combat power was on an entirely different level compared to the level 85+ experts they fought. Moreover, Gentle Snow and the others had improved their combat standards. Most of the players attacking them hadn't even reached the refinement realm yet. To Zero Wing's main force, these players were easier to defeat than the level 95 sea monsters in the Tidal Vortex. Over 95% of the 4,000+ experts that had planned to ambush Shifeng outside the main hall were dead in less than 15 minutes, while the rest tried to escape with special tools. The valley's ground was dyed red with blood, and weapons and equipment littered the ground. In contrast, Zero Wing's team hadn't lost a single player. They had only lost a little stamina and concentration. Chapter 2290, Fame Spreads Across Dragonheart. The various major powers experts, who had intended to follow Shifeng, came to a halt when they saw the remains of the army that had tried to ambush the swordsman. As if the main hall's exit were the entrance to hell, none of them dared to cross the threshold. They killed so many players so easily. Are they even human? This won't do. I need to report this to the boss immediately. They had assumed that Zero Wing wouldn't dare retaliate since they had such a massive numerical advantage. Hence, they had boldly followed after Shifeng. But seeing the thousands of corpses on the ground, none of the various major powers experts dared to leave the main hall. If Zero Wing's members could kill several thousand experts so effortlessly, then they, with only several hundred players, would only meet their doom by leaving. They needed to reevaluate their plans. As long as Shifeng had Zero Wing's main force by his side, several thousand players wouldn't be enough to take him down. They would need at least an army of 10,000 players, perhaps even several tens of thousands, to take him down. Otherwise, they'd merely be giving their equipment to Zero Wing. However, Phoenix Rain was even more shocked by the results than the major powers experts. They've already obtained level 95 equipment. Phoenix Rain was no ordinary expert. Not only was she the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master, but she was also very nearly a domain realm expert. She could discern a lot of information that ordinary experts could not. Although Aqua Rose and the others had considerably high combat standards, their incredibly high basic attributes were a larger part of the reason for their overwhelming victory. The experts that had tried to ambush Shifeng weren't weaklings. Many of them were even experts from Dragonheart Island's various well-known and top adventurer teams. Their equipment standards were quite high, with even the weakest piece they wore at level 85 Fine Gold rank. If Aqua Rose and the others had worn level 90 Dark Gold equipment, they wouldn't have achieved such a one-sided victory. The only explanation was that Aqua Rose and her team wore level 95 Fine Gold equipment, or better, upgrading one's weapons and equipment was far harder than leveling up. A team could only raid team dungeons, obtaining weapons and equipment that corresponded to their levels, after reaching a high enough level, and although it was possible to grind for higher level weapons and equipment, the cost was so immense that it wasn't worth the effort. Most of the time, players' weapons and equipment couldn't keep up with their levels. In some cases, players would wear items that were of a far lower level. However, not only had Aqua Rose and her companions reached level 95 or higher, but their weapons and equipment were also level 95 Fine Gold rank or better. Their equipment standard was at least 2 realms higher than the various major powers experts. Meanwhile, News of the slaughter soon spread throughout Dragonheart Island. Zero Wing is amazing. Not even the various major powers will dare target Black Flame now. I know, right? I've heard that many adventurer teams have already given up the hunt. War Blood will likely have to act on its own to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing. The various major powers had been shocked to learn that Zero Wing's main force members had reached level 95 and 96, but after hearing about the slaughter of several thousand experts in the Gravity Mountain range, that shock transformed into fear. Many of them had given up on Shi Feng's fragmented legendary item after witnessing the incident. After this display, Zero Wing had proven that it could no longer be taken out by a few major powers working together. Even some of Dragonheart Island's ordinary superpowers grew wary of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges of 13 Thrones Guild residents, Elder Wu, according to our estimates, Zero Wing's main force members should be wearing level 95 fine gold equipment. The masked, middle-aged man beside Elder Wu reported after examining the data a subordinate had sent him. Not even 13 Thrones could fully gear a 100-man team in such high-quality equipment. So, is this why that kid is so confident? Elder Wu muttered as he shut his eyes. Zero Wing is indeed impressive if it has such solid foundations. Unfortunately, Starlink's foundations are much sturdier. Notify our teams that we'll be raiding another fortress with Starlink soon. Have them prepare. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, the masked, middle-aged man said, nodding. He then left the lounge. As Melancholy had said, Zero Wing was an excellent choice for an ally, but in God's domain, nothing was more important than resources. Securing a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range offered far more benefits than having a level 95,100-man team. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, Shi Feng and his army had arrived at the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, as the most important fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region. Not only was the northern fortress situated at the top of a mountain range, which made it easy to defend, but it also had far more powerful defenses than a small fortress. Over 30 defense turrets and heavy ballistas had been lined up along the fortress's walls, and plenty of level 90+ Lord-ranked undead soldiers stood guard beside the war weapons. Not only were these undead soldiers Lord-ranked monsters, but they also had weapons and armor that had been enchanted with magic runes. These undead soldiers' defense and destructive power could even rival that of great lords of the same level. Guild leader Black Flame, for defensive magic towers, have formed a magic barrier around the northern fortress. Do you have any ideas on how to take it down? Phoenix Rain asked with a grim expression as she read the scout's report. She had known that the northern fortress would be difficult to capture, but after seeing the details on the fortress's defenses, she finally understood how difficult it would be. Ignoring the number of undead monsters inside the fortress, her forces were incapable of overcoming the magic barrier around it. 4 defensive magic towers created that barrier, and not only did these towers have a massive reserve of mana, but they could also reform the magic barrier in a short time after it had been destroyed. Unless they could destroy the 4 defensive magic towers quickly after destroying the magic barrier, the fortress would gain another barrier. If they relied on Tier 4 magic scrolls and war weapons, they could destroy the northern fortress's magic barrier, but it would cost an astronomical number of resources to destroy the barrier once. It would also require a lot of time. By doing so, they'd risk losing their war weapons under the bombardment from the fortress's defense turrets and heavy ballistas. To make matters worse, all 4 defensive magic towers were located within the well-fortified fortress and protected by guardian bosses. Those guardian bosses were level 100+ mythic monsters. Simple. We just need to destroy the magic barrier as quickly as possible and charge into the fortress to destroy the defensive magic towers. Shi Feng casually responded. Phoenix Rain stared at Shi Feng. Speechless, she knew that they could take down the barrier by destroying the towers, but how were they supposed to do that? This problem wasn't one that could be solved with enough players and war weapons. However, while Phoenix Rain racked her brain to come up with a plan, Shi Feng took out the hero's tome and sacrificed 50,000 magic crystals to it. He then began to chant the summoning incantation. Chapter 2291, Tier 4 Hero. As Shi Feng chanted the summoning incantation some distance below the northern fortress's mountain peak, a pillar of golden light rose from the ground beneath him, shooting toward the sky. The light pillar had a 400-yard radius and was even visible from several thousand yards away. Mana from across the mountainside surged toward the light pillar, condensing until it became liquid before Shi Feng. After 20 seconds of this, the mana finally took on a humanoid form. A moment later, a knight in white clothing and carrying a sacred, golden sword stood before the player army, although this white-clad knight only stood 2 meters tall, nowhere near the size of a mythic monster. His appearance made everyone shudder. Arslet, hero, Tier 4 Sword Saint, level 120. HP 55. 000/55. 000/000. A Tier 4 hero? Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes as she stared at Arslet. NPCs were originally already far more powerful than players. Only peak experts had any hope of defeating ordinary NPCs. Heroes, on the other hand, were peak combatants among NPCs, treated as kingdoms and empires' absolute pillars and protectors. They were treated as the absolute pillars and protectors of kingdoms and empires. She had suspected that Shurfeng's trump card would be a Tier 4 combatant. A fighter of that power would be crucial when capturing a fortress, especially the well-fortified northern fortress. Current players simply didn't have the strength to succeed, considering that Zero Wing had relied on the Tier 4 divine magic dragons in defensive and offensive sieges in the past. Phoenix Rain had assumed Shurfeng would rely on one this time. She had never expected Shurfeng to summon a hero, and a Tier 4 hero at that. The NPC could single-handedly crush an entire NPC city. Shurfeng had considered using a divine magic dragon, but the materials needed to summon one were incredibly rare and valuable. Collecting them would not be easy. Moreover, the divine magic dragons were only really useful against players. They wouldn't be particularly effective against monsters since monsters had such high basic attributes. They did not fear a frontal confrontation. Furthermore, the divine magic dragons had an obvious weakness: the players that managed the summoning array. If a single one of these players died, the array would quickly crumble. The mythic monsters that defended these fortresses generally had relatively high intellect. The moment they noticed the divine magic dragon's summoning array, they'd do anything to destroy it. While Shurfeng was confident of standing against an all-out assault from players, trying to stop powerful monsters hellbent on getting near the array would be impossible when sieging a monster-protected fortress. Very few players would rely on summoning arrays. He wouldn't have waited until now to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range until now. Otherwise, Phoenix Pavilion Master, have your men get ready, Shurfeng said. Now that he had summoned Arslet, he couldn't afford to waste time. He continued, once the magic barrier is down, I want everyone to push into the fortress. Leave the mini-bosses to Zero Wing. Your team just needs to clear out the mobs inside and don't let them get close to the mini-bosses. All right, leave it to us, Phoenix Rain said, a trace of excitement flashing in her eyes. The bosses were the most troublesome aspect of sieging a fortress. If Arslet were merely an ordinary Tier 4 combatant, this upcoming battle would be a tough one. The Tier 4 bosses in the Northern Fortress were much stronger than ordinary Tier 4 monsters, since their power was reinforced by the fortress's magic array. An ordinary Tier 4 combatant would be little more than a punching bag for the bosses. Bosses also had far higher intellect than ordinary monsters. They might not be as intelligent as players, but they weren't stupid. They would try to kill as many invaders as possible, rather than focus on one target. Unless one had enough strength to overwhelm the bosses, capturing the Northern Fortress was a pipe dream. This was why, even now, 13 Thrones and Starlink were the only powers to capture a fortress successfully. Fortunately, Shurfeng's army had a Tier 4 hero, so suppressing the Northern Fortress's bosses shouldn't be a problem. As Phoenix Rain began to bark out orders, Shurfeng sent Arslet after the magic barrier. The Northern Fortress's magic barrier was extraordinarily powerful. Even an ordinary Tier 4 combatant would have to attack for a long time to deplete its mana reserve. However, the magic barrier was incredibly fragile to Arslet. Once the hero struck it with his Tier 4 taboo skill, Spatial Rend, it shattered. When Phoenix Rain saw this, she was dumbfounded. She had never thought that a Tier 4 hero would be this formidable charge. Shurfeng shouted. The outcome didn't faze him in the least. NPC heroes were considered invincible among those of the same tier, and they were the human's final trump card against dragons. How could a measly medium fortress's defensive magic array sustain an attack from such a being? Hearing Shurfeng's command, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 30,000-strong army and Zero Wing's main force charged into the fortress. At the same time, the Northern Fortress's undead army spilled out of the fortress's entrance, While the undead soldiers on the walls began to attack the invading players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, who had defeated plenty of powerful monsters before, couldn't help but shudder as they watched the undead army charge to meet them. Undead soldier, undead, lord, level 94, HP 22,000, 000/22, 000, 000 undead captain, undead, great lord, level 96, HP 63, 000, 000/63, 000, 000 undead warrior, undead, grand lord, level 101, HP 260, 000, 000/260, 000, 000 undead general, undead, mythic level 102, HP 580, 000, 000/580, 000, 000. Although most of the monsters leaving the fortress were undead soldiers and undead captains, the undead warriors and the general were quite eye-catching. These bosses' frightening auras were even more powerful than the grand lords and mythic monsters they typically faced. Why are there so many mini-bosses? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she saw the dozen or so massive undead warriors, and the undead general dealing with the undead soldiers and captains was within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's capabilities. But the undead warriors and the general were beyond them. There were more than a dozen undead warriors among the army and a single undead general. These were only the monsters stationed at the fortress's entrance. The weakest of the monsters within the northern fortress. Just getting into the fortress was likely impossible, much less capturing it. Not even a Tier 4 hero could stop the undead general and his dozen or so undead warriors at once. Guild leader Black Flame, the situation is direr than we expected. We should retreat, Phoenix Rain called out to Feng. There were more undead warriors protecting the northern fortress's entrance than their scouts had reported. To make matters worse, there was a mythic-ranked undead general among these monsters. The players would be at a severe disadvantage if they tried to face this undead army head-on. She was very familiar with just how powerful level 100-plus monsters were. 13 Thrones had contained a lot of information regarding the fortress it had captured from ordinary guilds and powers, but hiding such details from superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was impossible. One level 100 Great Lord could easily annihilate a 1,000-man legion of current players, not to mention level 100-plus Grand Lords. Not even Tier 3 players had the strength to contend with these monsters. By the time Arslet defeated the undead general, the undead warriors would have wiped out half of their forces, as expected of the northern fortress. The force protecting its entrance is already so powerful. It's no wonder why the northern fortress had been the last captured in the Gravity Mountain range. The situation even surprised Feng. It seems I can't hide them any longer. Following which, Feng took out 2 summon guard scrolls and called forth Kite and Anna. Chapter 2292, One-Man Army. He's summoning his personal guards? Phoenix Rain watched Feng. A little surprised. Personal guards were powerful beings, but unlike players, they were incredibly difficult to resurrect. Thus, the various powers avoided risking their personal guards and would never use them to siege a fortress, and with how powerful this undead army was, what could a few personal guards possibly accomplish? 2 figures appeared before Feng, a man carrying 2 long swords, and a woman in luxurious, purple-gold robes with a staff. The instant these NPCs appeared, all of the mana within 50 yards began to gather toward Themisthes. For real. Both of those personal guards are over level 100. Even the strongest personal guard in our guild is only level 96. Crap. Those personal guards are actually Tier 3 NPCs. When they saw Anna and Kite, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members gasped. Feeling a little jealous, Feng's 2 Tier 3 personal guards shocked them even more than the Tier 4 hero had. Feng had relied on a special tool to summon the Tier 4 hero, which meant he couldn't casually summon the NPC, but that wasn't the case for personal guards. So long as the personal guards in question were alive, he could summon them at any time, and he could continue to nurture them, growing their strengths. There was also the fact that completing the Tier 3 promotion quests wasn't easy for personal guards. Although personal guards could reach Tier 3, they couldn't necessarily be promoted as soon as they hit level 100. Like players, personal guards had to complete a promotion quest, but the promotion quests for these NPCs were actually easier than the ones players had to face. Personal guards could complete their Tier 3 promotion quests in a short time. Bronze guards only had a 20% chance of clearing their Tier 3 promotion quests, and if they failed, they'd have to wait 7 days before challenging the quest again. Without enough luck, it was practically impossible for a bronze guard to complete their promotion quest as soon as they reached level 100. Fine gold guards, on the other hand, had a 50% success rate. Once a personal guard reached Tier 3, they'd be significantly more helpful to their player. Personal guards were NPCs and considerably more powerful than Tier 3 players. With a Tier 3 personal guard, a player would have an easier time grinding, questing, and raiding field bosses. This was why the various powers desperately nurtured their personal guards while protecting them from harm as much as possible. Now that they had seen Shurfeng's 2 Tier 3 personal guards, these players couldn't even imagine how fast Shurfeng would develop in the future. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but feel a little envious. With 2 Tier 3 personal guards, Shurfeng could explore level 100 neutral maps immediately and start preparing for his Tier 3 promotion quest. However, the 2 Tier 3 personal guards did nothing to alter their current predicament. There were still over a dozen Grand Lord ranked undead warriors to contend with, while the rest of the pavilion's members worried about the same issue. Shurfeng commanded Anna and Kite to distract the undead warriors. The level 102 Anna and level 101 Kite then charged at the 15 approaching Grand Lords. Black Flame has gone insane. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix watched the scene with wide, shocked eyes. Sending 2 Tier 3 personal guards against 15 undead warriors was suicidal. Tier 3 personal guards were exceedingly valuable. If they died in battle, resurrecting them would cost tens of thousands of gold. Blue, get ready to use our Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays. Phoenix Rain hadn't thought that Shurfeng would be so maddeningly bold, either. She had no choice but to rely on the Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays. She had prepared Great Lord-ranked summon creatures wouldn't be a match for the undead warriors, but with their high HP, they should last for some time. If they included the magic arrays suppression, the summoned creatures could survive even longer. However, as Phoenix Rain finished her command, Anna, who had reached the undead army, began to chant an incantation, swinging her staff gracefully under her command. 18 magic arrays appeared around Anna. Level 102 Great Lord-ranked rock guardians emerged from each array, stupefying Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. They had prepared 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls for this siege, and that was Phoenix Rain's limit. She wasn't the Great Pavilion Master, so she only had access to a fraction of the guild's resources. Even so, this fraction was far more than what any ordinary first-rate guild possessed, and yet, not even the 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls were a match for one of Anna's summoning spells. Anna began to chant another incantation before Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix had time to snap out of their daze. Golden runes began to appear on the rock guardians' bodies, increasing their basic attributes and defense significantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were utterly flabbergasted. Summoning 18 Great Lords was already ridiculous. Yet Anna could strengthen every one of her Great Lords. Her very existence was beyond absurd. However, Anna hadn't finished her spellcasting. She then began to cast her third spell. This time, her chant lasted for 5 seconds. When she completed her spell, a magic array with a 40-yard radius appeared above the two armies. After a short moment, a golden-armored warrior with a shield and long sword fell from the array. Holy Knight, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 102, HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, Crap. Is she really just a Tier 3 personal guard? Many players nearly cursed when they saw the Holy Knight. Anna was practically a one-man army. Only Shurfeng maintained his composure. After all, he knew just how powerful Anna was. Anna was an epic guard with a 113 growth potential. He hadn't even heard of a personal guard with such high growth potential in his previous life. Moreover, magical classes were more suited to large-scale combat. Anna would perform even better than a Tier 4 melee class hero in a group battle. In truth, Anna's performance had exceeded Shurfeng's expectations. Anna had only used her summoner class spells thus far. She hadn't even begun to use her Yin-Yang Saint class spells. With Anna at their side, the players regained their advantage on the battlefield. Of the 18 rock guardians Anna had summoned, 15 rushed forth to distract the undead warriors. The remaining Rock Guardians worked with the Holy Knight and Zero Wings' main force to target each undead warrior. One by one meanwhile, Kite worked with Arslet against the undead general. Although he wasn't as proficient in large-scale combat as Anna, his one-on-one combat power was superior to Anna's. With Arslet suppressing the mythic monster, Kite could attack. Unobstructed, all 15 undead warriors were dead in less than half an hour, and facing both Kite and Arslet, the undead general had fallen too, leaving behind a pile of loot by its now still corpse. Chapter 2293, Capturing the Northern Fortress. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members gaped in shock when they saw the undead general and 15 undead warriors die. We won. Just like that? Even Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. She had read the report on 13 Thrones' attempt to capture the small fortress. Both 13 Thrones and Starlink had suffered over 10,000 casualties just to get through the fortress's entrance. Moreover, they had only faced level 100+ Grand Lords, not a level 100+ mythic monster, during that battle, and yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only lost a few hundred players, and Zero Wings' forces had already slain the undead warriors and undead general that served as the Northern Fortress's gatekeepers. All it had taken was one Tier 4 hero and 2 personal guards. Moreover, the hero wasn't as responsible for their success as the personal guard, Anna. No one would believe her if she told this tale. The undead general and undead warriors had also dropped better loot than any of them had expected. Not only had they dropped a lot of level 100 secret silver equipment, but several pieces of level 100 fine gold equipment had also dropped. The sight of their harvest even excited Phoenix Rain. The equipment's attributes were awe-inspiring. It was no exaggeration to say that a player in full level 100 secret silver equipment could easily defeat a player in level 90 dark gold set equipment. Furthermore, the loot included the Mountain Copper set, a level 100 secret silver set equipment. Everyone, get into the fortress. Ignore the mobs, Shi Feng hurriedly commanded once the mini-bosses had died. We need to destroy the defensive magic towers before they repair the magic barrier. As long as the Northern Fortress's 4 defensive magic towers remained, they would automatically reconstruct the defensive magic barrier around the fortress. If they wanted this operation to succeed, they had to be extremely fast, although destroying each defensive magic tower would significantly increase the time needed to reconstruct the array. The towers weren't easy to take down. As soon as players entered the fortress, they'd encounter an endless stream of monsters trying to stop them, and it wouldn't be long before the fortress's guardian boss joined the battle. With how large and spacious the Northern Fortress was, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to destroy the towers while keeping the guardian boss and mobs at bay. With Shi Feng's command, the players swarmed toward the fortress's entrance, with everyone following the Tier 4 hero as Arslet opened a path beyond the walls. The Northern Fortress was organized like a town. As soon as they entered, the players were greeted by the sight of tattered houses. Undead filled the streets, and the defensive magic tower stood in the fortress's 4 corners, looking inconspicuous once the players crossed the entrance's threshold. They gasped. Numerous Grand Lord-ranked undead warriors roamed the streets, and when they saw the invaders, 2 mythic-ranked undead warlords emerged from the undead army's ranks. A 6-meter-tall undead followed behind the 2 undead warlords, wearing black armor and a crown on its head. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts sensed the crowned undead's horrific pressure and death energy, they couldn't help but shudder. Some of them even struggled to move. Undead warlord. Undead. Mythic. Level 102. HP 630. 000. 000/630. 000. 000. Undead King. Undead Creature. Ancient Fiend. Mythic. Level 103. HP 1,420,000. 000/1. 420. 000. 000. Why does it have to be an ancient fiend? Even Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the Undead King's statistics. He had known the Northern Fortress would be immensely difficult to capture, but he had never dreamed that the challenge would be this great. Based on what he remembered from his previous life, the Northern Fortress's guardian boss should only have been a mythic-ranked realm lord, yet the guardian boss before him was a mythic-ranked ancient fiend. Once it crossed the level 100 threshold, and its restrictions had been removed, a mythic-ranked ancient fiend could nearly rival a dragon before anyone could react. The Undead King vanished. It reappeared above the player army, swinging down its skeletal greatsword. Overwhelming death energy poured down on the player army, so powerful that it cracked the space around it. Not good. Shifeng's expression turned grim at the sight. The undead king's intellect was far higher than the undead general they had faced moments ago. Once the guardian boss sensed the invaders, it launched an attack, targeting the most densely packed area. If they allowed the undead king to land its AoE attack, several thousand players would die instantly. However, just as the wave of dark energy was about to land on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above them. This figure belonged to none other than Arslet had activated a skill, sending a towering pillar of light crashing into the wave of dark energy. The light pillar neutralized the attack in the collision, and the resulting shockwave devoured a significant portion of the players' HPs. Some of them hadn't been able to cope at all and died, although Arslet had the upper hand against the undead king. He couldn't suppress the ancient fiend completely. As a result, the undead king attacked the player army from time to time, each blow reaping several hundred lives and devastating the surrounding terrain. The pavilion's players began to despair. The difference between their strength and the undead king's was too massive. This was no longer a fight Tier 2 players had any hope of surviving. If the undead king was so terrifying, even while it was distracted, how were they supposed to deal with the two undead warlords and numerous undead warriors? Phoenix Pavilion Master, leave the bosses to us. Your team should try to destroy the defensive magic towers as quickly as possible. Shifeng quickly reminded Phoenix Rain not only could the defensive magic towers regenerate the defensive magic array around the northern fortress, but they could also reinforce the guardian boss. Without those towers, the undead king, which was 17 levels lower than Arslet, wouldn't be able to attack the surrounding players while fighting the hero. The only hope they had of defeating the undead king relied on the defensive magic tower's destruction. If that failed, the fortress's undead would slay every player, regardless of whether or not Arslet could survive against the ancient fiend. But those two undead warlords, Phoenix Rain insisted, worried as she glanced at the mythic monsters that guarded the path to the defensive magic towers. The two undead warlords were no trivial opponents. They might not be as strong as the undead king, but if they ambushed her army's healers, the rest of her players would fall. Don't worry about them. We'll keep those two undead warlords busy. Shifeng shouted back. Shifeng then retrieved the Ring of Gospel, sacrificing 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Within a 5,000-yard radius, space froze, and all enemies' physiques and basic attributes dropped. At the same time, all allies within 2,000 yards of Shifeng received a boost to their physiques and basic attributes. Everyone immediately sensed the gap between themselves and the undead army shortening significantly. Once that was done, Shifeng sent Anna and Kite after the two undead warlords. Although the undead warlords were powerful, the two mythic bosses would need quite some time to deal with the players when faced with the strengthened Holy Knight, Kite, and the suppressing barrier. The 18 Rock Guardians had formed. When she saw this, Phoenix Rain stopped holding back. Activating all of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls, she had prepared to open a path to the defensive magic towers. She also used quite a few defensive magic arrays and Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. Once the force had reached one of the towers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members bombarded it with their attacks. Time passed quickly as each defensive magic tower fell. The undead king's attacks became more powerful. As a result, the player armor suffered more casualties. When only one defensive magic tower remained, the undead king began to attack the Rock Guardian's magic barrier to free the undead warriors. Hurry. That barrier won't last much longer. Shifeng urged Phoenix Rain and the others as he watched the barrier's mana reserves rapidly deplete just before the magic barrier shattered. The sound of a collapsing building echoed throughout the fortress. After fighting for more than an hour, suffering over 10,000 casualties, and expending all of their Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members had finally destroyed all 4 defensive magic towers. As the 4th and final defensive magic tower fell, the death energy and mana within the northern fortress substantially decreased. The undead king's basic attributes also fell by as much as 20%, instantly giving Arslet an overwhelming advantage. With Arslet suppressing the ancient fiend, the players were able to attack the undead warlords without interruption. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, the undead king and the 2 undead warlords died. We did it. We won. The surviving players cheered as the undead king collapsed to the ground. Even Phoenix Rain was immensely excited. She hadn't actually thought that they'd successfully capture the northern fortress. Feng stepped up to the undead king's corpse, quickly locating a dark gold token and picking it up the moment Feng touched the token. The sound of a system notification reached every player's ears. Gravity Mountain Range Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for capturing the northern fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 10,000. Chapter 2294 Medium Fortress. The regional announcement repeated 3 times, its contents stunning the players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range. The northern fortress's been captured? What's going on? Isn't the northern fortress the largest fortress in the northern region? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing actually took down the northern fortress? Is Zero Wing really so powerful? Practically every player in the Gravity Mountain range knew about the northern fortress. It was one of only 3 medium fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range and a hot topic among players. Thus far, the only power to secure a fortress the Gravity Mountain range was 13 thrones, but the guild had only claimed a small fortress. Taking into account the number of players on Dragonheart Island, a small fortress wasn't enough to satisfy demand. A medium fortress, on the other hand, was several times larger. Now that Zero Wing had captured the northern fortress, players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range wouldn't have to worry about a safe place to rest and recover. Everyone had assumed that the first power to capture a medium fortress would be one of Dragonheart Island's super guilds. Yet Zero Wing had accomplished the feat. No one had expected this outcome. However, the masses' shock was nothing compared to how stunned the island's various powers were over the news. How is this possible? That's the northern fortress we're talking about. How could a guild like Zero Wing possibly capture it? Start an investigation. I want to know every detail of the event. Not even 13 thrones dared to assault the northern fortress. Zero Wing must have used some special method to capture it. If we can learn this method, the rest of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress will be ours. The various powers knew just how difficult these fortresses were to capture. Many of the island's superpowers had attempted such operations, only to fail. These powers also knew what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Even with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's help, capturing the northern fortress should have been impossible for Zero Wing. If it were that easy, the various super guilds would have already occupied every fortress in the map. Zero Wing must have used some tool or special method to succeed. Meanwhile, a report regarding Zero Wing's success in capturing the northern fortress quickly made it to Melancholy's desk in the 13 Thrones Dragonheart City residence. Interesting. I hadn't really thought that they'd succeed, Melancholy commented, surprised as he read the initial report. As 13 Thrones guild leader, Melancholy knew better than anyone on Dragonheart Island how challenging the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress were to capture. When he had first heard of the operation, he had assumed Zero Wing was going for broke, hoping it would work out somehow. The War Blood adventurer team was still going mad over trying to destroy the guild, after all. Guild leader, now that Zero Wing has captured the northern fortress, it will gain more influence on Dragonheart Island. Many powers will likely try to ally with the guild. Should we? Happy Art carefully asked Melancholy while eyeing Elder Wu. Elder Wu had been a strong advocate for their guild's relationship with Starlink since the superpower could be so helpful in capturing the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. And yet, Zero Wing had successfully claimed the northern fortress, a feat that not even 13 Thrones had the strength to accomplish. Naturally, a medium fortress would offer far more and better benefits than a small fortress, and the various major powers already saw Zero Wing as a tempting ally. If 13 Thrones waited until other powers had allied with Zero Wing first, it would lose a significant amount of potential profit. Happy Art, you reach conclusions too quickly, the masked woman behind Elder Wu spoke up. Although Zero Wing has the northern fortress, capturing it is a lot easier than defending it, especially now that the guild has angered both Starlink and Warblood. If we negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing, and it failed to defend the fortress, our guild will be in an awkward position. Happy Art fell silent for a moment. Other powers might not know much about the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses, but 13 Thrones was very familiar with them. It was true that defending a fortress was far harder than capturing one. 13 Thrones had gone as far as stationing a large number of experts in the fortress long-term to protect it from periodic monster attacks, even utilizing a few of the guild's trump cards. Needless to say, even stronger monsters would assault a medium fortress. If Zero Wing couldn't protect the northern fortress during one of these monster attacks, the consequences would be dire. That kid has exceeded my expectations, but we should see if Zero Wing can defend the fortress before we make a decision, Elder Wu said. It won't be too late to negotiate a partnership once Zero Wing proves that it can hold the northern fortress. Elder Wu then stood and left the room. He didn't linger in the guild leader's office any longer. While Dragonheart Island's various superpowers discussed Zero Wing's success, Shifeng and his team were busy clearing the undead mobs out of the northern fortress. Capturing a monster-infested fortress wasn't the same as capturing a monster-infested town. Once a town's guardian boss was defeated, the remaining monsters would flee and disappear. However, in monster-infested fortresses, players had to kill the remaining monsters after defeating the guardian boss and claiming the fortress. Fortunately, once the monsters were dead, they wouldn't respawn. Guild leader Black Flame, we should have these undead mobs taken care of in a few more hours, Phoenix Rain reported. Worriedly, she continued, however, according to the information I've recently received, Warblood and 9 Dragons Emperor can no longer sit still. Not only have they locked down the Gravity Mountain range, but they've also begun to gather forces to capture the Northern Canyon's Rock Nest Fortress. Although the Northern Fortress was the largest in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, its location was remote. In reality, the Northern Fortress wasn't that attractive to players. Fortunately, there weren't carrot areas for players in the Gravity Mountain Range, excluding 13 Thrones' small fortress. Players would have no choice but to visit the Northern Fortress, regardless of how remote it was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. However, if another fortress in the northern region were captured, that situation would change, especially if it were the Rock Nest Fortress. The Northern Canyon, where the Rock Nest Fortress was located, was the sole path leading to the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region. If Warblood captured it, it would severely affect the northern fortress's popularity. They have the right idea. We've just captured the northern fortress and still need some time to clean it up. If they can stop the flow of players and resources from reaching our fortress, they'll weaken the northern fortress's development speed. We might not even survive the first wave of monsters, Shifeng said, chuckling. Unfortunately, they don't know what it means to own a medium fortress. After his comment, Shifeng approached one of the destroyed defensive magic towers. There was a strict divide between the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. A medium fortress wasn't just larger than a small fortress. It also had defensive magic towers. These towers were the main reason why medium fortresses had a qualitative advantage over small fortresses. Chapter 2295, Peak Construction. As he stepped into one of the dilapidated defensive magic towers, Shifeng used the fortress management token he had obtained to call up the 4 towers combined system interface. Sure enough, repairing the towers will cost a ton. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the repair cost for the 4 towers. If he wished to repair all 4 defensive magic towers, he would have to pay a total of 320,000 magic crystals and 120 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Zero Wing could afford the 320,000 magic crystals. After all, the guild had full control of a manatite vein and an attributed or vein. It earned more magic crystals than an ordinary superpower. Unfortunately, the 7 luminaries crystals weren't as common. Although 7 luminaries crystals dropped in certain team dungeons and maps, the drop rate was painfully low. Even now, Zero Wing had barely saved up 200 units. He would have to part with more than half of Zero Wing's stock if he wanted to repair all 4 defensive magic towers. In the end, however, Shifeng gritted his teeth and accepted the cost. Only medium fortresses and larger had the privilege of using defensive magic towers, and these towers were not limited to creating a defensive magic array to protect the fortress from invaders. They could also gather and concentrate the fortress's mana, as well as act as a teleportation point. Players couldn't rely on return scrolls or guild transfer scrolls to return to a rest area while in the World Tower. They'd have to rely on their own feet to travel back and forth. Of course, players could rely on land or flying mounts, But this was a lot more difficult than using a return scroll. Players would have to conserve some of their stamina for the return trip, which limited how long they could grind. Meanwhile, the defensive magic towers could nullify some of the world tower suppression, and players could connect return scrolls to the tower's teleportation point. This way, players could teleport to the defensive magic towers freely. Although the defensive magic towers were only effective on their own floor, meaning that players couldn't teleport to the fortress after descending to the next underground floor, these towers had been immensely popular during Shurfeng's previous life. Every floor in the World Tower was massive, and traveling across them was inconvenient. Because of the defensive magic towers, the World Tower's medium fortresses could make more profit than their smaller counterparts. Aside from profiting from visiting players, medium towers could also earn money from NPCs through the defensive magic towers. These towers significantly increased a fortress's defensive value, and NPC merchants, who disliked risk, would only visit fortresses with a high enough defensive value. Naturally, there was a massive difference between player-generated profit and profit earned from NPC merchants. Although ancient coins were Dragonheart City's only currency, players generally spent ancient copper and ancient silver. They rarely spent ancient gold. This was why 13 Thrones had earned much ancient gold since capturing a small fortress. However, NPC merchants were a different story. If an NPC merchant rented one of a fortress's shops, they'd pay with ancient gold. The more NPCs that visited a fortress, the more ancient gold a fortress's ruling power would earn. Shurfeng desperately needed ancient gold. His desire for it had become even greater after defeating the ancient fiend-ranked undead king. Normally, a fortress's bosses only dropped average loot. That was clear based on the loot the mythic-ranked undead general had dropped. Compared to the boss's loot, the fortress itself was the true prize. Aside from the fortress management toke, the undead king had dropped an extremely rare item. The Freedom Hotel design. Shurfeng had thought he was hallucinated when he had seen the design. The Freedom Hotel was a peak construction in God's domain. Meanwhile, and it was even more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. For a guild city to become a main city, it needed a peak construction. Thus, owning the design for one was akin to obtaining a main city. Furthermore, a peak construction's abilities were out of this world. If he could construct a Freedom Hotel, he could elevate Stone Forest City into an intermediate city. The difference between an intermediate city and a basic city in a level 100+ map was like the difference between heaven and earth when it came to helping players complete their Tier 3 promotion quests. Of course, building a peak construction was extremely difficult. Every required material was exceedingly rare in God's domain, and many of them couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. The precious boundary stone was one such example. One could only find a boundary stone by luck. The only place that sold them was the black market, and each stone cost 8,000 ancient gold. Meanwhile, constructing the Freedom Hotel required 3 boundary stones, and including the cost of the other materials, the Freedom Hotel's construction would cost at least 40,000 ancient gold. Moreover, organizing a large-scale mining operation for the Gravity Mountain Range's rare ore veins would be a massive ancient gold expense. The ore veins in the World Tower were crawling with monsters, especially at night. Every ore vein in the World Tower was practically a monster nest. Even expert teams would be annihilated if they weren't careful. A small-scale operation wouldn't be a problem, but to set up a large-scale operation, one would need to construct a mine and defensive structures, both of which cost ancient gold. If Shurfeng wanted to develop Zero Wing in the World Tower quickly, he needed ancient gold. Time passed quickly. While Shurfeng and the others slew the remaining monsters and repaired the fortress's various buildings, a system announcement reached every player in the map. Gravity Mountain Range Region System Announcement. Congratulations to the Warblood Adventurer team for capturing the Rock Nest Fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 5,000. The system announcement caused another uproar throughout the Gravity Mountain Range. What? Zero Wing has just captured the Northern Fortress, yet Warblood has already captured the Rock Nest Fortress? Warblood really is vicious. With 2 fortresses in a single region, Zero Wing won't be able to generate as much income from the Northern Fortress. To make matters worse, the Rock Nest Fortress occupied the path to the northern region. That's nothing. Warblood has also allied itself with quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. They're going to work together to seal off the northern region. They've declared that anybody who visits the northern fortress will be considered one of the adventurer team's enemies. How vicious! Even with a fortress, Zero Wing has no hope of surviving in Dragonheart City. Zero Wing can only blame itself for provoking so many of the island's powers. The players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range were astonished by how fast and decisively Warblood had captured the Rock Nest Fortress. They hadn't expected the adventurer team to strike down Zero Wing as soon as it had some success on Dragonheart Island. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What should we do? Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix paled when she read the latest report. Because of Warblood's declaration, players that had been preparing to visit our fortress are backing out due to fear. Maintaining a fortress wasn't easy. They'd have to station players here long-term to deal with the occasional monster raids. Meanwhile, players were a fortress's main source of income. If players weren't willing to visit the northern fortress, they'd be lucky not to hemorrhage money on the fortress's upkeep. How did they secure the Rock Nest Fortress so quickly? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she heard the news. Although she had known that Warblood planned to capture the fortress, she hadn't thought that it would succeed so soon. Why don't we go teach them a lesson? Guild leader Aqua Rose suggested in a chilly tone after reading about Warblood's threat. Forget it. Their fortress is under a 3-day protection period. Attacking them would be meaningless right now, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, however, since they want to play, we'll play. Spread the word that whoever visits the Rock Nest Fortress will be declaring Zero Wing an enemy. None of them will be allowed through the northern fortress's gates. Chapter 2296, Fortress opens Gravity Mountain Range. Rock Nest Fortress. The Rock Nest Fortress stood atop the northern canyon. From afar, it looked like a nest, which was how it had earned its name. The fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the fortress was filled with tens of thousands of level 85+ players that were busy slaying the fortress's prior residents, the Blackstone Ores. Several tens of thousands of Blackstone Ores had garrisoned the fortress, but less than 10,000 remained. Lying quietly in the fortress's heart was the 4-meter-tall or king, and all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials were scattered around its corpse. I hadn't thought that capturing a fortress would be this profitable. It's no wonder why 13 Thrones is so eager to capture a second one. 9 Dragons Emperor said, sighing ruefully as he gazed at the items on the ground. Even in the Gravity Mountain range, Great Lord rank and higher monsters were relatively rare, yet the Rock Nest Fortress had been home to tons of them. Since this was the first time these monsters had been slain, their drop rate was much higher than the monsters that wandered the map. Clearing out the Blackstone Ores had yielded over 10,000 weapons and equipment pieces. Moreover, every item as level 90 or above. There were even some level 100 weapons and equipment among the loot. Although most of the weapons and equipment were only secret silver rank, with a few fine gold rank items, it was more than enough to serve as interim equipment. At the very least, his subordinates could use these items to start raiding level 90 super large-scale team dungeons as soon as they were the appropriate level. It's only natural. Every fortress in the Gravity Mountain range is a treasure trove. We had planned to work with Starlink to capture a medium fortress, but I hadn't expected Zero Wing to claim the northern fortress successfully. We had no choice but to move forward with our plans, Blood Oath said. His voice cold, he continued, even with the northern fortress, I'll ensure that Zero Wing has no place on Dragonheart Island. That's right. That Zero Wing is too arrogant. They look down on you, Commander Blood. 9 Dragons Emperor said, nodding. I suspect the guild's members have already begun to panic. Without any visiting players, even the best fortress in the world is useless. Warblood, Crimson Shadow, and Night Sword, 3 of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, had agreed to work together against Zero Wing. Not a single adventurer team on the island would dare cross these 3. Furthermore, Warblood and Starlink were collaborating to seal off the northern region. Anyone that dared to explore the area would be making a one-way trip. Aside from Zero Wings members and Phoenix Rain's subordinates, no one would visit the Northern Fortress. They had ensured that the Northern Fortress would be nothing more than a bottomless pit, steadily devouring Zero Wings funds. The Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses weren't like the fortresses in the outside world. Monster attacks were more frequent here. Maintaining a small fortress cost enough of a fortune to give superpowers a headache, not to mention a medium fortress's maintenance, and that was excluding the subsidies a power would need to pay the players that guarded the fortresses. While 9 Dragons Emperor and Blood Oath conversed, a woman with an ancient bow approached. Commander Zero Wing has made a move. They've mimicked out declaration, announcing that any player that entered the Rock Nest Forest will have no place in the Northern Fortress. Inkfeather announced, smiling as she read the report she had just received. They're trying to compete with our influence on Dragonheart Island? Black Flame is a fool. Does he really think Dragonheart Island is the same as Starmoon Kingdom? Blood Oath laughed. Commander Blood, I doubt that Black Flame knows that we found a mana well in the Rock Nest Fortress. Otherwise, he'd have never made this decision. 9 Dragons Emperor said, smirking. The mana well was the Rock Nest Fortress's exclusive construction. Although repairing it would deplete their liquid funds, the mana well's effects were well worth the cost. With this mana well, players could fully recover their stamina and concentration within half an hour. The mana well's effects would tempt every player grinding in the Gravity Mountain range. The main reason that players visited fortresses was to rest and recover their stamina and concentration. And for the cost of 1 ancient gold coin, players could make a full recovery within 30 minutes. Countless players on Dragonheart Island would seek this benefit. As news of the mana well spread, even the players that visited the 13 Thrones small fortress would likely shift their attention to the Rock Nest Fortress, not to mention the powers that were considering setting up a base in the Northern Fortress. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, I don't mind sending him to his grave. Turning to Inkfeather, Blood Oath commanded, Ink, quietly inform the various major powers on Dragonheart Island of the mana well. I'm sure they'll know what to do once they receive the news. Understood. Inkfeather grew even more eager to see Sherfong despair. Unless they were stupid, the various powers would recognize the most beneficial fortress once word of the mana well spread. Meanwhile, in 13 Thrones residence in Dragonheart City, Zero Wing thinks that it can suppress Warblood just because it has captured a medium fortress? The guild still isn't aware of how foolish it's being. Elder Wu, who rested in his office, said as he read the report his subordinate had sent. 1000 have Lu Xinglua pay me a visit. Tell him that it's about capturing a medium fortress. Understood. The masked woman named 1000 Lives smiled and nodded. In her opinion, Zero Wing was extremely foolish. The guild simply didn't realize how powerful Superpower's foundations were. Elsewhere, in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, while Phoenix Rain organized the fortress's repairs, Sherfong concentrated on restoring the defensive magic tower's magic arrays. The magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had spent to repair the towers only repaired the core crystals. It was barely enough to activate the towers. To restore the defensive magic towers to full power, players needed to repair the magic arrays and magic circuits within the towers. However, this wasn't an easy task. It required an advanced magician at the very least, and the work was intensively time-consuming. Fortunately, Sherfong was almost a master magician, so he could repair the arrays and circuits smoothly and swiftly. Once the 4 defensive magic towers' final magic circuit had been repaired, the tower system interface reported that the towers were complete. System. The Northern Fortress's defensive magic towers have been fully repaired. It will cost 8,000 magic crystals to activate them and 6,000 magic crystals per day to maintain them. Do you wish to activate the defensive magic towers? Running at 100% efficiency is certainly expensive. Sherfong was a little astonished when he read the system notification. The tower's operation cost was much higher than an ordinary magic tower. Not even ordinary first-rate guilds could afford to keep the Northern Fortress's defensive magic towers running constantly. However, Sherfong did not hesitate, activating the towers immediately. After Sherfong had sacrificed the required magic crystals, a 2-fold magic array appeared above the Northern Fortress, enveloping it. The twofold magic array then created a double-layered magic barrier around the fortress, which was much stronger than the barrier Sherfeng and Phoenix Rain's army had broken through. At the same time, all of the mana within a 10,000-yard radius of the northern fortress began to gather within the fortress's walls. The fortress's mana density skyrocketed, especially in the fortress's core. The mana there was so dense that it transformed into a white mist. The players within the mist felt an indescribably pleasant sensation course through them, and a second experience bar appeared below their main bar, show that they had accumulated the double EXP buff. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were dumbfounded. Aqua, how are the fortress's repairs coming along? Sherfeng asked after contacting Aqua Rose. We're 60% done. According to your instructions, we've prioritized hotels and accommodations, so they're ready now, Aqua Rose reported. Good. In that case, we can open the fortress to the public, Sherfeng said, smiling. He then called up the Northern Fortress's system interface and did just that. Chapter 2297, heading to the Northern Fortress after Sherfeng opened the Northern Fortress to the public. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members quickly disseminated news of this throughout the Gravity Mountain Range and Dragonheart City. Zero Wing opened the Northern Fortress so quickly. Zero Wing is probably trying to snag some advantages. However, now that Warblood has made that kind of threat, who would dare visit the Northern Fortress? The various adventurer teams in the Gravity Mountain Range shook their heads and sighed at this piece of news. The small fortress 13 Thrones captured was hardly enough to accommodate the players operating in the Gravity Mountain Range. Hence, the capture of the Northern Fortress was naturally good news. However, Warblood had already stated that whoever dared visit the Northern Fortress would become its enemy. The various adventurer teams with weak foundations did not dare provoke the Warblood adventurer team at all. Meanwhile, over at the Rocknest Fortress, Warblood and Nine Dragons Emperor had also received news of the Northern Fortress's opening. Commander Blood, it seems Zero Wing is really anxious. Instead of properly making use of the fortress's 3-day protection period, it actually opened the fortress so quickly. With this, before we can even take action, the Northern Fortress will most likely fall to the monster tides first. This situation elated Nine Dragons Emperor. The various superpowers operating on Dragonheart Island all knew that defending a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range, especially against the first monster tide a fortress would face, was much more difficult than capturing one. Hence, the wisest decision was to utilize every second of the 3-day protection period after a fortress's conquest to enhance the fortress's defenses as much as possible. Now, however, just 1 day after seizing the Northern Fortress, Zero Wing had taken the initiative to lift the protection mechanism and open the Northern Fortress to the public. Since the Rocknest Fortress had yet to open, such an action would indeed attract some players to the Northern Fortress. However, the monster tide at the Northern Fortress would not weaken just because the guild didn't take full advantage of the protection mechanism. Zero Wing is indeed quick. Unfortunately for it, I won't leave it with even the slightest shred of hope, Blood Oath said coldly. Inc. Spread the news that we'll be opening Rock Nest Fortress tomorrow. We'll thoroughly eliminate the various adventurer teams and guild's thoughts of moving to Lee Northern Fortress. Upon hearing Blood Oath's words, Nine Dragons Emperor was surprised. He never thought that Blood Oath would be so vicious as to give Zero Wing no opportunities whatsoever. In reality, although opening the Northern Fortress so soon was very risky, Zero Wing's decision was still a considerably effective move. After all, the number of players grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range increased with each passing day. 13 Thrones' small fortress couldn't satisfy the needs of all of these players by itself. Hence, despite Warblood's influence and deterrence, some adventurer teams and guilds would still rest in the Northern Fortress. After all, traveling between the Gravity Mountain Range and Dragonheart City required a lot of time which they could spend earning more income. However, if the various adventurer teams and guilds only had to wait 1 more day for Rocknest Fortress's opening, then they would generally show Warblood some respect and avoid visiting the Northern Fortress, thereby rendering Zero Wing's actions meaningless. Meanwhile, shortly after Warblood issued its new announcement, Ku Rong, who was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Dragonheart City, received news about it. Moon, what do you think of this situation? Ku Rong asked as he looked at the majestic woman seated at a corner of his office. Originally, I had a considerably high opinion of Zero Wing, Cloudy Moon said unhurriedly. Unfortunately, War Blood and Starlink's influence is far too great. Their foundations are also extraordinary. Even if Black Flame possesses frightening combat power, he alone can't change the overall situation. Moreover, I heard that 13 Thrones is already planning on working with Starlink again to capture a medium fortress. Once that happens, Zero Wing would lose all its advantages. In Cloudy Moon's opinion, Phoenix Rain's decision was simply too immature. Had Phoenix Rain accepted Starlink's offer for partnership before, then her promotion to Great Pavilion Master would have been practically guaranteed. Unfortunately, Phoenix Rain ended up giving away that opportunity to Nine Dragons Emperor. Alright, I understand. Go make the necessary preparations, Ku Rong sighed. Now that the situation was clear for all to see, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wished to form a good relationship with Starlink, then Phoenix Rain, who was now considered Starlink's enemy, was unsuitable for the position of Great Pavilion Master. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was secretly making its preparations, the various powers of Dragonheart City were in an uproar over War Blood's decisiveness. This situation allowed the general population in Dragonheart City to realize once more how frightening superpowers were. Even though Zero Wing was a large guild that successfully captured the Northern Fortress, it was still no more than an ant before a superpower. Meanwhile, on a gravel hill in the Gravity Mountain Range, 100 level 85 plus experts geared in level 85 secret silver equipment were frantically besieging a level 89 Grand Lord. The Grand Lord ranked 6-armed demonic bear possessed extremely high defense and destructive power. It could easily send several MTs flying with a single attack. However, facing the level 90 Tigerkin Berserker at the helm of the team, the demonic bear was actually getting pushed back one step after another, no match for the Berserker in terms of strength. After battling 20 more minutes, the 6-armed demonic bear finally fell at the feet of this 100-man team. Our boss is too amazing. He actually managed to contend against the 6-armed demonic bear. With this kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 50 Berserkers on Dragonheart Island, a level 87 shield warrior said in admiration. I know, right? Previously, Heaven's Blade's commander even invited our boss to become a vice commander at Heaven's Blade, a level 87 ranger said, the female half-elf's eyes glowing as she looked at the level 90 Berserker. Heaven's Blade was one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. Heaven's Blade's commander, Zwei, was even the idol of countless female players. An invitation from Zwei to become one of Heaven's Blade's vice-commanders was considered a great honor on Dragonheart Island. Stop spouting nonsense about me, Swimming Dragon said, rolling his eyes at his teammates. We don't have much stamina left. Once everyone's recovered, we'll make our way to the Northern Fortress to rest. Boss War Blood has already set the Northern Fortress off limits. Heaven's Blade also warned us that we'll definitely get targeted by War Blood if we patronize the Northern Fortress. If that happens, it'll be very difficult for us to squeeze into the top 8 adventure teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. Upon hearing Swimming Dragon's words, the other players on the team hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The Dragon Riders adventurer team was improving so rapidly that they now had a chance at becoming one of the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. This was something that they never imagined was possible. After all, Heaven's Blade was the 5th-rank adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Plenty of adventurer teams subordinated themselves to Heaven's Blade, but only 8 adventurer teams would receive priority treatment. So long as Dragon Riders became one of these top 8 adventurer teams, its position on Dragonheart Island would skyrocket. At that time, even first-rate guilds would not dare to provoke it. Enough! I know what I'm doing. Tidy up immediately. We're heading to the Northern Fortress right now. Swimming Dragon berated, completely ignoring everyone's opinion. He had his current success only because of Sure Fong. While training inside the Tower of Four Gods, he had not only entered the flowing water realm but also mastered an advanced combat technique and improved his completion rate for Tier 2 skills by a significant margin. After his challenge ended, he even received an epic ranked replica of the legendary weapon Hurricane's injury. This replica was top tier even among epic weapons. Moreover, the greatsword also had high compatibility with him. As a result, his combat power underwent a qualitative improvement after he equipped the weapon. Now that Zero Wing was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Since Warblood wished to seal the pathway leading toward the northern region and prevent players from entering or exiting the area, then Swimming Dragon could just stick to grinding in the northern region. In any case, with the northern fortress around, he would not have to worry about having nowhere to rest. Warblood wouldn't be able to do anything against him. The other members of Dragon Riders had no choice but to listen to their commander's words and head off toward the northern fortress. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after traveling by mount for several hours and carefully avoiding Warblood's members. Swimming Dragon and the others finally arrived at the northern fortress. However, the moment everyone walked through the fortress's gates, they were stunned. What's going on? Why is the mana density here so high? No, it's not just the mana here. I can feel my body becoming significantly lighter as well. It's as if the suppression outside is gone. Chapter 2298. Heavenly Fortress. After momentarily falling into a daze, Dragon Riders members promptly revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. It's true. That pressure really has disappeared. Boss, if we can rest here long-term, we can keep grinding in the Gravity Mountain range without returning to Dragonheart City. If that's the case, we won't need more than half a month to surpass those top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. Previously, they had not expected much of the Northern Fortress. After all, they had visited 13 Thrones Fortress before, so they knew what purpose the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses served. These fortresses were merely temporary rest areas. Aside from allowing players to recover stamina and concentration, they only provided materials replenishment and weapons and equipment repair. However, the Northern Fortress completely overthrew their understanding of the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses. Setting aside accumulating the double EXP buff inside the Northern Fortress, just the fact that the fortress could remove the ever-present pressure they felt while grinding in the Gravity Mountain range was already plenty amazing. Since the Northern Fortress had this kind of ability, they would not need to head back to Dragonheart City to relieve themselves of this pressure. Although the pressure the Gravity Mountain range exerted on them had only a minuscule effect, long-term exposure would still build up mental fatigue, which would rise especially quickly when they were fighting against powerful monsters. Hence, even with the opportunity to rest in 13 Thrones Fortress, they would still return to Dragonheart City once every 4 or 5 days to relax and refresh their minds. At this point, it was already their 3rd day in the Gravity Mountain range, so the mental fatigue they had accumulated was quite significant. However, the moment they entered the Northern Fortress, said mental fatigue had disappeared completely. Normally, this pleasant sensation was something they would feel only after returning to Dragonheart City. If they could rid themselves of the Gravity Mountain range's pressure just by entering the Northern Fortress, then they could forego returning to Dragonheart City and remain in the Gravity Mountain range. With this, they could save plenty on the travel time between the World Tower and Dragonheart City, thereby increasing their leveling speed and resource acquisition rate. In this situation, Swimming Dragon could not help being overjoyed. The Northern Fortress's benefits might not seem like much, but with persistence, a drop of water could wear out even a stone. With the help of the Northern Fortress's ability, the Dragon Riders adventurer team could slowly pull ahead of Dragonheart City's adventurer teams. Surpassing the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade would also be a piece of cake. During the time Dragon Riders members were strolling about, enjoying the Northern Fortress's pressure-free environment, a gasp suddenly appeared in the team chat. "Boss, come over here quickly. I discovered something good." A level 87 Tigerkin shield warrior yelled excitedly. "What is it? What's so important that you need to make such a huge fuss?" Swimming Dragon asked, exasperated. Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Having one of its members act like a country bumpkin in front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members after entering the Northern Fortress was a huge embarrassment to the adventurer team. "Boss, it's the teleportation scroll for this fortress. Return scrolls for the Northern Fortress are available at the defensive magic towers." The Tigerkin shield warrior replied. "What? Return scrolls?" Swimming Dragon's breathing momentarily grew heavier. Return scrolls for locations in the outside world were unusable inside the World Tower. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain Range was an extremely dangerous place, and players could enter a death zone unawares at any time. Players might be able to escape momentarily using instantaneous transfer scrolls, but without the help of a return scroll, they would still encounter countless perils on their way back to safety. If players could utilize return scrolls inside the Gravity Mountain Range, they would no longer have to be afraid of exploring unknown and dangerous regions. Moreover, with return scrolls, players would no longer have to conserve their stamina and concentration to walk back to the nearest rest area, increasing their range of operations drastically. Buy them. Buy them all, quickly. It doesn't matter even if they cost 1 ancient gold each. Swimming Dragon ordered, his eyes glowing with excitement. Ancient gold might be difficult to earn, but compared to their lives, let alone 1 ancient gold, even 10 ancient gold would not be comparable. After all, even a single death at their levels would deprive them of plenty of opportunities. Boss, relax. These return scrolls are sold by NPCs. You can have as many as you want. Moreover, each return scroll costs only 10 ancient silver. However, these return scrolls are bound to the buyer and cannot be transferred to other players. The Tigerkin Shield Warrior said, grinning. What? Only 10 ancient silver? For a moment, Swimming Dragon thought he had misheard. Ordinary players might not be able to bear the price of 10 ancient silver, but this was easily affordable for experts like themselves. After all, just entering the Gravity Mountain Range cost 5 ancient silver, while entering a fortress was 1 ancient silver and staying in a hotel, 2 to 3 ancient silver. Following which, Swimming Dragon had everyone in his team immediately go and purchase some return scrolls at the defensive magic towers. In fact, aside from some money for accommodation and repair fees, he told his teammates to spend all their ancient silver to purchase the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, afraid that the return scrolls would become unavailable or increase in price in the future. However, what Swimming Dragon did not know was that the system handled the price for the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, which could be considered one of the special abilities of the defensive magic towers. This ability was something similar to the additional skills found on weapons and equipment. Feng had no say in the settings and could only collect a portion of the profits. Meanwhile, even after having his teammates spend all their spare ancient silver on return scrolls, Swimming Dragon was still not satisfied. After all, he knew that so long as they exploited this opportunity to the fullest, the Dragon Riders Adventurer team could see a qualitative leap in development. Notify everyone in the Adventurer team and have them come to the Northern Fortress. From now onwards, the Northern Fortress will be Dragon Riders' main headquarters, Swimming Dragon said. After saying so, he immediately visited 4 of the Northern Fortress's basic hotels and rented all 4 long-term for 60 ancient gold per day. He intended to have these 4 hotels serve as Dragon Riders' temporary headquarters and lodging for the Adventurer team's members. That way, members would not have to worry about accommodations and end up sleeping on the streets. Shortly after Swimming Dragon gave his command, Dragon Riders members promptly sprang into action. All 2,000 plus members of the Adventurer team suddenly headed to the World Tower. The large-scale movement piqued the curiosity of many of the Adventurer teams that had close relations with Dragon Riders. Some players that were friends with Dragon Riders members also asked their friends about this situation. What are you guys trying to do? Is Dragon Riders conducting some kind of large-scale operation? It's not a large-scale operation. Our Adventurer team is just moving our main headquarters to the Northern Fortress. Are you guys insane? Didn't you hear the threat War Blood made? War Blood might be powerful, but we can simply stick to the northern region. At worst, we'll just avoid grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range's other areas. Here, let me tell you a secret. Zero Wing's Northern Fortress is freaking amazing. Not only can you accumulate the double EXP buff there, but my team leader says that you can even rid yourself of the Gravity Mountain Range's ever-present pressure by entering the Northern Fortress. What's even more amazing is that there are return scrolls on sale at the Northern Fortress. With those, even ordinary experts like us can grind freely and efficiently in the Gravity Mountain Range. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You're kidding me, right? I've been to 13 Thrones Fortress before. It's fine if you don't believe me, but once my level surpasses yours, don't say that I never told you about this." After saying so, the members of Dragon Riders hurried toward the northern fortress. They all wished to start competing for the Gravity Mountain Range's leveling resources as soon as possible. While the Dragon Riders adventurer team was rushing to the northern fortress, information about the northern fortress started spreading among some of Dragonheart City's adventurer teams. Shortly after, news of it also reached Dragonheart City's major powers. Chapter 2299. Popular fortress Dragonheart City was originally already bubbling over the conflict between Zero Wing and Warblood. Hence, the city's various powers were keeping an eye out for news about the northern fortress. The World Tower could be said to be Dragonheart City's greatest resource. The various powers had all obtained a large number of leveling and material resources from it. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses played a crucial role in further enhancing their resource acquisition rate. With rumors regarding the northern fortress's devastating abilities proliferating, Dragonheart City's various powers immediately launched an investigation to ascertain the truth. Return scrolls. Investigate. I want this information verified as soon as possible. Previously, the various powers had nothing much to say about Warblood's threat, as Warblood had also captured a fortress in the northern region and was going to open it just one day after the northern fortress opened. A one-day difference wouldn't affect their development by much. Moreover, the northern fortress's location was remote, so it wasn't particularly attractive to the various powers. At best, it could only serve as a rest area. However, things were different now. The northern fortress's return scroll would be a game-changer in the Gravity Mountain Range. The difference between having a return scroll and not having one while grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range was massive. Moreover, the effects would snowball as time passed. The reason the various powers had set up a base of operations in Dragonheart City was to gain better development resources. If their own profits were not affected, the various powers would show Warblood some respect and avoid provoking it as much as possible. However, it was a whole other story if conceding to Warblood's demands affected their development by a significant margin. Dragonheart City's various powers sent scouts to check out the northern fortress, which crowded the hall of the World Tower's first underground floor. The moment the various power scouts entered the northern fortress, they were shocked by the fortress's environment. The high mana density and lack of mental pressure here made the northern fortress no different from Dragonheart City. It was entirely possible for players to use the northern fortress as a temporary base. With the northern fortress, they would no longer have to shuttle between the World Tower and Dragonheart City. Most importantly, the northern fortress possessed return scrolls. The price of 10 ancient silver nearly had the visiting players wondering whether they were hallucinating. After the various power scouts reported back about the situation inside the northern fortress, a huge commotion erupted in Dragonheart City. The Gravity Mountain Range's resources were incomparably abundant. Until now, the various powers had yet to explore even 2/3 of the entire map. This was especially true for the ruins of the ancient civilization. These ruins contained a plethora of precious treasures. Only, due to the Gravity Mountain Range's environment, exploring these ruins was still incredibly difficult, even with the help of a small fortress. Meanwhile, although the northern fortress was in a remote area, it perfectly solved the hindrance to staying in the Gravity Mountain Range long-term. This meant that guild members could start exploring the various ancient ruins with much greater efficiency than before and secure even more resources for themselves. Their exploration progress might even surpass that of 13 Thrones, which possessed a small fortress. Notify everyone immediately. We're shifting our guild's base of operations on Dragonheart Island to the northern fortress. But what about Warblood? Screw them. This is an opportunity for our guild. We'll kill anybody that stands in our way. Less than an hour after the various powers based in Dragonheart City verified the rumors regarding the northern fortress, many started sending a large number of experts there lest other powers get ahead of them. After all, the northern fortress was only a medium fortress. Unlike a city, a medium fortress could accommodate only a very limited number of players. The number of hotels in a fortress was especially limited. Not resting in a hotel would severely impact players' recovery speed. Moreover, according to the powers' investigations, The Northern Fortress's hotels could even hasten the double EXP buff's accumulation rate. The difference between having a hotel to rest in and not having one would drastically affect their leveling speed. Meanwhile, over at the Gravity Mountain Range's Northern Fortress, the sudden influx of players made the fortress bustle. Big Sis Rain, according to our latest statistics, over 150,000 players have visited the Northern Fortress thus far, and estimates state that we should hit the 400,000 mark by the end of today. Blue Phoenix reported excitedly as she approached Phoenix Rain. Back when 13 Thrones had successfully captured a fortress, despite the huge commotion in Dragonheart City, the fortress had managed to attract only around 200,000 visitors on its first day. Meanwhile, the fortress had a player population of only 700,000, which was also the maximum capacity of a small fortress. In comparison, the Northern Fortress was expected to attract over 400,000 visitors on the opening day alone. It would most likely take only 2 or 3 days to exceed the 700,000 threshold. Reaching the maximum capacity of 1,500,000 players was only a matter of time. It should be known that even with just a 700,000 player population, 13 Thrones' small fortress generated tons of wealth and resources every day. Although Blue Phoenix did not know how much the small fortress was earning exactly, according to the investigations of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spies, the fortress's daily income was at least 5,000 ancient gold and 600,000 ancient silver. Once the Northern Fortress's player population reached maximum capacity, one could easily imagine how much income it would generate. Moreover, the Northern Fortress had many more sources of revenue than 13 Thrones' small fortress. Even though Phoenix Rain held only 20% of the Northern Fortress's shares, the income she would receive could rival half of a small fortress's total income, at the very least. Half. Even Starlink did not receive half of the income from 13 Thrones' small fortress. At that time, who would dare question Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? I'm afraid that even Warblood and Starlink did not expect such an outcome. When Phoenix Rain looked at the statistics report in her hand, she could not help but sigh ruefully. Previously, even after successfully capturing the Northern Fortress, she had still felt that Sherfeng had gone overboard with his actions in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Now, however, it would seem that the one to regret their actions would not be Zero Wing but Warblood instead. The Northern Fortress's future was already clear for all to see. Once a sufficient number of players gathered and the Northern Fortress was in full operation, it would be impossible for Warblood to exhaust and destroy Zero Wing in the Sea of Death. After all, the disparity in the incomes of the two sides would be simply too massive. Aside from Phoenix Rain, Dragonheart City's various superpowers were entertaining such thoughts as well. Although Warblood had captured the Rocknest Fortress, the difference between that and the Northern Fortress was far too massive. With this, Warblood had backed itself into a corner. After all, Warblood had previously declared that it would ban all those who entered the Northern Fortress from the Rocknest Fortress. Now, the players that were originally planning on resting at the Rocknest Fortress would not dare approach the fortress at all. A situation that would definitely reduce the Rocknest Fortress's income. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. While the various powers were paying attention to the Northern Fortress, Sherfeng was hustling in the Northern Fortress. Not only did he have to reorganize the Northern Fortress's construction plans, due to the explosive increase in player population, but he also had to deal with the partnership offers and shop purchase requests from the various powers. Guild leader, the Fong family's people have visited our main headquarters and stated that they wish to meet you. Gentle Snow, who was currently organizing the information on the Northern Fortress's shops, said, a grim expression on her face. Previously, due to her personal matters, Sherfeng had stepped forward to provoke the Fong family, the number 1 family in Fonglin City, which possessed extraordinary influence in the city. The fact that the Fong family was paying Zero Wing a visit now definitely wasn't good news for the guild. The Fong family? Sherfeng nodded. Let's go meet them then. Chapter 2300 Clash with the Fong family. Zero Wing's main headquarters. Top floor reception room. 4 people waited in the reception room, and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Xiao Yu, who acted as the receptionist, wore a particularly ugly expression. Xiao Yu's reaction to the middle-aged man was the cause of the atmosphere in the room. The older gentleman wore gray, martial artist robes and loomed like a mountain. His aura was also quite oppressive. However, his physical presence wasn't the only reason for Xiao Yu's reaction. His identity was the true reason. The middle-aged man was the current head of the Fong family and the chairman of the Qilin Corporation, Fong Jinyuan. The Qilin Corporation might not be on the same level as the Five States Corporation, but it was one of the first-rate corporations in the country. It was also why the Fong family stood at the top among Fonglin City's powerful families. If Fong Jinyuan wished it, he could destroy the Big Dipper group with a word. Why wouldn't Xiao Yu be afraid with such an important individual before him? Fong Jinyuan was a true mogul in the business world, nothing like the youngsters that had inherited their family's businesses. A young man and woman accompanied Fong Jinyuan in the room. The young man was none other than Fong Mingyu, the Fong family's strongest expert of the younger generation. On the other hand, Xiao Yu didn't recognize the young woman with long, wavy hair and wearing a bright red dress. However, he knew she must be of high status, considering that she visited Zero Wing's headquarters alongside Fong Jinyuan. As Xiao Yu wondered why a VIP like Fong Jinyuan would visit Zero Wing's headquarters, the reception room's doors opened, and Shifeng, Bai Qingxue, and Lei Bao entered. Fong Mingyu's indifferent expression vanished the moment he saw Shifeng. Even Xiao Yu could see the fear in the large man's eyes. However, Fong Mingyu's gaze also contained a trace of killing intent. Xiao Yu found the man's reaction reasonable after giving the matter some thought. Fong Mingyu was the Fong family's prided genius, yet Shifeng had subdued him with a single move in the Redstone restaurant. To make matters worse, Fonglin City's upper society frequently visited the Redstone restaurant, and they wouldn't miss the news of Fong Mingyu's miserable defeat. I had my doubts about Mingyu's claim, but looking at you now, it seems he had been correct. You are both courageous and strong. I'm afraid none among the younger generation is a match for you, Fong Jinyuan said, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes as he examined Shifeng. Gentle Snow, who had already been worried about this visit, began to panic when she saw Fong Jinyuan. She had never expected him to visit Zero Wing personally. Mr. Fong's praise is too generous. May I know what business the Fong family has with me today? Shifeng asked, getting straight to the point. The Fong family's visit didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Since they had made a personal appearance, they must have important business to discuss. But Shifeng had no desire to play their word games. He still had a lot he needed to do. Since you've asked, I'll just put it bluntly. You'd caused quite a commotion in the Redstone restaurant. After all is said and done, the Fong family is one of the most reputable families in Fonglin City. If we don't take act, how do you think the other families will view ours? Fong Jinyuan peacefully explained. However, I've heard that Zero Wing's development in God's domain is quite impressive, and the virtual combat platform you've recently set up has been performing considerably well. The Fong family has interests in these aspects, so we plan to invest in Zero Wing. In return, the Fong family only wants 51% of Zero Wing's shares. Not only will Zero Wing receive a massive capital deposit from the Qilin Corporation to boost its development, but you'll also have access to the various dojos and training centers in Fonglin City for recruiting and nurturing talented players. What are your thoughts? After Fong Jinyuan's statement, the room fell silent. Xiao Yu stared at the man in astonishment. He had never thought that this colossal existence would be interested in Zero Wing enough to offer full investment. Although many guilds in God's domain were supported by major corporations, that support was limited. No corporation would invest so much in a single guild. If Zero Wing had the Qilin Corporation's full support, both Zero Wing and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development speed would undergo a qualitative transformation. However, Fong Jinyuan's demand for 51% of the organization's shares would set him up as Zero Wing's owner. Gentle Snow paled instantly. She hadn't expected the Fong family's appetite to be this large. This is the friendliest threat I've ever heard, Shifeng said, chuckling. To put it simply, Fong Jinyuan wanted to become Zero Wing's majority shareholder in exchange for letting the previous insult slide. Do you intend to make an enemy of the Fong family? Fong Jinyuan asked, frowning. Coldly, he continued. Or do you think that you can lead Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble against the Fong family with your martial prowess alone. As Fang Jinyuan's tone chilled, the intensity of his aura spiked. The room grew heated as if a volcano had begun to erupt. A neutralizing grandmaster, Lei Bao exclaimed from behind Shifeng, stunned by the revelation. Although Lei Bao had felt substantial pressure from Fang Jinyuan and knew this man was no ordinary person, he hadn't expected the head of the Fang family to be a neutralizing grandmaster. It was impressive enough for one family to nurture a single neutralizing grandmaster. A family could prosper for an entire century with just one such individual. The Fang family only enjoyed its current status today due to Old Man Fang, Fang Jinyuan's father. And yet, Fang Jinyuan exposed the fact that he was also a neutralizing grandmaster, which meant the Fang family had two such individuals. When Xiao Yu heard Lei Bao's statement, he was just as stunned. With two neutralizing grandmasters, it had enough influence to force the various families, dojos, and training centers in Fenglin City to obey its every command, regardless of the rest of the Fang family's martial prowess. Fang Mingyu, who reclined on a sofa, sneered at Shifeng. Everyone had assumed the Fang family's rise was due to his grandfather. They also believed that once his grandfather reached his 101st birthday, the family would crumble. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, the public didn't realize that the Fang family's foundations had grown since his grandfather had led the family. If they hadn't, his grandfather would never have passed control of the family to his father, Fang Jinyuan. Fang Mingyu acknowledged that he was no match for Shifeng, but the tricks Shifeng had played against him wouldn't work with his father. When he faced his father, Fang Mingyu didn't even have the heart to resist. He had no hope of contending with his father's inhuman fitness in a direct confrontation. "How can I know if I don't try?" Shifeng nonchalantly replied. "Good. Let me see if you're as strong as you claim." Fang Jinyuan's fist then shot toward Shifeng with exceptional speed and grace. Chapter 2301. Rivaling a grandmaster so fast, Lei Bao's expression turned sour as he watched Fang Jinyuan move. He hadn't expected the man to attack without hesitation. Fang Jinyuan had none of the magnanimity of a martial arts grandmaster. Fang Jinyuan's punch was so fast that the human body had practically no time to react. Come! However, Shifeng had reacted as Fang Jinyuan's fist had begun to move. Neutralizing grandmaster's mental processing speed was far faster than an ordinary human's. Their sensitivity to danger was easily 10 times sharper than an ordinary person's as well. They could sense an incoming attack before the enemy even moved, which was why neutralizing grandmasters were so frightening. Since this was his first time fighting a neutralizing grandmaster in the real world, Shifeng decided to greet the hit with a punch of his own, rather than dodge. Like Fang Jinyuan's punch, Shifeng lacked any flowery movements. It was standard textbook punch. Suicidal bastard. Fang Mingyu could not help but grin as he watched. Fang Mingyu had recognized that Shifeng was weaker than he was during their clash in the Redstone restaurant, not to mention his father. His father might be old, but thanks to modem technology like the life potion, he maintained his peak condition even at his age. In fact, Fang Jinyuan's body wouldn't even begin to deteriorate for another 2 decades. The fact that Shifeng chose to face the hit head-on was suicidal. Boom! As the two fists collided, the air between them compressed and shattered, the shockwave cracking the marble ground beneath them. The room shook slightly, and even Bai Qingxue stumbled backward. After the clash, Shifeng and Fang Jinyuan took a step back, the ground under their feet slightly sunken. How is this possible? Fang Mingyu stared at Shifeng with wide, shocked eyes when he saw the younger man completely unharmed from the exchange. 10 days ago, Shifeng had been weaker than he was. Yet now, Shifeng had taken his father's punch without suffering any damage. He stopped it. The outcome greatly shocked Lei Bao as well. He knew that Shifeng was a neutralizing grandmaster, but Fang Jinyuan had walked this path for decades now. Regardless of when he had become a neutralizing grandmaster, his fitness was inhuman. Shifeng should have no hope of matching the older man in this regard. Moreover, Fang Jinyuan's punch had been out of this world. Lei Bao was sure that if he had tried to take that hit head-on, he would have either died or been severely injured. In truth, even Shifeng was relatively surprised. He hadn't considered that he'd improve so massively after his training in the Tower of Four Gods. Not only had his fitness rapidly improved, but he had also substantially increased his control. He had successfully implemented some of the sword's transmigration's principles in his punch, diverting a portion of Fang Jinyuan's strength downward. This was why he had been able to face that hit without injury. If this fight had taken place after Shifeng had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he would have definitely taken damage from Fang Jinyuan's punch. Is this the strength of neutralizing Grandmasters? Bai Qingxue thought as she gazed down at the shattered floor and felt the stifling auras radiating off of Shifeng and Fang Jinyuan. This seemed more like a fight between mechanical beasts rather than a fight between humans. It was no wonder why Fenglin City's various families were so afraid of the Fang family. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Fang Jinyuan didn't continue to fight after exchanging hits. Instead, they took a moment to observe each other in silence. Excellent. To reach such a standard at such an age, it's no wonder why you're so confident, Fang Jinyuan said as he calmly watched Shifeng. Smiling, he continued, however, how long do you think you can protect Zero Wing by yourself? You know that more than one organization is targeting Zero Wing. Partnering with the Fang family is your best option. Zero Wing can only contend with these organizations with the Fang family's resources and strength. If you refuse, only death will await you. You don't need to concern yourself with such matters, Mr. Fang, Shifeng said. Zero Wing will take care of its own. Zero Wing had already grown powerful enough that not even first-rate guilds were a match for it. Yet as luck would have it, Zero Wing didn't have a powerful background. It was only natural that other organizations would have set their sights on the guild. It was why Shifeng was trying to accelerate the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development. However, he hadn't thought that a power like the Fang family would try to annex Zero Wing so soon. Is that so? Fang Jinyuan laughed. I hope you can keep this kind of confidence when the time comes. Fang Jinyuan then turned and left the reception room, showing no intention of trying to persuade Shifeng further. Fang Mingyu and the girl in the red dress stood from their seats, following after the older man. After leaving Zero Wing's main headquarters and climbing into his luxury car, Fang Jinyuan turned to the young woman, who had remained silent, with a serious expression. Shirhan, I'll contact Fenglin City's dojos and training centers later. I'll leave Heaven's Rumble's virtual combat platform to you, Fang Jinyuan said coldly. With your position in mythology, you should have no problem suppressing a guild like Zero Wing, correct? If a guild wished to develop in God's domain, it needed sufficient manpower. Heaven's Rumble had attracted quite a few talented fighters with the virtual platform it had set up, and as long as they dealt with the platform, Zero Wing's development in the game would stagnate. Once they had suppressed Zero Wing from every angle, it would only be a matter of time before Shifeng submitted to the Fang family. Of course, mythology is one of the top 5 super guilds of God's domain. However, mythology is based on the Western continent, and there's no connection between the East and West continents yet. It's not possible to connect to Easter players' data via the virtual combat platform yet. I'll need some time before I can lead a team to the Eastern continent, the red-dressed girl named Fang Shirhan said, smiling. Once we cross over, we'll trample over Zero Wing's experts. Guilds on the 2 continents have different areas of focus, and the difference between combat standards is massive. All right, I'll leave the situation to you. Mingyu will help you where he can, Fang Jinyuan said, nodding. After Fang Jinyuan's group had left, an uproar rose in Zero Wing's headquarters. Zero Wing's members knew about the conflict between the guild and the Fang family. Shifeng had caused quite the scene in the Redstone restaurant, after all, and as a result, the situation with the Fang family weighed on everyone's minds. Since the Fang family had left without achieving anything, Zero Wing's players breathed a sigh of relief. Hallmaster, now that the Fang family has revealed that it has 2 neutralizing grandmasters, Fenglin City's dojos and training centers will side with the family. Some of the dojos and training centers we've signed partnership agreements with will likely pull out of the deals. I'm afraid that it won't be possible to recruit a large number of talented combatants quickly, Xiaoyu said. Moreover, The Fong family will most likely work with other dojos and training centers to compete with our pricing. If they don't want to work with us, so be it. Our priority is to set up more virtual combat platforms. So I want you to try to set up some small-scale training centers around the city, Feng replied. He, too, understood the influence the Fong family would command with two neutralizing grandmasters. Furthermore, the Fong family had the Qilin Corporation's support. Zero Wing was utterly outmatched when it came to strength and financial resources. However, the virtual combat platform would become the mainstream platform for combat in the future. As long as the Heaven's Rumble Training Center developed its virtual combat platforms, it had some chance of competing with the Fong family. Developing the platforms won't be a problem, but with our current finances, setting up the training centers will be, Xiaoyu said helplessly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although Zero Wing had recently earned quite a few credits through Stone Forest Town, setting up a large enough virtual combat platform would cost a lot of money. The setup for a platform in the training center was already a huge burden on Zero Wing's finances. Trying to set up more was simply unrealistic. Relax. Zero Wing is quite rich right now, Feng said, smiling. I'll start searching for suitable locations then, Xiaoyu said, his eyes glowing with excitement upon hearing Feng's response. If they had sufficient capital, Heaven's Rumble wouldn't have to worry about its development even without Fenglin City's various dojos and training centers. After discussing the training center's future with Xiaoyu, Feng returned to God's Domain. Other guilds might struggle to earn money in God's Domain at this stage of the game, but that wasn't an issue for Zero Wing, especially after capturing the Northern Fortress. After all, the Gravity Mountain Range was becoming a hub for various wealthy powers. Chapter 2302, Renting Shops Gravity Mountain Range, Northern Fortress. As soon as Feng came online, he was greeted by the sight of a very busy street. As he walked through the city streets, he saw large groups of guild players running toward the fortress's hotels, reserving all of the rooms and turning them into temporary residences for their guilds. At this point, the Northern Fortress was just as prosperous as an ordinary city. Feng could already tell that the Northern Fortress would become the center of attention in the Gravity Mountain Range. Meanwhile, independent players crowded outside of Zero Wing's residence, eager to apply to join the guild. They all wanted to take advantage of the benefits the guild's residence offered, and because of this, Blackie and the others were swamped with work. Guild leader, you're back. When Aqua Rose, who was busy organizing documents in the guild leader's office, noticed Feng enter the room, she worriedly asked, how did the matter with the Fong family go? Although she wasn't in Fenglin City, she was aware of the Fong family's position there. Zero Wing had just established itself in Fenglin City, and if the Fong family decided to target the guild, it would affect Zero Wing's in-game development and in the real world, especially now that the various guilds understood the importance of dojos and training centers. Many large guilds in God's Domain had already partnered with dojos and training centers by this point, with some guilds even opening their own. With a dojo or training center, not only could they nurture their own talented individuals, but they could also recruit new players to bolster their strength. With the country's various training centers and dojos allying themselves with God's Domain's large guilds, Zero Wing would have a difficult time establishing itself in new cities. Hence, Zero Wing would have to rely on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center in Fenglin City to pump new blood into the guild. Everything's fine. Negotiations to purchase Zero Wing simply broke down, Feng said, waving his hand. Isn't that really bad? Feng's nonchalant attitude exasperated Aqua Rose. The Fong family owns the Qilin Corporation and is based in Fenglin City. The Fong family won't have any trouble targeting us. All it would need to do is contact Fenglin City's dojos and training centers and instruct them to compete with our prices. If that happens, nobody will visit the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center was Zero Wing's main source of new, talented players right now. If nobody visited the training center, Zero Wing wouldn't have anyone new to recruit. Moreover, the Fong family could easily afford to poach Heaven's Rumble's new members by offering them a high payout. Not only would the Fong family cut off Zero Wing's supply of new blood, but the Heaven's Rumble would become a burden on Zero Wing's finances, as well. Keeping the training center open every day cost a huge sum of money. Relax. Zero Wing isn't the same guild it used to be. The Fong family overestimates itself if it thinks it can annex us, Shi Feng said, chuckling. How is the construction for the fortress's shops coming along? They're done, but if we only rent the shops, we won't be able to earn much. As a medium fortress, the northern fortress can only accommodate so many players at once, Aqua Rose reported. Very few powers visiting the fortress have expressed any interest in the shops. Most people are asking to rent the hotels long-term instead. The various major powers were typically quite interested in obtaining shops, but only if there was enough traffic. It would likely be quite difficult to rent the fortress's shops for a high price with the northern fortress's maximum player population. Furthermore, the number of shops in the fortress couldn't compare to those in a guild city. Based on God's domain settings, fortresses could only house a limited number of shops. A small fortress only had room for 100 shops, while a medium fortress could contain 240 shops. In comparison, a basic city could easily hold more than 1,000 shops. As long as they're done, I'm satisfied, Shi Feng said, chuckling. See to the necessary preparations and announce that the northern fortress will begin to lease its shops. The bid for each shop will start at 5 million credits per month, and will only lease 200 shops in total. First come, first served. Guild leader, you? Aqua Rose stared at Shi Feng as if he had gone mad. If they couldn't even lease Zero Wing City's shops for 5 million credit per month, how were they supposed to rent those in the northern fortress, which had less than 500,000 players right now? And Shi Feng's high price was only the starting bid. Just get it done. When the time comes, you'll understand, Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain further. Fortresses in neutral maps were far more profitable than guild cities in God's domain. Guild towns and cities couldn't be constructed in many neutral maps due to their environments, and players would have to rely on fortresses to rest. Most of God's domain's players were also independent players, and when they obtained items they didn't need, they almost always sold them in their favored rest areas. Naturally, shops were the best platform for guilds to purchase and store these items, especially the items that couldn't be stored in one's bag space. Aside from purchasing and storing materials and items, neutral fortresses' shops had a hidden benefit. They could conduct transactions with wandering merchant NPCs and purchase specialty items. Wandering merchants would visit a neutral fortress as long as it had enough security, and these NPCs frequently conducted business with individual players and shops. However, wandering merchants would only offer to sell their specialty items to shops. One such specialty item was the Advanced Wanderer's Camp. With this item, a team could set up a temporary resting area in a neutral map. Although each Advanced Wanderer's Camp could only be used 3 times, and each use had a 1-day duration, it would help a team fully recover their stamina and concentration without cutting their exploration short to return to a city or fortress. The Advanced Wanderer's Camp was an absolute treasure to exploration teams. Sometimes, if players were lucky, they would even encounter wandering merchants that were interested in selling super rare mini mobile camp. Unlike the Advanced Wanderer's Camp, the mini mobile camp was permanent. It could only accommodate 100 players at a time, but a team could use it indefinitely. It only cost a few magic crystals for each activation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The smallest fortress wandering merchant NPCs would visit was a medium fortress, which was why the various powers had fought so desperately to capture neutral medium fortresses and larger during Shi Feng's previous life. Every neutral medium fortress was a gold mine and definitely worth waging a war to acquire. To increase their chances of developing in neutral maps, the various powers wouldn't spare any cost when renting a fortress's shops. As long as one owned a medium fortress or larger in a neutral map, they wouldn't have to worry about needing a source of income, especially if that fortress was the northern fortress. Currently, it was the only fortress in the Gravity Mountain range that had return scrolls, and there were plenty of unexplored ruins in the Gravity Mountain range. Zero Wing wouldn't need to worry about no one renting the fortress's shops. After verifying Shi Feng's instructions, Aqua Rose informed the public that the northern fortress's shops were available for rent. Chapter 2303 Beginning of Turmoil. When news of the northern fortress's shops availability went public, the various major powers that had already shifted their bases to the fortress heard about it immediately. No power would turn down the opportunity to own a fortress's shop, especially one in the Northern Fortress. At this point, the Northern Fortress was almost guaranteed to become the heart of the Gravity Mountain Range. The various superpowers might capture the map's other fortresses, even one of the two remaining medium fortresses, but they weren't likely to secure a fortress as popular as the Northern Fortress. The Northern Fortress had already begun to build its advantages, while none of the others had been captured yet. However, before Dragonheart Island's various powers could focus on the Northern Fortress's shops, a system announcement reached every player in the game. System announcement. A player has triggered an epic main storyline quest and activated the new expansion pack, Invasion of Other Planes. Planar passages connecting to other worlds will begin to open in 3 hours. Every player on the God's Domain continent was stunned, not to mention the players on Dragonheart Island. After a dazed moment, they were all ecstatic. Everyone knew that other worlds were resource treasure troves, but it wasn't easy to enter an otherworld. It was wonderful news that passages to multiple otherworlds were about to open. Guild Leader. This is wonderful. With these planar passages, we won't have to worry about securing level 100 weapons and equipment anymore. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Zero Wing had a better understanding of otherworlds' available resources than other powers. Take the Ice Crystal World, for example. The Ice Crystal World possessed various unique materials and superior forging techniques. The guild had earned a fortune by exploiting these advantages. Unfortunately, when the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World had opened in Lake Heart City, Zero Wing's income from the otherworld had significantly decreased. This system announcement regarding the planar passages was undoubtedly good news for Zero Wing. How did this happen so soon? In contrast to Aqua Rose's reaction, Shi Feng's expression turned gloomy when he heard the system announcement. The planar passage's activation would bring an abundance of rare resources to God's Domain's main continent, but it would also bring trouble. The flood of new players to the continent would be one of the biggest problems. Many players resided in otherworlds, and once these planar passages began to open, those players could travel between the main continent and the otherworlds as well. Because of this, these otherworlds players would surge to the main continent in droves, as would many new powers. Competition on the main continent was already intense. It was easy to imagine what kind of outcome God's Domain would see if a large number of new competitors suddenly joined the fray. Even now, Shi Feng could clearly remember what had happened when the planar passages had opened during his previous life. A massive change had rocked God's Domain's various powers, with countless powers perishing during the invasion. Not even superpowers had been spared. Although otherworlds were small, only half the size of a kingdom, their players' standards differed due to the otherworld's environments. Some otherworld players were weaker than those on the main continent, while others were stronger. The Ice Crystal World was average among the multitude of otherworlds. In some of the stronger otherworlds, players had no issues obtaining legacies, while others made it easier for players to convert to stronger races. These players tended to have greater combat power and higher levels than those on the main continent. Zero Wing had just recently become a pseudo-superpower and had yet to reinforce its foundations. Dealing with these otherworld players and powers wouldn't help Zero Wing. As far as Shi Feng could remember, many players had already risen to Tier 3 when the planar passages had activated in the past. Since this expansion had been triggered so early in this life, the competition between players would become even more intense than he remembered. Back then, the main continent's powers had already solidified their rule in level 100+ neutral maps. Attempting to dethrone them had been an incredibly difficult task. However, players hadn't claimed the level 100+ neutral maps in this life yet, and once the otherworld players and powers arrived on the continent, the competition for these maps would grow to unprecedented levels. I need to move forward with my plans. Shi Feng gritted his teeth as he examined at Zero Wing's current statistics. After giving the matter some thought, he turned to Aqua Rose and commanded, Aqua, notify the management in Zero Wing City and tell them to only accept credits in the shops. Also, we need to expand and recruit throughout the Dark Knight Empire. The planar passages would open all over the main continent. If Zero Wing wanted to survive the upcoming war, it needed to increase its overall strength as soon as possible. Shi Feng hadn't wanted to expand the guild too quickly, originally. More guild members meant higher costs for the guild, and if Zero Wing couldn't afford the new expenditures, the guild's development would regress. Thus, Shifeng had decided to slow the guild's expansion, allowing Zero Wing to develop organically, unlike powers that rapidly increased their member count. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to wait with the planar passages about to open. The gears of a new era had already begun to turn. If Zero Wing didn't have enough manpower, others would easily invade and usurp its territories, especially now that the Fong family had decided to target the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Having received her orders, Aqua Rose quickly contacted the players that managed Zero Wing City, informing them that the guild would only accept credits as payment in its shops. Shifeng also instructed Aqua Rose to find a method to recruit more secret silver guards with the growth potential to nearly rival fine gold rank. He currently possessed quite a bit of soul essence on him, which he could use to increase personal guards' growth potential. Although he could also use the soul essence on the guild's fine gold guards, it wasn't so easy to collect. Even after slaying all of the monsters in the northern fortress, he had only acquired 90 drops. With so little, he'd only be able to upgrade a few fine gold guards. Rather, he could upgrade a large number of secret silver guards with high growth potential to fine gold rank. Although there was only one rank between secret silver and fine gold guards, the difference between them was akin to the difference between peak experts and apex experts. If he could acquire a large group of level 100 plus fine gold guards at this stage of the game, he'd have a mobile killing machine. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shifeng also intended to use the 2 remaining teleportation tokens to send Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose to train in the Tower of 4 Gods. Zero Wing had more than 100 Refinement Realm experts and barely any peak experts. It was the guild's fatal flaw. As players started to reach level 100, and the system removed their restrictions, the difference between experts' combat standards would grow as well. It would become a lot more challenging to make up for that difference by relying on basic attributes. It was absolutely crucial that Zero Wing nurture more peak experts as quickly as possible. Once Shifeng had handled these affairs, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System announcement. Planar passages have opened. Players can now visit their local planar passage to travel between worlds. Chapter 2304 Planar passages activated Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. Players flowed in and out of the lively teleportation hall. Merchant players and well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were a common sight in and around the building. Although Star Moon City wasn't as prosperous as White River City, as Star Moon Kingdom's transit hub and the closest city to the Your Empire in the kingdom, many players frequented the city. Star Moon City was already a large city with more than 9 million player residents. It was above average among God's Domain's various capital cities. Suddenly, a group of players with dark marks on their foreheads arrived in the teleportation hall. When the other players in the hall noticed them, they fell silent. Every one of these 100-plus players had reached level 92 or 93. Right now, the highest-leveled player on the kingdom's ranking list was only level 88. Moreover, the experts in the area felt a powerful pressure from the group of strangers as if they stood before a small force of high-level great lords. The combined aura could even deter Refinement Realm experts from approaching. There sure are a lot of people here, Commander, but their levels are pretty low. They clearly haven't received a God's blessing, either. A level 92 female ranger commented, as she watched the players in the teleportation hall. It seems the main continent's players haven't developed as quickly as those in the Shadow World. Only their weapons and equipment are better than ours. Apparently, different areas have varying degrees of development. This is an opportunity for our shadowless adventurer team. Obviously, weapons and equipment are easier to obtain here. We were lucky to find the planar passage in our world so quickly. We should take time to secure a foothold here first. The bald, level 93 youth in black said as he led the group. Star Moon Kingdom is the perfect place for shadowless to establish on the main continent. I want you to investigate the powers in this kingdom. If they're not willing to submit, we'll get rid of them. The 100-plus players promptly split up, and every other player who had overheard the bald youth's order began to panic. Meanwhile, Otherworld players began to arrive in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires, intensifying the chaos on the main continent. While Otherworld players began to flood the main continent, something surprising occurred in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. Shifeng had estimated that it would take some time to lease out the fortress's shops. It would be a while before players discovered the benefits of a medium fortress's shops, after all. However, in less than a day, Dragonheart Island's various powers had claimed over 100 shops for themselves. Although these powers didn't plan to rent the shops long-term, only agreeing to the first month, it instantly earned Shifeng over 600 million credits. Including the income from Zero Wing City, he had a total of 800 million credits on hand. Once the credits were in his account, Shifeng instructed Xiaoyu to move forward with their agreed plans. They might not be able to establish many large-scale training centers in Fenglin City, but 7 or 8 small training centers wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the branch training centers' main purpose was to promote the virtual combat platform and encourage the city's players to train in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center habitually. Hence, they wouldn't need to purchase a lot of equipment for the branch locations. Once the branches opened to the public, and with Zero Wing's fame, they wouldn't need to worry about a lack of God's Domain players visiting Heaven's Rumble. This would also allow Zero Wing to recruit fresh blood in God's Domain. Shifeng had also earned a lot of ancient gold from the northern fortress. Normally, a small fortress at its peak would only earn 4,000 or 5,000 ancient gold per day, and small fortresses that had recently opened to the public would be lucky to earn 1,000 per day. Fortunately, the northern fortress was unimaginably popular. The various powers players already filled every hotel in the fortress. To reserve every room in a hotel, players would have to pay with ancient gold, not ancient copper or silver. Naturally, Zero Wing's share of the profits would consist of ancient gold as well. After a single day of business, Zero Wing had earned 7,000 ancient gold from the northern fortress, and that was after splitting the profits with Phoenix Rain. As more time passed and more players visited the fortress, Zero Wing would be able to upgrade its facilities. As basic hotels became advanced hotels, Zero Wing and the Phoenix Pavilion would earn even more ancient gold. Warblood's people would have a heart attack if they saw our profits. Guild leader, Blackie said, laughing as he watched the northern fortress's profits increase. It won't be long before our guild secures a foothold in Dragonheart City. With more guild members here, I'd like to see Warblood interfere with our development. Blackie, don't underestimate Warblood. The adventurer team has captured its own fortress, and it still has Starlink's support. It would be unwise to underestimate its development, and Warblood's naval prowess is particularly impressive. Even 13 Thrones watches its step around the adventurer team. Yen Tianqing solemnly warned his companion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU resources were important for competing guilds, but the deciding factor would come down to the size of one's fist. Warblood might not be a match for Zero Wing in the Gravity Mountain Range, but in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing would be at its mercy. Unfortunately, there were more resources available in the Sea of Death than in the Gravity Mountain Range. Tianqing is right. Now that we have resources, we need to convert them into combat power. Shifeng nodded. He then retrieved the Storm speedboat design from his bag and handed it to Yen Tianqing, who would supervise the speedboat's production. They would use the profits they had earned from the northern fortress to acquire the necessary materials. Fortunately, Shifeng had been stocking up on these materials for a while. When Yen Tianqing saw the Storm speedboat design, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although he was not a naval player, he had learned how valuable bronze speedboats were during the several weeks he had spent grinding in the Sea of Death. If Zero Wing had a full fleet of bronze speedboats, they could explore the Sea of Death unhindered. Once he had set Yen Tianqing with everything he needed for the Storm speedboat's production, Shifeng left the northern fortress. Once he emerged from the World Tower, he used a return scroll to teleport to White River City. He was finally prepared to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest.